Chapter 201. Drawl Saint Cross POV. I couldn't help but smile as Dormammu's scream repeatedly played itself like a spring melody in my head. Not for naught had he screamed because I had forcefully stamped a mark of ownership in the dark dimension which would gradually erode Dormammu's. Such a thing was only possible because of the new concept I had fully comprehended, infinity. I had finally evolved my own personal abilities. My adaptation and evolution abilities were now finally upgraded rather than them upgrading the other abilities I had. It was a very confusing thing to grasp, but that was what had happened after my fusion. The Infinity Stones, among all things, could also act to remove the limit on any being that could wield them, but they still worked under the law of cause and effect, a universal constant. Newton was a fucking genius in his third law. We appeared on a wasteland that was the remnant of what was once Kathmandu. Looks like you guys had it rough. I whistled as the scope of destruction which had thoroughly leveled the city entered my mind. They were all sprawled on the ground in one form or another, but never had I seen their souls burn any brighter. Yup. They're not dying anytime soon. Drawl. I caught the white-haired goddess that launched herself into my arms before stealing my lips. Someone sure missed me. I laughed at the fervor in which she kissed me, which earned me a static shock. Don't do that ever again. She held my head and stared seriously at me with a gaze that demanded an explanation. Yeah, about that. I'ma keep my fingers crossed, so no promises. I said. Her rebuttal was cut short by Yelena's sarcastic comment. We're fine, by the way, in case anybody wanna ask. The sorcerers were already taking care of the damage, trying to salvage what they could from the citywide debris. It would be a pain in the ass to hide all this from the outer world since they already had digital satellite coverage. I could take care of the digital part and also brainwash each and every one of the sentient beings on Earth to erase such a thing from their minds, but it would be a pain in the ass to do. Not for the reason that I would have to exert myself, but for the sheer fact that I deem it troublesome to do. Hold on for a sec, RO. Don't worry, I'm not avoiding the conversation, but I'm thinking I might help a little. She finally relented and let me out of her grasp, leaving me to face everything that their fight had destroyed. Let's give the world another scare. Exerting my authority over power, I reached out to every single building that was demolished in the event of the demonic invasion worldwide. I might not have the Reality Stone yet, but I'm able to do this. The debris all around us began crawling back as if they were been rewound in time, rejoining, reconstructing, and even materializing new parts as they went back to the way they had been. It was an extensive use of the Power Stone's ability to replicate other abilities to a certain extent, and given how I pretty much have Earth on subconscious surveillance during the whole thing, reversing everything that was broken was just another application of matter manipulation. I didn't touch any of the dead bodies, even the ones that were nothing else but blood and bits, and left them at the same spot that they were when I arrived back on Earth. The blood stains were still on the roadside and walls, but apart from that nothing else was out of place, even the electricity was working fine. I almost want to see the panicked faces of the government leaders when they find out that nothing was damaged but lives were lost. A small usage of both the Power and Mind Stone kept the whole world and even their digital interfaces on lag, which left them unaware of how everything happened. It took a few seconds over 2 minutes, time which would have been a lot faster had I gotten the Reality Stone or even the Time Stone, which reminds me. Hey Strange, give. I made a gesture towards the Time Stone and watched the slightest bit of hesitation flash through his face before he relented and opened the Eye of Agamotto and passed me the green gem of time. I looked towards the companion he'd brought with us, a demoness and quite a strong one at that. Strange noticed my gaze and came to her defense. I thought it would be best if we bring her with us since she wasn't expressly our enemy and she did help me quite a bit. I nodded at that reasoning. There was no way I would go against Strange having his fated wife and living his unfortunate life. I looked at the Time Stone and nodded at the others before bidding them farewell. See you guys in a few. I think it's high time I collected an overdue stone. Yeah, I sure was getting an earful when I went back home, if the expression on Ororo's face was any indication. Using my connections to the other Infinity Stones, I tore through space and found myself in a dark crevice. My form was intangible as the crevice was too small for someone to stick more than a thin hand inside. I could feel the ether hum in excitement as it too yearned to be whole again as one of the six. The Time Stone lit up in green light and I could feel the 4 aspects of infinity inside me tremble. I reached in and grabbed the elusive form of the ether and used my energy to solidify it back to its original state. My heart was beating in excitement as I held the 2 final pieces of the Infinity Stones in my hands and knew that this was my first step into Endgame. With both my soul and my body each gaining the aspect of infinity, there was no longer any need for me to waste my time in trying to comprehend or adapt to the authority of the Infinity Stones because I was already an infinite aspect. Infinity multiplied by infinity was at the end, infinite. Simple math. I pushed the 2 stones into my eye sockets, destroying the organ that was there in the first place, and forcefully started an evolution that would change me forever. My main abilities were adaptation and evolution. Giving these 2 abilities an infinite aspect was something I had long pondered on. Of course I knew about the drawback of the Infinity Stones being that they can't work in another universe, but I still went for them regardless. My actions had already put me in the radars of the abstracts, infinity to be exact, but there was nothing I could do. It was only after I fused with the soul and mind stone that I was truly able to experience the universe in a way that the space stone never let me. But even then, the knowledge was still not complete. I was only able to grasp the ever-moving present but not the past and future. The time and reality stone would change that. Different from the way I fused with the other stones, the way I fused with the last two stones were entirely different. Taking a page out of Scarlet Witch's book, I bombarded the two stones with energy from the other infinity stones which immediately caused them to shatter, but the expelled energy had nowhere to escape to other than filter back inside my body. The universe was open before my eyes, past, present and future became as pages of a book. Alternate realities became no more as chapters of the same book as time. It was no longer a probability but an assured fact that the universe was nothing more than my playground. My power could suppress both gods and demons, but even though I was nigh omnipotent in this universe, there were still beings that still boast that power of strength and beyond. Galactus. The multiversal abstracts. And that darkness with the mad laughter that gives me chills every time I look at it. I already had an inkling of who that was and the thought was very frightening. It laid buried under a planet, but the presence of it was, oof. I saw the cracks that had marred the universe due to my actions and the pungent void that was spilling in, taking life away from planets every living second. I saw them devouring the stars and drowning galaxies in madness and chaos. Everything was getting tainted, and at the edge of what I could call the universe, I saw them. Golden lights of absolute and the mad black void of nothingness, facing each other at the void between universes. They stood before each other, barring the other from interfering. The living tribunal and the embodiment of my nightmares. Looking at them had me in pure awe at the vastness of their might. They were at a level that I still couldn't comprehend even after attaining the strength I currently have. I instinctively knew that they stood above everything else and below only one being. They were the epitome of what could be considered omnipotence. Oh? Look what we have here? I guess this is as good a time as any. The nightmare spoke and turned its darkness towards me. The living tribunal, who had his arms folded across his chest, mirrored the nightmare and faced me with its 3 pairs of eyes, the hood being slightly lifted from the other 2, each threatening to bore a hole through me. The mortal. Was all he said, and remained unmoving even in the face of the living nightmare. I had wondered how the one true one would wake, but looking at you, I can't help but anticipate. It surrounded me with its nothingness, but different from the primal fear I had once felt, though still absolutely terrifying that it made me shake like a leaf in a winter storm. It felt somehow normal. But woe to thee, for the descendants seek your head. You were the one who vied for a place in the void and trespassed where you should have not. You have insulted them which you shouldn't have. I hope you forfeit not your life. And with that, both the eternal darkness and the blinding light completely disappeared from the neighboring universes, leaving me with only one thought. What the fuck did my future self do? I knew that for the life of me I had no idea what it was talking about, so the only thing that came to mind was that my future self had fucked around and found out. Since most, if not all beings at my level were able to travel through time, or rather that linear time didn't exist for them, it stands to reason that they would naturally pick the point where all this shit started, since time travel shenanigans couldn't affect me as I was right now, and also the fact that the living tribunal prevented them from entering this universe, and it was me fucking around with the infinity stones that gave them the free pass they needed. Really, Drawl? You finally get one thing right and you somehow manage to fuck it all up in the most cliché way possible? I really want to smack you right across the face right now. Turns out that whatever revelations I was having during my confrontation with the top GS of reality was forced to happen all at once. I could see the spider web of time and space crisscrossing against each other at multiple intervals, branching into new webs at every second that passed by. I could pick any point in time I wanted to visit, and all it would take was a thought for me to get there, and also I could break through the flimsy barrier that shielded this universe from its numerous counterparts, but the barrier got harder the more the universe was towards the center. 616. Check out my other FIC Teen Wolf, Bloodborne. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DrawolTheoManus. 206, Chapter 202. While Drawl was having a repressed revelation about everything that constituted every aspect of the universe, in some corners of the universe alliances and discords were being made by gods, cosmics and demons. Now then, what sayest thou? Freedom in my service or peace in imprisonment? The eerie voice once again asked the prisoner buried deep within the heart of a forgotten planet. I bow before no one. I serve no one. I alone am God. I am the darkness that was before light was birthed. I am the multiverse in its purest form, sickening black of infinite. I alone am true. The planet boomed out a voice that darkened all the stars and suns of the nearby galaxies. He was a forgotten one, the true prime arch, the first darkness, he who slumbers in the void. He was no dark fiend, no, he prevailed darkness. Way before time was conceived had he prowled through infinite void and conquered all its nefarious denizens. He had ruled unhindered, unmatched, and unopposed, until they came. The sixth firmament was destroyed, and with its destruction came the multiverse into existence, which then disturbed his serenity. They came with their multicolored armors and destroyed his home and shone their accursed light on his domain. He had drunk their essence, had decapitated them and sent them running to the farthest reaches of the multiverse. He had ripped out their spine, or its equivalent, and carved his throne with it, their heart his weapon. He has ruled once, and he will rule again, and he serves no one. The planet quieted down from his rubbing while the writhing mass of black receded into obscurity. Ho ho ho. So many, and just for a little game. I wonder who will want to play next? The little dark bud will soon bloom, so everybody's scampering about. How uncivilized. In a white and black checkered room, a figure whose smile easily stretched toward the ends of his lips could be seen watching different parts of a particular universe and a few parts of the wider universe. On each scene was a depiction of many events, both past, present and future alike. Some were against two armies, one of heroes while the others of an army of destruction fighting over a stone-embedded gauntlet. Some were against the same group of people and an army of shadows that crawled from their fears and nightmares. Others were fights amidst the defenders themselves turning on each other as they had their arms out. His eyes scanned all instances and alternates, possibilities were an even factor in his sights, the war going on at different universes, but his eyes mostly remained on one: the blind idiots. Hey Wade! What do you think would be a good climax to the story? Unfortunately, maybe not though, I can't change the end of this particular story since the end isn't set in stone. But what do you think will be the moment? He asked no one in particular before frowning in distaste. He grabbed what looked to be a swirl of lights and broke it with his hands. Great! Another universe gone at the hands of a psychopath. What the fuck is seriously wrong with you? I'm the epitome of everything psychotic, but you don't see me destroying a universe, do you? A voice screamed in the white checkered room, though no other body was in sight save the Watcher. We both know, fully well at that the reason you say so is because you simply do not have the power to do as I. The figure simply said, not at all bothered by the tone of his unseen conversation partner. TCH. Damned Celestials. Always looking for trouble and spoiling all the fun. He said with extreme disgust. Yeah, tell me about it. If I was them, first thing I'd get rid of is that damned universe of zombies, like what in Ryan Reynolds' name is that? I blame the big red guy though, with his Optimus Prime looking ass. And the voice went on a tirade of curse and swears, venting a frustration no one knew he ever had. On the topic of random fucked up things people with power do, mind beaming me down there with the whole package? I feel like me and Drawl are gonna be the best of buds, I can feel it in my ghost. It's a match made in darkness. The volume of the voice got lower while the tone got softer as he tried cajoling the being seated to sending him back to Earth, a particular version of it. Yeah, fuck no. You'll spoil the entire thing if you went down there, and I can't have you doing that. I'll consider when all the cards are on the table. The figure had wanted to straight up deny his company's words at first, but a few seconds of pondering on it made him reconsider. So you really are not going to do anything? Came the question that sapped every good mood out of the Watcher. I would, but there are too many known and unknown factors involved. The Celestials, Null, the ultimate gods, the other one, Tribunal, the abstracts, maybe even the motherfucking Beyonder. Sigh, it's a clusterfuck, I tell you. The figure slumped back into nothingness as he released an irritated breath. This is the problem with all powerful beings, they get too attached to new toys. They both fell silent for a while, limiting themselves to only watching the multiverse go on and getting their entertainment from there. Cap do got a nice ass though, just sayin'. The other voice silently commented, not that it escaped the ears of his roommate. Hey Wade, how about we play a game? You win and I give you back your body and send you on your merry way. The voice suddenly said as he soon grew bored of watching the chaos of the multiverse. Deal. Wait, what's the catch? Uncle Ben taught me never to make shady deals. The figure rolled his eyes with exaggerated sarcasm at the words of his tenant. No strings attached. Well, there is one though, you'll have to win at least 40% of the total numbers of games played. Right? You're lucky I don't have my blades with me, or else they'll be going up whatever shithole you have. The voice just sighed in disappointment at the fact that he won't be playing his games anytime soon. I mean, it's not his fault he's that good, is it? I guess we'll never know. Drawl St. Cross POV. Having transcended all definable concepts in this universe and also embodying all aspects of it and also usurping its concept of infinity, it would suffice to say that the universe was just another organ in my body, one of the important ones at that. But that was just the beginning. Based on what I saw, the authority of infinity gave me a whole lot of avenues to continue growing stronger, but those avenues came with its lot of problems. Infinity. Even among abstracts, infinity could be said to rank among the highest, and me basically taking away the concept of infinity in this universe by all rights had set me against her. And not only did I steal infinity from the universe, I also stole space, time, reality, power, soul, and mind away from the universe and mine it wholly mine. This also meant eternity, death, Lord Chaos, and Master Order would most likely have it out for me, and it was only time, which ironically I didn't have enough of even though I was time itself, that would tell how long it would be before I confronted these entities. And then there was Galactus and the Thulhu mythos to worry about. Why couldn't the early writers of Marvel make a clear and precise connection between the Thulhu mythos and their multiverse rather than the vague references they made? Talking about the Lovecraft mythology, the nightmare I've seen for the second time is no doubt one of the ultimate gods, who in fact are just the collective parts of a whole. Meaning it is almost impossible to kill them, scratch that it is outright impossible to kill any of them. They have long surpassed death and what the abstract entities could entail. The nightmare based on his titles which I was only able to comprehend after I completed my evolution was none other than Yog-Sothoth. I wasn't an ardent reader of the Lovecraftian books but I knew which of these things were not to be fucked with. If we were to take both Azathoth and the One Above All into the equation and also the Outerverse as a whole verse in and of itself, then it could be said that one of the oldest beings in existence throughout all and every type of reality is Azathoth, the blind idiot god whose dream created the fulcrum for reality to spin into existence. In other words, Azathoth was the first darkness, at least when it came to the Marvelverse, and it was his formless dream that caused darkness to permeate outward and created the first spark of reality. The darkness came before the light. That was a universal fact, and it was from this darkness that beings like the elder gods, primordial darkness, the firmaments came forth. And since everything needed to go back to something, the creations that spewed from these beings created the abstract entities. Things like death, chaos, order, infinity, eternity, oblivion, queen of nevers and the likes came to be, entities created from the limitations of both mortal and immortal beings. But just like the true void, all these things were parts and pieces of a collective consciousness that reigned above all, the One Above All. He was the culmination of everything in the Marvelverse and the sum total and multiplication of every living being and entity in this multiverse. He is supreme in existence and might. A boundless being. One who exists above all definable concepts and ideas, the facet of all things in and of itself. No being in the Marvelverse could ever hope to contend with him because he supersedes them in existence. A counterclaim to this fact could be made about the Pre-Retcon Beyonder, but there were many explanations to that. He could also be a boundless being that entered the Marvelverse, but that also brings the question whether there is such a thing as true omnipotence. All this begs the question, who came first? The universes were created by the Celestials after the separation/death of the first firmament which created the multiverse, and elder gods were said to come from the great darkness which existed before creation itself. Are the abstracts then a byproduct of the people that came after, or? Got it. Someone already rewrote the entire Marvelverse in their own image to a point where the starting point no longer exists, turning it into an endless loop of not knowing which came first. Guess the omniscience I have achieved couldn't actually comprehend the entire multiverse. I should kick things up a notch, wouldn't want to be caught lacking now, would I? The deal with the nightmares and the abstracts can chill for a while until they decide to get up in my face or I'm comfortably strong enough to seek them out. I could see it all. Every star, every past, every lie, every truth. I was everywhere. I was all. A feeling like this could not be reciprocated. It could not be faked. This omnipresence and omnipotence was not something any singular infinity stone could make me feel. I guess I finally leveled up big. I opened my hand and in it was a beating light, softly thumping like a heart. A sun. In my palms. Seeing the numerous stars in the vast darkness, I held the small star between my fingers and created a black canvas with small white dots before placing it in the middle. Multiple galaxy systems in the middle of nowhere, a sun suddenly materialized out of thin air and huge amounts of cosmic energy, blowing all the nearby satellites and asteroids away, generating its own gravitational pull and pulling the nearby celestial bodies, the ones that weren't obliterated in its creation, towards its newly generated orbit. Check out my other FIC Teen Wolf, Bloodborne. Don't forget to vote. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheomanus. 207, no chapter today. I'm currently rewriting the ending of this story, again, for the second time. Some part felt a bit rushed, so I'm just ironing it out, deleting, rewriting, rehashing, editing, you know, the whole package, so posts this week might be irregular. Patreon is up 30 chapters for Marvel, Redo and 20 chapters for Teen Wolf, Bloodborne. P.S. Please consider dropping some stones for Bloodborne to get it into the rankings, don't know why it's not there yet. 208, Chapter 203. Seeing the small beating light in the middle of the black canvas I conjured, I had the compulsion to push forth, and so I did. A rectangular block, one that defied any designed or notable aspect of physics, as a planet, and then created another one, a donut with a very small beating light in the middle. I dotted the black canvas with tiny white lights and then created wisps of gases that orbited everything in the canvas, truly a work of art. Looking at the picture of the solar system I just drew, a pleased smile couldn't help but find its way to my face. Creation. One born from infinity. Itching to test the lengths of my abilities, the canvas glowed in green and started flickering rapidly. The stars that were scattered across the canvas blinked in fast motion while the satellites and planets orbited faster than a jet turbine, while the biggest little ball of beating light grew bigger and glowed brighter with intensity. I don't know how long it went on, Time and distance were but limited in my comprehension now, but it shouldn't have been that long before I told myself to stop. When I looked into the impossible planets in the canvas I had created, I was surprised. People, aliens, of different types walked around and transported themselves with sophisticated machines. It was a very lively system as I sat back and watched the canvas with the gaze of a professional painter, a proud smile on his face as he adored yet another masterpiece created with his hands. The planet had been around for at least over 500,000 years, its history etched into the very fabric of the universe, and I think someone there had an foresight ability because that statue looks eerily similar to me. I kept the canvas in one of my spatial dimensions for safekeeping since I didn't want it to mold or lose its quality over time. Now for the next part. I think I've been away from Earth for too long since the time I fused with the Time and Reality Stone. Looking once more at the universe in all its starry glory, everything around me rearranged itself to the picture of Earth I last had. He's going to have it when he comes back, isn't he? Yelena asked as she looked at the frowning Ororo. I'm back. Okay, maybe I was too quick because even now I could see myself already fusing with the two stones before. He exploded into lights. When the fuck did that happen? Drawl? How can you be back so soon when you just left? Steve looked at me with confusion and slight apprehension. It's because he's already fused with the last two stones, most importantly the Time Stone. The ancient one supplied before, tilting her head a bit towards me. And I believe congratulations on your ascension should be due. Don't worry about that. It was the most trippiest experience I've ever had. The others looked at me with various expressions, but once they saw, or found out, no change in me, they visibly relaxed. In other words, this entire fight could have been avoided had you fused with all the stones sooner. Am I right? Bucky asked as he dusted his body after standing up from the ground he laid down on. I shrugged. Most probably, yes. In my defense though, I was still fusing with the two other stones and there was no way I could squeeze the two most complex infinity stones into it. I then turned to the two sorcerers and the stowaway. I guess this is where I bid you all till next time. You have quite the lot to do. I said, referencing to the ley lines and their dead members. That we do. I assume you have no intention of helping out? She asked. I've helped out the most I can. You guys can take care of the rest. And I also need some sleep. I also didn't mention that I could still feel Dormammu thrashing around in the dark dimension due to my own connection with it. A part of the dark dimension was as mine as it was Dormammu, and it was for that reason that Dormammu was very angry. Maybe I should pay him a visit very soon. I'm 90% sure the fight would go very differently even if the shackles weren't in place. Come on guys. Let's go home. It's been 6 months, currently 2008, since I absorbed the universe, and in the last 6 months, things have been crazy to say the least. First of all was that humans had blamed the meta-humans first for what had happened. I mean, it's not surprising that they would because there had been no footage, a mistake on my part that I was quick to remiss due to the constant pestering of my headstrong girlfriend, of the attack except the witness of government agencies and the victims involved. Since my satellites were involved, all I did was give Fury the access to the files and the man was thankful. The world was in so much chaos than the time I had melted off the top of the Olympus Mons. During the last 6 months, the other people in the house had taken most of their time in training since there was not much they could do. Unexpectedly, the person with the highest development had been Yelena. Yes, there was an absence of the Speed Force in Marvel, but that didn't mean that there wasn't a similar force. My fear was that she was getting fast, way too fast, that I wouldn't be surprised if she punched a hole or ran through the barrier of this reality into another. And the fact that her physical state got stronger the faster she got meant that she could exchange blows with anyone in the house, bar me of course. Yelena aside, the others were coming along splendidly with their abilities. Aurora would be right behind Yelena when it came to how high she's taken her abilities. She was a fully fledged goddess, so it was par the course that her growth rate would be phenomenal, and it hasn't been anything but. A few days after our battle, she had left the house to go over to the mansion due to how the news channels had started portraying the incident. America had a dark sky for the next 3 days and they were even fearing floods if the weather persisted. Thankfully it had not. The X-Men tried as much as they could to help, but even though Sublime was gone, the hate was still there. Though not as irrational as it once was, it nevertheless was still there, as it was basic human nature to fear anything different from them, more so when they were no longer at the top of the food chain. I didn't focus much on the humans of Earth and their petty issues because that was what it was to me at this point, it was all pettiness. They had been forced to hurry up with their meta liberation movement with Krakow, which had managed to draw both Natasha and Yelena to its cause, which in turn had drawn in Steve and Bucky, lucky them. For my part, well, I'd been living life fast literally. I once went to the dark dimension to comfort Dormammu, and that had been a good fight, a very heated one in fact, though it still didn't stop my inevitable encroachment, something Dormammu seemed to realize. Just like the way he brought along the dark dimension with him, I also brought the universe with me anywhere I went because this was me in all forms of the word. To be honest, the fight had been rather pointless as none of us were able to completely suppress the other, though we both knew that was bound to change as time went on. Despite my ardent reluctance at the idea, Aurora with the Yelena tag team finally managed to get me out of the house to do something productive volunteer work, at a budding mutant nation. To say I was livid would be an understatement. I had tried as much as possible as I possibly could to steer clear of the dependency that the mutant kind had and leave them to their own devices, but no. It just had to find a way to rope me in. Natasha was of the mind to put an intent warding barrier all over the island, but I had no comment to make on it since I fully well knew that I wasn't going to be doing that, even looked into the future to make sure, regardless of the fact that I could do that with a snap of a finger, something I think they thought I would do if they managed to enlist my help, but joke's on them. Oh, and guess what? Little Miss Righteous, Aurora, had taken it upon herself to help the Scarlet Witch after she found out about her condition. To say I didn't have a slight panic would be lying. Sure, she was a child and wasn't the 616 version, but what I saw when I truly looked at her was enough for me to understand that her potential completely dwarfed this universe, astronomically. She really was such a cheat code. Girl was a mess when Aurora found her, and I'm kinda glad she's getting help. When Aurora had asked me for help on Wanda's case, I had immediately referred her to the Ancient One. What? You seriously didn't think I was about to take her in, did you? I had nothing against the girl, even liked her a little bit, and even though I was as big as a whole universe, my heart wasn't, or so I always tell myself. I was not a good teacher, and if there ever was someone who could really teach her and maybe stop her from going all psycho in the near future, it was the Ancient One. She was still cool with me even after finding out that I was the one who axed her dad, so that increased my favorability points towards her. It takes a certain kind of chill to be cool with that. Aurora had blasted me with a huge dose of divine lightning immediately after she found out that those were the first thing I told the girl after we met for the first time. All in all, it was harmless fun, at least for me it was. Though I did show her some of my crazy hexes so she'll be sure to traumatize her future enemies. Let's just say she was the newest addition to my friends list. Aside from the deal with Wanda, everything else was going at a normal pace. I did help out with Krakow though, doing some heavy lifting, like every other meta with superhuman physiology. Just because I could snap my fingers and create an utopia for them didn't mean I was going to do it. They'll have to till the damn hard ground for anything they wanted. Charles and I did have a talk, by the way. He was trying his best to be amicable in his own way, not that I cared much for it though. I might have had a problem with the guy a few years back, but I had grown past it, literally. I was too big to dwell on little things like that. Somewhere along the way, Yelena had asked me to build the car she wanted, and I had to build it piece by piece since she wanted to help too, so no snapping a finger again. And damn was I itching to do a Thanos snap. Hey, Drawl. Mind tossing that truck over here? Colossus' thick accented voice drew my attention. I looked at the truck he was talking about inside. I would admit that it was strangely freeing, mentally, working out like this. I grabbed the back of the truck and flung it towards the huge man, who caught it with a grunt before taking it away. Humans sure are stupid. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheomenus. 209, Chapter 204. So and then Bobby froze everything in a fit, leaving only Scott and Logan to help bail us out. Right now I was in a cafe, one of the few that had been springing up on Krakow, with 8 cups on my table as I held back the groan that was at the tip of my throat. Everyone wanted to spend some time in Krakow as it was quickly getting bigger and more civilized, but I didn't until I was persuaded, or rather was led on kindly, that they were bored at home with nothing to do than training. If they wanted I could just yeet them to an unknown planet and let them have the adventure they wanted to, but they preferred being grounded for the time being. I think they got the feeling that they were moving too fast, and maybe they thought they'd become too desensitized to the little things. I know I had. For me it was normal, the type of normal you'd feel when you finally realized you've grown too used to something you used to hate. It was obvious in my case as I encompassed everything in this universe, including every emotion out there. Ugh, women. Sure, I could redial my EQ back to what it had been, which admittedly wasn't that high, when I was a human, but I didn't. It was a very scary concept when I found out that I could just delete whatever emotion I felt for someone and not think twice about it. I was above emotions. Do you have any idea the emotional range other alien species have? What about sentient plants or sentient rocks? It was in my best interest that I just keep everything down and have them work at an equilibrium. So what have you guys been doing for the past year? I felt another bout of migraine hit me as the voice from the table behind me filtered into my ears. Yelena had opted to hang out with the other teens, specifically Kitty and Rogue, while I stayed with my own age group, which unfortunately included an awkward Piotr, the gruff Logan, the brooding Scott, the tease Raven, and Hot Wheels. The X-Men had put out their willingness to help Aurora, and she didn't have it in her to just refuse them like that, so she accepted them. Who would want to say no to free labor? Like typical humans, fights had erupted when some part of the original Krakowan residents, most likely Ravens, found out about the inclusion of the X-Men. Heated words and debates had devolved into a slugfest which made me realize that most of them were just teens and young adults. Logan and I had some fun at the expense of the kids throwing their powers around in frustration while we placed bets, but alas, the fun had been spoiled by none other than Natasha and Steve. Spoils sports. They sure had learned the hard way to be tolerant when 20 of them from both opposing sides were humbled by the duo. I mean, it was kind of cheating already with only Steve, but adding Nat, who was going the hacks route to the equation, was just plain bullying and also a slight show of force. I knew we had been getting quite some stares when we arrived from both Emma's and Raven's clique, so Nat and Steve's interference was just a way to get them off my back before they decided to scratch it. This was one of the reasons why I liked my house and loved living in it 24/7 365. After their little display was done, Ororo had been a darling and gave the red card to anyone who wanted to talk to me, making me wonder if this was how Marky was being treated all the time and why I never got such a treatment. The duo from the trio knew better than to irritate me on my impromptu vacation. So far the only group I was close to was the X-Men, and the reason for that being that Kitty was such a social cat. It was very hard to hate someone like her, even those from Raven's side were testament to that claim. Aliens. Ugh, keep it down would you? I was tempted to shut them up with a glare, but that would be me being a dick, and Yelena was having fun wowing them with her recent experiences, so I had to sit at the awkward table full of adults just sipping their drinks and saying nothing. Yet. It was some alien warlord who'd conquered quite a few systems in multiple galaxies. We had to slaughter our way through the warship filled with hundreds of soldiers. I could feel some of the people at my table shifting uncomfortably at Yelena's, which made me roll my eyes. Yeah, sure, there were rally hundreds of aliens people on ZA ship? Kurt asked with no small amount of skepticism in his voice. What? You think I wouldn't lie about going to space but would about killing aliens? Yeah, Yelena, that should have been backwards. Only Logan found their discussion amusing, same with me. So what did the aliens look like? Do they got some really cool abilities? What kind of weapons did they use? It must have been pretty sick. Kitty squealed and pestered Yelena with her never-ending questions, but the girl was more than ready to answer them. Yelena even took her time to explain each part of the curious feline's questions. They looked kinda mid if you ask me, all scaly-looking motherfuckers. As for abilities, almost none of them had any. They are just like us in the sense that special abilities are still rare even out in the universe, and even if you do find a race that has them, it's more than likely an hereditary thing. They used some energy blasters of some kind as weapons, and other than having their ass handed back to them, there was nothing notable about them. So what about the evil warlord guy? Did he escape? A girl who I had no idea of interrogated from the side. Pfft, as if. Drawl killed the dude before he could do anything while we took care of his strongest subordinates. She outright bragged. And from there she went on to tell about the little fights we've had, excluding the gods and the stones of course, and whatnot. Hey, Yelena. Do you guys know what happened 6 months ago? Practically everyone in my seat and the one over, plus 2 seats away, turned rigid. Charles averted his eyes quickly away from mine. Scott grimaced, looking like the awkwardness was hitting him for the first time. Logan chugged on some beer to hide his expression, and Piotr's head fell. The others at the table copied one of the other reactions as the whole cafe fell into silence. That was until a loud slurp broke the tense atmosphere. Mine. Oh, that? That was the work of some demons that were trying to enslave Earth. We did manage to take care of it, but not without some losses. She seemed unbothered by the atmosphere she created due to her last words and just munched on the dessert in front of her. It was easily the hardest fight I've ever had, given that we were pretty much against an ancient demon from before Earth was Earth. Nat and Bucky were on one of their getaways while Steve was with Peggy. I had to give the man back his girl. What was I to do? I would have been the most heartless friend if I had slept on the matter for much longer. What I had done was just reverse the time of her degraded cells back to their peak state and maybe a little reality warping for some extra present. Steve had been over the moon with happiness, only for the man to be silenced by the deepest kiss I've ever seen displayed before me. They were less like a budding relationship and more like a married couple. She was as strict and also as compassionate as Steve made her out to be, which was a very healthy contrast and made her fit right in. She didn't live with us most of the time, which resulted in Steve spending almost all of his time at her house. It was something we teased Steve quite a bit about since we've all been at that stage, especially me when I started going out with Ororo. I'm a head out. I left the cafe since I was bored out from all the talks and reactions. Maybe this was how they felt that made them want to see the mutant island for themselves, bored to hell. Emma really didn't pull any stops when it came to the development of the place, and I can see places that might have been heavily influenced by her. Most of the buildings were white, and the few ones that weren't were placed in such a way that it contrasted nicely with the white building and also the abundant greenery around. My senses covered the island in the blink of an eye, and the location of everyone registered themselves to my head. Ororo was directing a few metas, Bucky was with Nat while Steve was with Peggy. Guess I'm by myself this time around. I spent the next few hours just aimlessly walking around the island, even to the parts that haven't even smelled construction. The island was very big by human standards, so no one would be complaining about overpopulation anytime soon. I was in the middle of the uncharted forest when the snapping of twigs caught my attention. Look who we have here. I rolled my eyes at the practically cliché setup. A quick scan of their minds told me that they were one of Magneto's ardent followers back in the days, and Steve and Nat's thrashing opened up old wounds. You think you're some hotshot coming round these parts as if you own it, huh? Well, let us educate you otherwise. The one who spoke grew over 8 feet tall with 2 extra arms protruding under his first pair. His partner turned into some kind of poison gas and circled the entire area. To be honest, I've never actually been in such a situation that looks straight out of a comic panel, so I eagerly waited for some entertainment that would alleviate my ever-growing boredom. The gas man started converging on me while the other 4 armed meta rushed head-on. I was expecting something exciting, but boring. Every excitement I felt immediately bled out the moment they started their attack. It felt as if I was a man trying to find a reason to hate ants. No, not hate, that's too strong an emotion. It felt as if I was bullying ants. The world stopped at that moment. The 2 assailants were frozen solid, and I could see the hateful glee on their frozen faces, even on the gas man whose name was apparently Ivory while his partner was Darren. I could see the lines that extended from them widen into earth, their destiny or future paths. It all felt so insignificant. So little when compared to what I've experienced. I never told them what really had happened during my ascension, but you tend to be mute to most things if you had experienced what the universe was like during its creation till the present and also the future, all in a straight line and wide open for your perusal. In essence, I was as old as the universe, and the people in front of me were no less than children. Nothing I did to them would give me any sort of recompense, not even after I destroyed them and reconstructed them thousands of times over. It was a constant nagging I had recently started feeling. It disconnected me from everything except my family. It irked me so much that I just erased their existence altogether, making it as if they were never born. I need to find Ororo. I grumbled as I walked away from the cozy forest. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheoManus. 210, Chapter 205. Awake. Ororo's voice stirred up my consciousness at the same time as all of Earth entered my senses before I threw it to my subconscious to handle. Mornin' love. I greeted before capturing her lips as she tried to answer back. And the kiss was as intense as any kiss we've shared when we were alone. It's 10 in the morning, we have to get up. Though she said that, she went back in for another kiss as she collapsed on top of me. There's an easy way out of tardiness, you know. I mumbled as we broke away our lips from each other's. And I've told you that increasing the hours in a day is not an option. She said and tapped my lips, likely considering whether to dig in for another or not. I let out a groan of dissatisfaction when she pulled away, which got a laugh out of her. She went to the bathroom to get herself ready for the day while I just laid there and stared into nothing. Stop staring into the universe, Drawl, and get your ass off the bed while you're at it. Her voice snapped me out of my daydreaming and brought me back to focus, only to find out that she was already done with her morning ablutions. I winced as I saw the look she was giving me. How long was I out for? A little over 30 minutes. Drawl, listen to me, you need to get help. She said softly and ran her hand through my hair, but there was no way I would budge on the matter even if her petting was heavenly. You've been lagging more frequently lately, and if I hadn't found out about it you would have simply rewound time, again. That had been quite the bicker when they had found me just staring into the sky for half the night. To be honest, any time I found myself missing time I would just backtrack a few minutes back, or if nothing noteworthy happened, just let it be. It wasn't that much of a problem to me honestly, but I figured why it would have alarmed Ororo. What if I blanked out for like a month or even a year? Was probably what was going through her mind. I wasn't that stressed out about it because while, yes, I did lose time, it was also something that was with control. I sometimes just let my presence flow through the universe and I end up forgetting how truly short time was to others. And it was also a way for me to alleviate my boredom, which was why she's been seeing me stargazing quite frequently recently. Fine, I'll stop stargazing. Cool. She looked at eyes, searching for any lies which she wouldn't have been able to find even if I did lie, but I wasn't going to tell her that, before nodding her head. And besides, I don't think I'll have the time to stargaze anytime soon. The mood immediately dropped a few degrees at my words. You finally decided? Was all she asked. My eyes were firm with my reply, yes. I've found all the Eternals and the one underneath isn't going to be waking up anytime soon. Only I knew exactly how risky my plan was, but I had to push forward regardless. In my sight, universes were being snuffed out by the second and it was creeping ever so closer. If I absorb the sleeping Celestial, it's highly possible that I'll be in a war against the Celestials, which will cause a huge spark for power. The gods and elder gods won't be able to sit this one out, and I also can't wait any longer. It's better if I start it than let it come to me with its own agenda. It's not going to be easy, but at least you have us at every moment of the way. Be they gods or demons untold, we'll fight to the bitter end. She said with such conviction that I sometimes wonder I made her fall in love with me because I knew I was the least serious person I knew. Have I ever told you how much I love you? Only one too many times. But I'll love to hear it once more, after you get your ass off that bed. Seriously? And here I thought we were having a moment. Despite being a universal entity that could create and obliterate galaxies at a whim, I still dragged my ass to the bathroom to get ready for the day. My eyes trailed Ego as he moved around, devouring anything that earned his ire. He was one of the Celestials on my list, still was, but he wasn't the first I was going for. Tiamut was the first choice for any Celestial that was available for me to absorb. While I had nothing against the Celestials, more so after my mind evolved to what it currently was, I also wasn't in a position to choose how I got my powers. To my understanding, the Celestials were bees, hurt one and the others come running for you. But I also knew that due to the current crisis and the inevitable re-emergence of Null, they were already on their armored toes, which in turn gave me a bit of leeway. The icing on the cake was and always would be Dormammu. I could feel him fighting my encroachment for every second of the day, but that would immediately change if I managed to devour Tiamut. Guess I'm on a tight schedule. Asgard. A huge figure walked with broad shoulders that rested the head of a hard warrior with golden locks walked through the halls of Asgard's palace. Even though it had been quite a short time, Thor had grown far more than he had in the past few centuries. His thick arms were left bare for all to see and his blue eyes had gained a bit of maturity and coldness, though it still retained its purity. He stepped into his father's, Odin's, throne room and was met with the appearance of both his parents. Father, mother. He greeted his parents with a slight bow before he turned his gaze to fully focus on his father. I am ready, father. Odin looked at his son, not knowing whether to console him or rebuke him. He knew what his son was saying, but he couldn't understand why he would still pursue it. Thor was as headstrong as other mighty Asgardians, and it was exactly that attribute of his that was a prick in Odin's one eye. He had met the man named Draal, and even though he would never say it, he could understand the man, or at least the perspective of the man. Emphasis on could. Now? Odin ran his sight to the stars beyond Asgard's atmosphere and into the streams of lights that continued to flicker in and out of existence. Now he wouldn't be able to understand him. When he had first met the man, he had been like an open book that he could read and memorize with a glance. It would take a bit of special to escape the Alfather's sight after all, but he couldn't do that now. That man didn't fuse with the Infinity Stone, no. He fused with the universe and everything in it that was, is, and will be. He was outside Odin's scope of understanding. Sigh, I thought I taught you to forget your grudges, Thor. Odin tried to reason, but he was surprised at the nonchalance of his son's answer. I hold no grudge towards him, father. I just want to see how far behind in strength I truly am. I refuse to believe he'll say no to an earnest request for a duel. Thor's words caused his father to remain in silence while his mother had a wry smile. Thor, what your father is trying to say is to leave the Midgardian on his own. He is now very far above you. Odin's eye bulged at the words of his wife. Aren't you supposed to be the one cuddling him and keeping him oblivious to the harsh reality? How far are we talking about here? Can he now crush a star under his might? Thor asked. There was no way he would back down at this point. The gods were preparing for a war, and if the Midgardian was at the center of it as he presumed, it meant that he was still weak to participate, and Thor would give anything to fight a war alongside his father. Very powerful, was all his mother said, and Thor immediately understood. You have no chance against him then, and you have no chance against him now, was what his mother was trying to say. I see. He turned around and left the throne room only to find his brother resting against a wall with his trademark smirk on his face. I see that the mighty Thor was rejected. I guess your warning did come true, brother. The Midgardian is above us, above me. I see you're still delusional to think that the world still revolves around you. You were never a part of the equation, Thor. None of us were, we're only extras in a story, part of a perspective if you will. He was never our match, Thor, not after he came in possession of the Infinity Stones. The least we can do now is get ready for what is on the horizon. Loki said in a rare moment of seriousness. War. War. Who knows? Maybe we'll get to see him again after all. That reminds me, how's Mjolnir doing? Thor looked at the hammer strapped to his waist before shrugging. It's never misbehaved since that day, but I feel like something serious had happened that caused Mjolnir to act like that. Well, whatever it is, we'll come face to face with it when it's time. Loki nodded, and they both went their way with Loki having a thinking expression on his face. He clearly understood the reason why they couldn't afford to even be in the presence of that man. It was also the reason why he had given him a wild birth. He had somehow gotten all 6 of the Infinity Stones. Not just him, but even Asgard couldn't afford to offend someone who could wipe them all out with a snap of his finger. And then there was the spectacle of Thor's hammer relinquishing a part of his divinity to someone, a new sky god. There were a lot of things happening all around, and Loki was ignorant of them, and he hated being ignorant. Draal St. Cross POV. I blinked and the Indian Ocean was laid in front of me. Space rippled behind me as Steve and Bucky came through. Natasha arrived using a portal, something she'd grown easily accustomed to while Yelena ran here. Ororo arrived with lightning, flashy as always. So, what are we doing here? I'm going to absorb the fetus growing within the earth. Their aghast faces told me I should have phrased that a little bit better. Thankfully Yelena came with a save. I thought you were going to absorb a growing celestial. I nodded, yes, hence the fetus. It was a fetus after all since it hadn't been born yet and what I was trying to do was basically an illegal abortion. And is there a reason why we need to be here? Nat asked, not in displeasure but just asking for any new information they might not have been privy to. Just beat up any ragtag team that comes around. It'll suck if I was disturbed and whatever is down there in turn absorbed me and emerged. I said before warping myself into the earth core. My formless form flowed through the crevices towards the huge ball of energy that had already begun consolidating deep beneath the earth. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 211, Chapter 206. Without any need for monologues, I rushed into the heart of the sleeping celestial, Tiamut. Celestials were like robots, all programmed with a specific set of instructions to carry upon their emergence. Their existence were iffy at best since even I could tell that this current universe has been destroyed time and time again so things beyond its current predation were beyond my omniscience, but only as they stay away from the universe. Extended stay in this universe would only allow me to fully analyze everything even without me actively doing it myself. As I submerged myself within the budding consciousness of Tiamut, I started seeing the lines that extended from him to the other celestials, a communication link of sorts. Unlike the preconceived notions of newborns, the celestials were anything but. Tiamut as he was, though incomplete, was already aware of the wider multiverse and his duty as a celestial. His knowledge might even rival mine but the only thing that was missing was the energy needed to birth himself. Even now I could see his connection to the billions of souls on this planet, one that was importantly needed for his emergence. When truly taken into perspective, the celestials were the very keepers of life and continuity in the multiverse. What is the billions of Earth when compared to the benefit of another celestial in the multiverse? It might seem heartless of me to say this but that was the truth. But what do I care about the truth? If it were another planet that was destined to go boom when the dreaming Autobot woke up then no one would care, I wouldn't for sure but I guess double standards and all that. I drew in all of my consciousness and wrapped it around the bright light that was Tiamut's. Who are you? A deep voice sounded as soon as my consciousness made contact with his. Name's Drawl, not that it would matter that much. It wouldn't. You are not human, are you? Tiamut asked. Hell, I don't even know what I am at this point. You're right. We both fell into a silence that would have been awkward had we been on the surface but since both of us were above awkwardness, we both chilled. I would advise you to go back from whence you came. It will bode you no fortune should you get in the way of a celestial. The way he spoke, the calmness one would expect of a child when they woke up, still under the influence of a sweet sleep. Unfortunately, I can't. I need to absorb you in order to survive so, no hard feelings. The place rumbled with what I would call dissatisfaction. This is your last warning. Turn back. What was I expecting? He might be one of the reasonable celestials but it's not like I was in the business of finding reasonable people. While I had no quarrel with Tiamut, it was not like I could actually persuade him to just let me eat him, now could I? The celestials were as much as a paragon of evolution as someone could ever be but it. Tell me, Drawl, what is it that makes you seek my power? I don't want to die, yet. Seriously man, can you believe it? Someone yanked me into this universe and set me up against some super godly beings and now I'm battling for my life. I mean I wouldn't be whining about it all that much but now I have people with me that don't want to see me die. And for that I will need your power. I sat cross-legged before the consciousness that was the identity of Tiamut. I see. I can sense a universe within you, why would you need my power if you already have something like that at your disposal? Say what now? And not just one universe, but several. You are more powerful than you think of yourself. The consciousness came forth and I was immediately on my guard. The Infinity Stones, I see. It looked as if it was probing me, a surface probe, but a probe nonetheless. I was ready to retaliate any moment if he continued doing whatever it was that he was but he pulled back his probe. Infinity. You sure are interesting for a human. It might just be me but Tiamut sure was interesting. My impression of the Celestials was of some Optimus Prime no-nonsense type behavior and not the curiosity I was feeling from this one. It's not that surprising is it? I did absorb the infinity from the stones after all. I said. I knew what he was saying but it was not feasible, at least not to the degree he was insinuating it. That's where the misconception comes in. Infinity in the truest sense can never die. There are ways to defeat the abstract entity, but what makes it infinity will always exist in the universe, merely transferring its essence from its coagulation to the one who usurps it, exactly as you have done. The space around us changed and before me was a golden titan of a celestial, one that easily dwarfed Earth. I didn't increase my size to match his because at my level size really didn't matter. So you are trying to say that despite the fact that I'm not at my limit, there are still ways I can increase it? Like let's say, to the level of a celestial. I gestured to him as I said that. Please, even infinity stones have their limits. Is that sarcasm? I'm constantly learning. How can we stand at the pinnacle of intelligence if we don't continue learning? We continued our light banter in Tiamut's space and I have to admit that this celestial was kinda cool. So, infinity stones. How can I make the most out of it? In case you're out of the loop, there's a fuckfest brewing out there and you won't be able to make it in time. I need power to stay alive until I no longer can. So, ideas. I laid out my predicament as easily as I could for the celestial before me to give his help. The infinity stones aren't just some free giveaway that manages to appear in every universe that works on its aspects. The name infinity is a dead giveaway to the potential one can have if they ever managed to use it to the limits of its ability, which is limitless. Exactly. Each universe, each string of alternatives, in the multiverse are connected to one another in one way or the other. What makes you think otherwise of the infinity stones, and why do you think they stop working if they leave their home universe? His 4 golden eyes bore into me as he asked me what I think is essentially the $1 million question equivalent. I sat on the palm of his white hands and pondered hard on what that meant, what it connotes. Despite the fact that I was nigh omniscient in my home universe, secrets of the multiverse were still a mystery that I was constantly trying to unveil. Indian Ocean shore. The group of 5 sat on the ground while they watched the wave of the Indian Ocean washing on and off the shore. I just lost him, not that finding him when he's even here is any easier. Nat groaned as the last signal she could pinpoint of Drawl just disappeared. It wasn't until after she started getting used to her ability that she knew just how much stronger Drawl was. Different from the others, she was very attuned with energy and she was also the first one to know that even though they were very strong, all it would take was a thought, not an action, but a thought to completely erase them. If they were to be compared to bright lights and Ororo being a huge lamp, then Drawl would be a sun, overshadowing them in every single way of their being. When she had tried reading his energy to maybe get a clue on the way he manipulated his, she was shocked to find out that the very way she manipulated energy was exactly the same way Drawl did his, which normally would have been impossible according to what she had learnt. It was also the same thing with Bucky, Steve, Yelena, and Ororo. In fact even the masters of the arts she had learnt from were all the same, Drawl manipulated energy the very same way they all did, down to the T. What made that discovery frightening was when she finally realized why it was frightening. The only way someone could identically manipulate energy was if they were you or if they were the perfect copy of yourself down to your atoms and your path of thought. And that was exactly what Drawl was doing. His energy was without form and it was your perception of it that gave it the form it takes. Possessing the power of all infinity stones would make one omnipotent, according to what she had read. Having total control of the past, present, future and everything that exists within the universe, both living and non-living. If that was truly the case, then Drawl was everything that she could see and feel. The sun, the moon, the air, and everything in between. He was everyone in the universe. Or rather, everyone in the universe was an extension of him. She had been hit with the worst case of depression when she had found that out and only the constant bickering of Bucky and Yelena had managed to get her out of it. It made her feel like with every step they took, Drawl took 100 more. Someone's coming. Natasha's musings were cut short with Steve's words and truly, someone was coming. A man flew with impressive speed towards where they were all camping and landed in front of them, confrontational in intent. What can we help you with, pal? Yelena was the first one to break the stare off as she approached him with relaxed ease, a complete lie to those easily fooled. Bucky and Ororo were the only ones who didn't react in any way to the arrival of the man. Both looked unbothered with his appearance as they both focused all their attention on the ocean in front of them. Who are you people? He asked, a scowl on his face most likely due to the nonchalance a part of the crowd was showing him. We're just some random campers. Is there a problem with that? Yelena asked, a little bit confrontational with the man but who cares? I'm going to ask you to vacate the premise, or I'll make you. If you know what's good for you, just leave. This doesn't concern you. Eternal. Bucky's no-nonsense voice cut short Akara's speech, something the old immortal didn't like. In accordance to Bucky's words, Akara's eye blazed yellow with intense heat. I'll say it once. Leave. Bucky gave him a look, one that bit deep into his beating heart, before turning his gaze away and focusing back on the ocean. Having enough, Akara sped forth towards Bucky in a bid to grab the man by the throat only to find his arm stuck a few centimeters away from Bucky's neck. Hands, off. Boom. He found himself being flung away without even knowing what happened to him. Reorienting himself, he took to the air only to find Natasha appearing out of nowhere and grabbed him by the neck. You should have left when you had the chance. He tried to hit her but all he felt this hand hit was water which caused a ripple effect in the air. Without wasting any time, he blasted light beams from his eyes in order to make the woman let go, but the grip around his neck didn't lessen in any way and his beam divided itself the moment it got close to her skin. Raising him higher, Natasha brought him down to the ground with a heavy slam that turned the nearby rocks to tiny pieces of stone, only for purple lightning to hit him before he could take in another breath. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraWolftheomanus. 212, Chapter 207. The group looked at the beaten form of Icarus, bound in magic and strapped to a rock before taking their seats once more on the ground. Do you have any idea what fate you are dooming this planet if you continue with what you are doing? Icarus yelled in anger and frustration as he saw them bickering amongst themselves. He had rushed here after Ajax reached out to him in panic that she had felt something happening with the celestial seed they were tasked with safekeeping. The others might be blissfully unaware of their true mission, but he knew. While they fought amongst themselves due to the pettiness and primitive actions of the humans, he alone focused on his objective even more so than the Prime Eternal herself. He could not afford to fail in his mission. He could not afford to fail Arishem. If you think you can stop the emergence of the Celestial, I can assure you that Arishem won't hesitate to reduce this planet to rubbles. Seeing as they were not willing to listen, he tried playing into their fears of the unknown, but they still didn't budge. It was times like these that made him angry about the decisions of his brothers and sisters. Easily distracted and chasing after a life they could never have, they completely forgot the mission that they were made known to, choosing to live as humans even though they clearly knew they will never fit in their society. A facade was called that because you can't wear it forever. He even wondered when the humans had grown this strong, or rather the new deviant race they called meta-humans. If he had his brothers with him, defeating the woman would be a very easy thing to do, but then again there were 4 others, especially the white-haired woman. His skin crawled every time he looked her way. I think he's checking Ororo out. He heard the whisper of the youngest of the group, and while he would never admit it to anyone, not even to Arishem himself, but the moment her blue eyes fell on him, his heart skipped a beat, in fear. That was a tasteless joke, Yelena. Ororo said, not particularly offended by the younger girl's words but not exactly flattered by it. Oh come on. His reaction was golden. I think he's scared of you and you haven't even done a thing. Yelena prodded the goddess side until she cracked a smile. Do we have any idea what's supposed to happen during the process? Steve asked as he gazed at the waves while trying his best to sense anything that was happening under the surface. It's Drawl. What do you expect? Was all Bucky said. While they made light conversations between themselves, Icarus was left to wonder how he was beaten so quickly by a woman who wasn't even 1/100th his age. Drawl St. Cross POV. So you are trying to say that the Infinity Stones are more than just building blocks of creation, and there are ways in which I can tap into the power of not one, but all Infinity Stones. I looked at Little T and I got the impression that he was shrugging. You fucking with me, Ancha? The way the gold of his eyes dimmed made me think he was rather offended by that comment. I see no reason to lie to you. The fuck you mean you see no reason to lie to me? What you are telling me is basically a cheat code to the multiverse. Why do you expect me to believe that you'll just tell me something like that except if you're just buggin'? I was half the mind to knock some sense into the Celestial in front of me because he had no flair for tact. Just like everything else, all things are connected to one another, variant counterparts and alternatives, in the multiverse. If this is true like you know it is, why do you then doubt my words of the Infinity Stones being connected to one another? Normally such a thing would not be feasible to anyone, but you managed to do something, that while simple, no one else had done, siphoning the power out of the Infinity Stones and using it to fuel your own. This way, the caveat of you not having the power of the stones in another universe is rendered useless, and with it being so, you can find the connection with all the stones, imprinting yourself in all universes of the cosmos. The more he spoke the more surprised I became, because I had thought that since I didn't have any disadvantage of the stones, going to another universe and taking their own was useless since I've already absorbed it, and since infinity was infinity, there was no way to add onto it, but Tiamut just flipped all that. And don't you think you telling me that might cause untold destruction to the cosmos? You don't know the kind of person I am after all. That is true, but nevertheless, the aim of us Celestials is to ensure that mortals can continuously evolve as we do and someday reach us on the same plane. We promote advancement. Me telling you this is in a way telling you the obvious, because if we had fought and you left here alive, I no doubt would be severely weakened and you will siphon a lot of my energy, which will also further delay my emergence, and doing that might give you a glimpse of the truth you are seeking. It's also entirely possible that you will easily come to the same conclusion should you visit another universe. Tiamut spoke with such an even tone that I had no idea if he was joking, teasing, or downright serious. Sure, I wouldn't deny his words as it was entirely plausible, but telling me straight to my face ought not to be a thing a Celestial would do. Or is it that my perception of them is so skewed, or Tiamut is just different? You really know how to talk, don't you? Well then, I think it's pretty much established that I, unfortunately, won't be eating you. So what now? He tilted his gigantic head to one side in incomprehension. I don't understand. I'm talking about your emergence. It's already established that I can't leave you in here to grow and destroy the planet anytime your lazy ass decides to wake up, now can I? He fell silent at my words, his 4 eyes dimming quite a bit, as he seemingly pondered on his choices of which there were only 2, one was he dies and I absorbs him or the second being I find a way to remove his seed from the planet and put it in another. I see. I think this perfectly depicts the saying of your people about being stuck between a rock and a hard place. It was quite the hard decision to make as I would have loved to see the universe in its beauty, but I can't sacrifice the life of the people here to do that. I think I will be willing to have you eat me. Damn. This is the first time I've ever seen a guy so chill about dying apart from me. Hey, you won't be against me sticking your seed in a zombie apocalyptic world, will you? The way his eyes glowed made me chuckle as I was beginning to read this celestial like a book. I'm sure there's an abundance of fallen universes out there that won't be missed if you destroyed a planet or two whenever you decide to wake up. It might take a little while, but all you need to do is chill in here for a sec until I find them. I was a son of a bitch, but I wasn't a monster. Sure, if it doesn't work out then I might come back and just snack on Tiamut, the buffet celestial, but if it does then I don't see a reason to kill him when it is entirely possible that I might even be way stronger than him when my test is over. And besides, there is always a Dormammu if I ever get hungry. That is a very appealing proposal. I look forward to it. Yeah, you do that while I run some errands. See you later, T. I disappeared from Tiamut's hand that I've been sitting on since we started talking and left the giant celestial to himself. T. I opened my eyes and took in the view of nothingness before me since I was incorporeal and ascended to the top. I appeared before the rest and it was Aurora who was the first to notice. You're still the same. Did something go wrong? She asked in concern, but I waved it off. On the contrary, something might be about to go a hell lot of right. I had a talk with Tiamut and he kind of straightened some of my misconceptions. I then explained what happened to me while I was under and the conclusion we both came to. I also conveniently ignored the person bound and gagged on the floor with a red face as if he was trying to scream for help. So what are we going to do now? I couldn't help the smile that spread through my lips at Bucky's question. We're going to another universe, people. The others were stunned at the conclusion except. Yes. Yelena jumped and gave me a high five and making me laugh a bit at her enthusiasm. At least she knew how to react accordingly. Come on, don't just stand there. We're going to another universe, so why are you guys looking dull? I mean, how could they not be thrilled at the prospect of going to another universe? Even I was literally 6 infinity stones. Not all of us can afford to be as hyper as Yelena or as carefree as you, so this is the only reaction we can go with. Was all Steve said as he picked himself up before pointing to the bound dude. What are we to do with him? I looked at Natasha, the one who probably did it, and shrugged. Don't care what you do to him. Natasha looked at him and just waved away with dismissal, not even giving the guy any of her attention. Well, let's go. We're on a lock, aren't we? I nodded and willed my power of space along with opening my eyes to look at all the infinite intersections that passed through this universe. I picked the one that was somehow familiar with ours since the changes there shouldn't be too outrageous and punched a hole through space that shattered the barrier between the two universes. Guys? Where the fuck are we? We appeared in the same spot we stepped out of, but I was quick to notice the difference, one being that the bounded Icarus was nowhere to be found and two came to me when I swept my senses over the planet. I think I know where we are. I was speechless when everything started playing in my head. The first thing that caught my attention was the lack of mutants in this universe's Earth, but that wasn't the only thing. It looks like it might have worked on my intent too much that what was currently playing through my mind were the events of the Infinity War movie. The time was even different from ours since they were like a decade from ours. My lips curled into a full-blown grin as I saw Vision fall down in Wakanda as his Mind Stone reacted rather violently to me. Further expanding my senses, I caught sight of Thanos' ship on its way towards Earth. Oh, you guys are for sure going to love this. Before they could even ask me what I meant, I warped us towards the great stage of the ages. 213, Chapter 208. In the royal palace of Wakanda, the atmosphere between the people gathered there was very tense. Vis. Wanda screamed and rushed at the fallen form of the organic android. Vision stood up on shaky legs while massaging his head as the migraine that came from the erratic beating stone in the middle of it wasn't doing any good for him, added to the fact that he was still trying to heal himself from the fight they had the previous night. In the same room were people that Drawl was all too familiar with: Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, Natasha Romanoff, James Rhodes, T'Challa T'Chaka, Shuri T'Chaka, and a host of other guards of the notable Durham mileage. I'm assuming that was not supposed to happen, was it? Rhodes said as he saw Vision grunting while the Mind Stone in his forehead glowed brighter, not a comforting bright, but a bad shit is about to happen bright. It's the stone, it's reacting to something, and I think whatever it's reacting to is on its way. Bruce's words dampened the already dreary mood of the room as they were all reminded of what they had lost a few hours ago. Thanos. Then Bruce was about to affirm Natasha's words, but Vision cut them off. Not Thanos. It's something else. Something the Mind Stone is more fearful of, and I've never felt fear from this thing in my head. He said between breaths as he managed to stabilize himself and gave Wanda a soft reassuring smile. Then we better get started. We already have our hands full with Thanos. If a new variable appears, and if Vision's words are given its due credit, then this one is likely to be more stronger than Thanos. Steve didn't finish his words but everybody got the gist of what he was saying. The faster we get started, the better, was all he could say. Vision was then laid on a table for Shuri to run her diagnosis on the living biological android. She scanned the Mind Stone as it was the central unit of Vision's entire structure and also as it was the very reason why he was brought here in the first place. She looked at the holographic visual of the Mind Stone and the way it was connected and let out a confused comment. The structure is polymorphic. Bruce, who was beside her, tried to clear out her confusion. Right, we had to attach each neuron n non-sequentially. With the same knowing grin a child would have after pulling one over an adult, she asked in reply. Why didn't you just reprogram the synapses to work collectively? Bruce stomped at her question and could also give an embarrassed reason. Because we didn't think of it. I'm sure you did your best. Can you do it? Wanda asked, breaking the two geeks from their science-y atmosphere. Yes, Shuri nodded and continued in a low and stressed voice to get her point across as much as she could, but there are more than 2 trillion neurons here. One misalignment could cause a cascade of circuit failures. She then turned to her brother, King T'Challa of Wakanda. It'll take time, brother. How long? Steve asked and she replied. As long as you can give me. Just at that moment, beeping sounds echoed all over the room they were in, cutting off all conversations and drew their attention to the holographic projection of unidentified flying objects entering Earth's atmosphere. That's us. Steve asked as they were disguised as citizens inside Wakanda with Drawl's illusion while watching what was happening in the tallest building of the nation's capital. Blonde doesn't look that good on you, Nat. Maybe you should try mixing it if you're thinking of a hairdo. Bucky commented while struggling to keep his eyes off the older version of the redhead while the younger version was beside him and looking at him with one raised brow. I'm not going to lie, but that beard sure does look good on me. Steve said while rubbing his chin as if thinking on whether to grow one or wait for a few years. The spaceship above just started depositing pods down here. And just like Steve said, they could all see the bright reddish-yellow light of something piercing the atmosphere and falling towards Earth with great speeds. Some crashed against the force field dome while the others corrected their courses and crashed just outside of it. I guess Thanos' invasion started without them having any way to stop it before he came to Earth. We already know where the Mind Stone is, where are the others? Bucky asked while looking at the alternate version of himself with the vibranium arm and a gun. He could actually picture such a scene happening in the near future where he was free of Hydra's manipulations and was reunited with Steve. It was a good picture but it was missing a few people from making it the perfect picture. It seems like Wakanda will be ground zero for an alien intergalactic invasion. The losses to them will be immense. Ororo stated with a frown as she saw the warriors of Wakanda being transported to an open field in order to face the invading army. Her worries were founded as it was just one people, only one nation, and a few outcasts that was left to battle something that should have been a united stand against Thanos. Well, for starters, the rest 4 stones are with Thanos while he is also fighting to get his 5th as we currently speak and he should soon be on his way here. As for why the fight is taking place here, all I can say is circumstances. Drawl said as they made their way towards where the fight was going to be happening, all while protected for the eyes of everything and everyone around them. By the time they had made their leisure walk towards the battlefield, it had already started with animalistic aliens overpowering the Wakandans in sheer numbers. You guys wanna help? We're going to take away their Infinity Stones so we might as well reduce the death toll as cost. He had said while pointing at Bucky fighting an alien invasion with just a mid-par special arm and a gun. Oh, and try to downplay it a bit, will ya? We don't want to be raising questions we shouldn't have to answer. And with that his presence was gone away from them. The others looked at each other and shrugged, a little bit excited at fighting alongside versions of themselves, at least those who were present. The first to spring into action was the quick-footed Yelena who ran forward and bisected an outrider that was trying to spring up on the older version of Natasha. Natasha froze in shock as she looked at Yelena, a very young version of Yelena, but it was Yelena nonetheless. Her eyes couldn't fool her at this point unless the enemy had some sort of illusion caster. Sup Nat? Surprised? Oh, she sure was, but she just didn't know how to truly express it given her current situation, but her guard was never down. She held her 2 batons tightly close to her and kept an eye out in case another person entered the battlefield. A few Durham mileage were already aware of the situation and were already circling around the girl that looked awfully just like her sister. Seriously, Nat? Is this how to welcome your only little sister from another universe? Faster than any of them could react, Yelena ran around Natasha and the few Durham mileage near her and repeated what she had done to the first outrider. Super speed. Probably way faster than Pietro. Why, Yelena? How is this possible? She asked but kept her distance, not one she was comfortable with but one nonetheless, away from the Yelena look-alike. God. Hey Bucky, I'm not really this uptight, am I? Not just her, Captain America, the Black Panther, Bruce, Rhodes, and Sam, exclaimed in surprise as they saw another Natasha seemingly step out of thin air along with two other people they knew and one they didn't. Why you, how? She exclaimed. Dimensional hopping, universe traveling, anything you wanna call it. We're here because someone we knew decided on an impromptu vacation. Steve said as he walked towards the region his doppelganger was fighting it with Bucky at his side. You heard what he said, try not to overdo it. Black Widow watched in amazement as all the outriders that tried attacking the leisurely walking duo contorted and burst into a gore of blood and flesh. You guys came to help us? She asked as she relaxed her guard a little. They were in a progressively deteriorating battlefield, they couldn't afford to cherry-pick their possible allies. Well, we came for some little pebbles of mass destruction, but we figured we might just as well help out. Natasha said while giving her doppelganger a look over and then nodding in contentment. The only person from the group that was quiet from the beginning looked around, her blue eyes focusing on the horde of aliens that were making their way in through the little opening in the magnetic field. I'll take care of those. She said and flew away with lightning covering her form. A black female white-haired blue-eyed Thor, hey? Now I've seen everything. Sam the Falcon Wilson said as he took a breather and watched the woman pulverize everything at the bottleneck to cinders. On the other part of the battlefield, Steve and Bucky came face to face with their doppelgangers, with Steve facing Bucky's double while Bucky faced Steve's. Bucky. Steve. I see you didn't lose your arm, nice one. Steve's alternate said to Bucky. I see you grew a beard, finally. Bucky nodded at Steve and as if in sync, the four of them faced four different directions and picked their spot. Try to keep up, Steve. I'll say the same to you too, Bucky. And with that they all ran forwards with Steve being the first to reach his targets. Coating his limbs with spatial cosmic energy, everything his fist touched was destroyed from the inside out. Bucky on the other hand didn't have any noticeable change except for the two short adamantium swords he held that he used to cleave clean through any outriders that were foolish enough to come near the swinging distance of his blades. While the others were fighting, three girls were actually having a light-hearted conversation amidst the chaos that was ensuing. So tell me, Nat, what inspired the change? Nat asked her older doppelganger while flexing her fingers and killing outriders by the droves. Her double looked at her for a while, likely contemplating whether to tell her or not, but seeing as how her alternate younger sister was fine and more lively, she figured there should be no problem. A lot. She started, joined the Avengers a couple years back after working as an assassin for S.H.I.E.L.D. because it was the only way to save my life after I deserted the organization. She could see the frown on the two younger girls' faces, but she continued on. Fought a mad god, they all chuckled at that, fought a killer robot that took over the internet and wanted to destroy the world, fought against Hydra, and finally fought against the people I had called family. I only recently knew my sister had been alive all this while, so there's that. And now I'm here fighting against an alien invasion that seeks to wipe out half the population of the universe. Whoever knew my life would turn out like this? She huffed as she stabbed an outrider through the throat. Unlike how she expected, or maybe she didn't know to expect, Yelena hung her hand around her neck and drew her close. You're now my second favorite Nat in the multiverse, and while we're at it, which of these guys do you have the hots for? Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheoManus. 214, Chapter 209. The battle outside raged on while taking on a new turn with the new arrival of the not-so-mysterious allies. From the inside of the tall building, Wanda spectated the battle happening kilometers with a sense of relief filling her, as all this meant the danger to Vision was decreasing by the second. In the middle of the room was Shuri trying to disconnect the Mind Stone from Vision's circuits and prevent a thorough shutting down or rebooting of the organic android that somehow was capable of human emotions and more. Amidst her work, the Mind Stone started shining dangerously, which immediately made Shuri step away from it and alerted Wanda, who immediately came to her lover's side in a bid to soothe whatever pain he was feeling. He's here. Vision said as his eyes started darting around the room, seemingly looking for someone only the stone could sense. Shuri armed herself with a pair of gauntlets while the guards around held their spears and formed a circular formation around their princess. Wanda's hands and eyes were covered in a red glow as she stood in front of Shuri and Vision, as she was the strongest here as Vision was severely injured. She immediately turned around intending to fire her hex, but was rooted to the spot as she saw a man with his hands above Vision's head. He had completely bypassed her senses and all the sensors in the room. I have to admit, it actually is brilliant work how you managed to make the stone so compactable. The only thing stopping you from being a true being is your lack of a soul. The Mind Stone gave you sentience, but that's just it. A machine that can think for itself and understand human emotions. Wanda's face paled while Shuri's lit up in alarm at the intruder, but before she could do anything, Wanda attacked, only for her attack to fizzle out into nothingness. She tried and tried again, but the man just didn't pay her any attention and continued observing the frozen Vision before he stopped. Got it. Under the alarmed faces of everyone, He held the Mind Stone and yanked it out of the middle of Vision's head, making the android go pale black. But before Wanda could vent her rage and despair in any way, the tiny particles that had flown away due to the Mind Stone dislodgement rearranged themselves in a complex way that seemed to go against the scientific wonder that Vision was. Having reconstructed the hole that he had put in Vision's head so that it was as smooth as a normal one without the room for the Infinity Stone, he tapped the forehead twice and Vision gasped for breath before tumbling off the table on which he laid. Rumble. Drawl looked through the windows and he could see the cascade of blue and white lightning wreaking ultimate destruction throughout the battlefield. Thor had joined the battle. He turned around and all he saw were weapons leveled against him in a bid to look threatening, which only resulted in an eye roll. Thanos was yet to make his entrance and he had already made sure of the fact that all his abilities were working. Even now he could feel his connection to his universe being as strong as ever, as if he were in it. "Who are you?" Wanda asked with a tad bit less hostility, which was all attributed to the fact that Vision was alive and well. "Me? Well, I'm a nobody. At least not anyone you need to worry about." He waved his hands offhandedly to dissuade them of their fears, but they still did not let down their guard, not that he particularly cared if they did. "I've already gotten what I came for, so I'll soon be on my merry way." He showed them the glowing Mind Stone between his fingers, holding an Infinity Stone as if it was an ordinary pebble. "Why the stone? What do you need an Infinity Stone for?" Wanda asked defensively, holding a particular bond with the stone that had given her the powers she had and also one that gave life to her beloved. "Well, let's just say, my goals are beyond your understanding," was all the man said, and turned his back to them while continuing watching the war raging outside in the battlefields. Vision communicated with the telecommunication unit inside his head with the other frantic members of the Avengers who had been worried about his well-being when Shuri had reported that someone had invaded their labs. "Are you Thanos?" The question made Drawl chuckle lightly, as if the very notion of it being stupid. "Do I look like a Thanos?" he asked back. He could hear Captain America through the wavelengths telling Wanda not to engage since he was likely a part of the new ally group that just appeared out of nowhere. "What are you?" Vision asked while moving a few inches closer to the man who since the beginning had paid them no attention. "The stone. It reacted to you more violently than anything I've ever seen it do, not even against the threat of Thanos." "Why so?" "Let's just say I'm an enigma and leave it like that, and the stones and I have a little bit of history together. Looks like time's almost up." Before they could even analyze all what he said, the man in question disappeared as if he was never there to begin with, leaving them for the new arrival that was on its way. "Captain. He's here," was all Vision needed to tell Captain America for him to strap his shield tighter against his hands, and signaled the others to be on alert. "Wait, what?" Not just Yelena but even Ororo and Nat were surprised when they finally managed to pressure Nat's doppelganger to reveal who her crush was. It was all due to Yelena's fault, since Nat was pretty sure that her doppelganger would have never told her something private like this if it was just the two of them. "Why?" Yelena groaned, and before the Black Widow could say anything, she zapped to her front and held her shoulders and proceeded to shake her. "Why him? I mean, there's Bucky there and there's also that Falcon guy, why go for the Hulk?" The Black Widow for her part smiled as she saw how carefree her sister's doppelganger could be even in the midst of an invasion. It was as if what they were fighting didn't worry her in the least. "Maybe it actually doesn't." She turned to Natasha, who was firing our magic spells and using more abilities than she could count. "You did good, you know. What I would have given for my Yelena to be like this, but I guess life just isn't fair to everyone. Guys, keep your focus sharp. He's coming." At Cap's words, all of them focused their attention on the battlefield, since it was now quite obvious that someone could just teleport in. And as if to answer their found worries, a blue smoky portal opened up in the middle of the battlefield, which caused both sides to come to a temporary standstill as he walked out. Thanos the Mad Titan. He walked out to the portal in all his purple glory, a gauntlet embedded with 5 jewels worn on one hand while his other was naked. The first to rush at him was the Black Panther, but a mere man with his fists could not face Thanos. His body slowed down to a crawl as he jumped at Thanos, only to have the purple titan slam his gauntlet fist straight against the head of the man and have his body sailing through the air from whence he came. Following him was the huge suited armor of Bruce Banner, but his fate was the same as the Panther. He phased right through Thanos and plummeted straight to the ground as the gravity suddenly increased over 100-fold, slowly crushing the frail man within. Practically seeing the inevitable loss the Avengers were starting to face, Yelena alongside Steve were the first to act from Drawl's entourage. Running faster than any craft on Earth along with Steve's instant warping, they reached Thanos in the fraction of a second, sending a punch towards the Titan who had not been able to predict what was going to happen next. Boom! The ground cratered at 2 different spots, the spot the punches had impacted Thanos and the spot on which he had landed. Thanos got up with a growl and the gauntlet blazed up purple and blue hue as Bucky appeared before him, which prompted the Titan to punch at him and send cracks all over the space between them. Alas, this was Bucky. The number of times both Drawl and Steve had pulled a move like this on him was too numerous to count. It was essentially their most basic form of attack against him, since he was pretty much impervious to most things. His fist shone a void black and met with Thanos, which resulted in the Titan losing the second exchange. They had fought a Hell Lord, they had seen the way Dormammu threw worlds and eviscerated them as if they were tennis balls. If you wanted them to feel true apprehension, the least you could do was come with all 6 stones. What's up, big guy? Cat got your tongue? Bucky teased, but his face betrayed no amusement. Earthlings. I will admit that this day has given me more surprise than I've had for the majority of my life, and no small amount comes from this tiny planet. Thanos wiped the blood off his healed lips and looked at it with a grimace. He would admit that he had thought they couldn't pose him more threat than the sorcerer had, but it seems as if he was gravely mistaken. I wonder, what do you fight for? For hope? For revenge? Or maybe to stop the happenstance of an inevitable constant? Why fight for all these yet you refuse to do the same against fairness? Is that supposed to mean something? Steve asked as his form blurred into materialization next to Bucky, while Yelena appeared in a spark of white lightning. It is. It means only I am the fair judge. This time the space and time stone were lit in the gauntlet alongside the power stone as purple energy blasts was shot out from it. Yelena ran while the two with the strongest physique stood their ground in the face of an attack their instinct told them they couldn't dodge. Crackle. Boom. Thanos was forced to disregard the fate of his 2 opponents as he braced himself at the white and blue lightning-clad axe that was sailing towards him. The axe coming straight towards him was brimming with such divinity that made him think of the time he had to run away from Zeus' wrath to keep his life. Drawing all the power from the infinity stones that he could muster, he shot it as a beam towards the axe in hopes of stopping it, but it just cut right through it like a knife through water, tearing into his chest with the same ease. Before Thanos could as much as let out a grunt, the connection he felt with the vast amount of power the gauntlet gave him was immediately cut off. Confused, he looked only to have his face contort in incomprehension as he saw a bleeding stump of a hand with a man holding the gauntlet while removing the stump that was buried within it. And no. Thanos. I promised you that you will pay for what you did. Thor descended and was quite surprised at the man casually holding the gauntlet of the Mad Titan in his hands, but the man just waved off his worries and pointed at the grunting Thanos that still had an axe lodged inside his body. Word of advice, you should go for the head. Was all the man said as he took a step back and let Thor focus back on his most hated enemy. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 215, Chapter 210. Thor had slain Thanos without much fanfare as the Purple Warlord was pretty much powerless to do anything against him. Not to mention that Draal was there. The moment Thanos was beheaded, the army immediately lost any semblance of morale, and after being given the green light, Yelena and Steve had let loose for a bit and just obliterated all of them. Now they were all gathered at the spot where Thanos was slain, his head and body still separated on the ground after running out of blood, divided into 2 sides, one being Draal's party while the other being the Avengers. The reason they were at this standoff was because someone had asked Raccoon what the pretty boy wanted with the Infinity Gauntlet, and Draal had straightforwardly replied that he needed all 6 stones and not the gauntlet, which Raccoon had been quite okay with after Draal gave him the empty gauntlet. Do you realize what you're asking? I'm afraid we can't in good conscience give you the Infinity Stones, regardless of the help you gave up. From all we currently know, you after all might not be from this universe. Steve Rogers, the doppelganger, said to Draal, who currently was juggling all 6 stones with one hand, an impressive feat, not that any of them were impressed. Before they could say anything else, Draal snapped his fingers and some interesting people started appearing one by one. Tony Stark, Stephen Strange, Peter Parker, Drax, Peter Quill, Nebula, and the girl with the antennas on her head, all popped out of thin air, looking worse for wear. Not to sound like a dick, but I need the stones. If it's any consolation to you, then no one will ever have their hands on an Infinity Stone ever again, at least in your universe, so you shouldn't have to worry about another Thanos. Draal said. Captain America looked like he wanted to say something, but looking at the state of the new arrivals stopped him. He had seen the power of their doubles from another universe, even his own, and he knew that they were asking only out of politeness. They fixed Vision and even helped with Thanos' army along with killing the Titan. From the few things he'd witnessed in their clash, he knew for a fact that the only people he had who could output such a large scale of destruction was only Wanda and Thor, and yet his double and that of Bucky's had tanked those attacks with their bare bodies. Are you sure that no one will come for the stones if we give them to you? Steve. With all due respect, Captain, the stones should never be in the hands of one man, and not just any man, one not from our universe. Strange said as he was finally caught up with what had happened. It was a surprise when he was immediately warped back to Earth when he was supposed to be blipped away for 5 years before the final battle. And not only that, he found out an alternate version of the Black Widow, Captain America, and Bucky Barnes were present along with 3 other people he had no awareness of. But one thing he knew was that the Infinity Stones were in no way supposed to be joined together for whatever cause. The situation was even more dire because in not one version of the possible futures he saw did he see this man. Sure, he saw a lot of futures where alternate versions of themselves came to help, but none of it changed the outcome where they all lost. The only reason the Time Stone couldn't see a future, and one so apparent that it was almost easy, was if the people, or person in this case, in that timeline was above the Time Stone. But someone above the universal time, while there were more than a few beings, he had no inkling of the one before him, and if he were above time, then Thanos was no longer that much of a threat. Will you chill out for a second, Strange? It's not as if any of you were going to be holding a stone, at least not this one, after Thanos was done with it. I helped you take care of Thanos, so no need for the 5-year retirement. Saying that, Drawl covered all stones, not caring for his audience, and with a clench of his fists, destroyed all stones at once, which created a boom of air vacuum that spread across the land they were in. Everyone, especially the master of the mystic arts, had ashen faces as Drawl opened his hands, and within it was a multicolored swirl of energy like a little galaxy in the middle of his palms. The swirl started diminishing in front of everyone inside Drawl's body, his eyes, his heart, his head, and into both of his hands. No one took a step because they knew that if they did then they would be forced to fight the superpowered version of themselves, and no one wanted to piss off the companions of the guy that just destroyed all Infinity Stones with his fists, and not to talk of the female dark-skinned white-haired blue-eyed version of Thor who helped the god of thunder in striking down Thanos. And then there were the 2 superpowered versions of the super soldiers along with the Black Widow and her sister. Phew, I could get used to that sensation. His eyes opened and within them was an ethereal glow that quickly subsided. But what didn't diminish was the smile plastered on his face. From the big-ass smile on your face, I'm guessing it worked out fine. Nat said, to which Drawl nodded. It truly had worked out like Tiamut had conjectured. From this set of stones, it felt as if a spider web connection to the other Infinity Stones was created. It was a connection that spanned the ever-increasing universe to the multiverse. All he needed to do was tap into the strings that were spun throughout existence, having the strength of multiple universes at his hands. Even now he was actively trying to assimilate the other stones that were near this universe. Assimilating the stones didn't mean that they would be destroyed in their universe like they were in his home universe and this one. It was more like he was imprinting himself into the relics known as Infinity Stones. It was the making of a singularity, another one, in the Marvelverse. I believe our impromptu vacation here has ended. It's time we take our leave. Drawl said as he grew accustomed to the registering of new universes in his senses. It was as if he was undergoing apotheosis again and again all over, losing his sense of time and space in a kaleidoscope of cosmic energies and space-time. It will take a while before he was even anywhere near complete in this never-ending assimilation, a whole while. Despite the fact that none of the Avengers were okay with someone else taking the stones, there was nothing they could do as the man had clearly just disintegrated everything into dust particles and absorbed them. And besides, he had never treated them with hostility since they arrived. Wait. They all turned their attention towards the person who called out Peter Quill. You just fused with all 6 stones, didn't you? That means you can bring back everyone who's died so far, right? At his words, Thor, T'Challa, and Nebula's eyes widened, but Thor took the first step forward and grabbed Drawl's shoulders. Friend, I know not who you are, but if you really do possess that power, then I beseech you to bring them back. I beg this of you. It's the least you could do since you did take the stones. Drawl's head whipped to the direction of the Black Widow, who just shrugged as if she was stating the obvious. And what of you, Thor? The pain of monumental loss gave you the strength you currently wield. Are you sure it won't wither away in the advent of their coming back? Drawl asked. If anyone had ever cared to put up the question, Drawl would admit that he never did hate the Asgardians, but just found the versions he was dealt with annoying. It was the pain, the hatred, the promise of revenge, and the fear of another failure that gave Thor his current strength, so Drawl's question was quite valid. But it won't. I assure you it won't. With this power at my fingertips, I will protect my people or die trying. If I can't do even that, then what sort of king am I? Thor's voice got lower towards the end of his sentence as he was reminded yet again of his failure. He lost his mother, he lost his father, he destroyed Asgard because he was too weak to protect it. He also lost his people because he was a failure of a king, and now, he lost his only brother. What was the assurance that he could protect them even with his newfound powers? He had promised he would, but this wasn't the first time he had broken his promise, and he was certain it wouldn't be the last. What would his father think of him? Thousands of generations and heritage just to be lost during his time. He truly was the worst. Boom! Thor's body flew and crashed against the trees that were in his line of flight as he was struck with a blow from Ororo. Get up, Odinson. You still draw breath, do you not? Why then do I smell despair rolling off you in abundance? Everyone fails, even gods do. It's the determination to never fail again that separates the victors from the failures. If your conviction is weak, then you are bound to fail again. Thor's eyes shot open at her words, and he couldn't help but laugh out in disappointment, not at anyone but himself. You are right, Lady Goddess. I will heed your words and wallow no longer, for I am Thor Odinson. Alfathor. I am mighty. The sky rumbled with his declaration, and his eyes widened as he felt a connection with a place he thought no longer existed. I might have been a tad bit too hard on my universe's version of you, so this is the most I can do. Asgard still needs its king after all. Drawl said while completely ignoring Thor's progressingly red eyes as he turned to Peter Quill. Gamera is dead. She was sacrificed so that the Soul Stone could manifest in this reality. I would need to sacrifice another person for the Soul Stone if I wanted her to live. Drawl told him the truth. He could understand that her life wasn't the most glamorous, but it all boils down to cause and effects. And true to his thoughts, Quill just turned around and walked away. At the end of the day, it had been her decision, she had been resolved to die, not by Thanos' hands, but she had been resolved. It was also her wish for him to honor it. Yes, Drawl could just have rewritten reality and make it so that Thanos sacrificed another family at Vormir, but the effect would catch up with them sooner or later. Time was a very fickle thing. Thor's people were different, but that didn't mean time won't attempt to right the wrongs he corrected. But that wasn't his problem, it was Thor's to deal with. Seeing everything was taken care of, at least the ones he could, which included recreating Asgard and re-establishing its connection to Yggdrasil and also doing the same to the Wakandan Fallen, Drawl prepared to put an end to this episode of goodness that he had shown. Bye Nat. And make sure to upgrade your tastes. Yelena waved at the mildly annoyed Black Widow as the space behind Drawl rippled, showing them their way home. A/N, and that's the end of this mini arc. And like that, I just destroyed Love and Thunder, Wakanda Forever and any other stupid sequels Marvel thinks of bringing up. I deserve a pat on the back for a job well done. 216, Chapter 211. Drawl St. Cross POV. Well, that sure was something. Was Thor really that badass? Because, you know, he looked a hell lot better than ours does. Steve commented as we stepped back inside our own universe. Despite the fact that we just came from another universe, the excitement I felt had immediately bled out after I started interacting with them. As I was right now, only a few things could make me excited or enthusiastic. Nighttime with Ororo being number one, nothing else could top that, and a few other activities I and the others engaged in, like the time Yelena and I built her supercar. I could feel Tiamut's unresponsive consciousness, which made me know that the dreaming Celestial was for the most part asleep and wasn't aware of what was happening in real time. Well, there was no need for me to visit him since his suggestion worked and I still had it look for a planet with abundant life force or a zombie-infested universe. Right now, what I needed to do was make sure that the universes I was making a connection with was not something that I would have to deal with in the long run. Why, you might ask? Well, Thanos. Not my Thanos, but the myriad of Thanos out there. Mine was pretty much on the weak end of what a bada thanks from the comics could do. And not only that, but I also had to keep an eye on a few people of interest, which consisted on Galactus, the Waking Null, which was another problem in and of itself, and Infinity. There were others out there like those from the Thulhu mythos that Yog-Sothoth warned me of, and maybe a few abstracts I wasn't yet aware of, and also some hidden parties. Even now, I didn't know where to start. Maybe squash my beef with Galactus before Null decides to wreak havoc and flip up the multiverse, or maybe chill for a bit and let the embodiments of madness and destruction do their thing before I step in, or whenever they decide to come for me. The problem with the first two was that, fuck Galactus, because if there was any way I can kill him, then I will take that chance. The next in the list was Null. He was pretty much the definition of unkillable. He outright butchered and sent an army of Celestials packing. He existed before death came to the multiverse, at least the current one. And this was exactly the problem with this verse. The power scaling was just completely ridiculous. Things like death, eternity, infinity, oblivion, chaos, and order and the rest of the abstracts were supposed to be nigh unbeatable phenomena, but all someone needed was just the right trick and you could fuck with them any day of the week. But then again, tricks were things you could only do for a very limited time, and if perchance, most likely it would be, you found yourself against the multiversal persona, then the likely chance of tricks working were next to null, and given the fact that I was one way against the living embodiment of infinity, and eternity, since they do go hand in hand, I could not afford any tricks. Apart from my inevitable clash with the abstracts, my biggest concern were actually those from the Thulhu mythos, as nothing substantial was known about them. The few references that were made to Azathoth, Yog-Sothoth and Shub-Niggurath was all that the writers gave. And given that the Great Darkness really is a thing, then it is safe to say that they were not pushovers at the very least. Half of the problem was the Thulhu mythos, while the other half was what they wanted with me. I don't know how I am in any way connected to the Great Darkness, but I think I'm at the point where I truly can't blame anything on my ignorance. There have been some clues that I had always made sure to ignore until now, but given that we were stepping into the proverbial endgame, it was high time I saw where they led. And my first step was my form, the one I dubbed chaotic because that was exactly what it was. Right now my human form was nothing more than my ideal representation of how I wanted to be seen. My real appearance would simply be the universe and everything that it was and is, but what would I look like if I were to be in my chaotic form? Would it affect the universe, or was there some sort of adverse effects it'll have now that I've fused with a part of infinity, whatever that could mean? To be honest, I was no too thrilled to find that out, but it's not like good choices were exactly lining up. What are you thinking about? White hair covered a part of my vision as a pair of arms snaked itself around my neck. I'm pretty sure I'm about to do something stupid, I said as I nudged myself deeper into her bosom. How dangerous? Probably on a scale of flipping off an abstract. She hummed and kissed the top of my head. Well, I don't know how sure you are of this, but if you decided it, do it, then it must be important. As long as you don't take it too far, not that I can do anything if you do decide otherwise, but just exercise restraint is what I'm trying to say. She said as she continued twisting my hair over her fingers in a way she knew I loved. Hey Ororo, did I ever tell you that I really love you? It's kinda crazy, but you know, it is what it is. I said offhandedly, which earned my hair a hard pull. Ouch. Well, mister, I love you too, despite all your apparent faults. I think that it's one of the best decisions I've ever made and I still haven't regretted a day out of it. I get to see the world in so many colors that I didn't think was possible and the experiences are all breathtaking, so yes, drawl. I love you too with all my heart. A smile blossomed on my face because this was one of the few things that I never doubted. Even without all of my unfathomable abilities, I could tell very easily that she meant every single word she said. I opened my hands and within my palms blossomed into existence a soft light that burst into stars. The stars revolved around themselves in an orbit, cascading their path in an ethereal glow and making it look like a picture of stars trapped in a glass. The glass itself reflected like the surface of a flowing river with millions of sparkling suns twinkling inside it. The trapped lights swirled in an orbit like a galaxy before it grew smaller and finally condensed itself into an oval. A ring. With a universe within it. The power of more than 1 billion suns all meant for one person. The person I held most dear to my heart. Well, what do you think? Pretty cool, right? And I also made sure it'll go along with anything you diss. My words and thoughts came to a screeching halt and my head was forcefully turned around and the dark-colored lips of Ororo crash into mine with such intense passion that made every omniscient thought in my head be rendered useless as they all came to a single conclusion that made everything lose their luster. She said yes. It was a simple fact, one I knew from our kiss, but it suddenly felt as if everything fit into place. I think you're right, Clint. It feels as if nothing else matters at this moment. The kiss continued on for as long as we could hold it in before we broke it off. Her ethereal blue eyes that only became more striking ever since her ascension shone with such passion that was never dimming. Looking at it felt as if everything that I was would be consumed by it, come good and bad. The ring floated up and slid inside into her fingers, the stars in it brimming with light as if they've finally found their missing piece. It fits you perfectly. What else could I say at a time like this? I just drew her into a hug and let that speak of how much I truly adored her. We've come a long way since the beginning when I was just a slightly stronger mutant. She was a person I just couldn't bring myself to hate or dislike even when I was practically giving it away for free to the X-Men. She was the first one that truly sought to understand me despite us not having the best initial impressions. At that time I was cool with having her as a friend. Someone I could talk to about a few important things and she would always take the time to see where I was coming from. From then on, I don't know when it started, but we started developing feeling for each other, not one born out of passion and lust but out of understanding and acknowledgement. Even though we had two separate lives, that didn't stop us from dedicating a part of our time to each other, just like we had been doing for years. She wasn't the most outspoken or the most expressive, but she definitely was the most understanding. And then she had put it aside. Putting aside her goals and dreams just to make sure that she was there for me to lend me her support even with her lacking strength. She left her friends, left her ambitions, all in an effort, even when she was made known to the fact that I could just end up destroying everything around me, to help me see it through. Was it really that much of a surprise that I had fallen over the deep end for her? You really are chaotic, you know that, right? She said, not taking her eyes off me for a second. I'm an agent of chaos personified. I'm not sure I can promise you all the good things of life throughout all of time, but the least I can promise you is that through all the misfortunes and the bad times that are bound to come, we'll both be at the forefront, facing it together. It truly was the least I could promise her, but not even I knew how long such a promise would last. That's not a standard proposal. Her head softly rested itself on top of my chest while my hands colored around her lithe waist. We can't get sick so that clause has no meaning. We can be as broke and rich as we want so that part becomes redundant. The only constant for us are the good and bad times, and between those two, the one I'm mostly sure to fulfill is the bad one, so it's the only one I can promise. It was now my turn to play with her impossibly white hair, twirling it around my fingers and watch it flow in a mesmerizing way down my hands. What can I say? I'm definitely not normal. That we can both agree on. Sometimes I wonder how it would be if you were to be in a relationship with someone else and how hopeless you would be if she wasn't as understanding as I am, but then I remember, you are the only drawl across all realities, which means there'll never be a possibility you choose anyone else apart from me, and that alone makes me luckier than all my alternates. Truly, my choice to love you wasn't wrong. She cooed softly in a tone that would send men weak in the knees, but there was no one here who was lucky enough to hear it. She looked at the ring, a universe, around her finger and rubbed it while smiling contentedly. Yes, I made the perfect choice. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheoManus. 217, Chapter 212. Alas, our moment together was cut short as I felt the energy signature of two familiar people, though not one I was expecting to see anytime soon, hopefully never. Even Ororo grunted as she too felt them approaching, signifying that they had ultimately ruined this once-in-a-lifetime moment. Truly they had no sense of subtlety. Can't you just warp them to the far ends of the universe then have them ruin our moment? She brought a really smart suggestion that I was very tempted to do, but not before a knock was placed on my front door. You're right. Before the next knock met the door, the two intruders found themselves in the great halls of their house Asgard. Good riddance. Why did I even bother myself with entertaining their stupidity when they came to pick fights with me for the past few years instead of just eating them somewhere like Jotunheim? Now where were we? I could feel the twitch on my lips when I felt them materializing on Earth again. Hey Draal, IJ, this time around, I sent them to a forest out in the outskirts of Asgard and bound them there. It would take a few hours before they'll free themselves, so that should be enough time for them to know that I don't want them here at this time. Quite tenacious, aren't they? Ororo chuckled and let out a sigh, which I immediately understood why. She was most likely remembering what happened to Thor and how he changed from the universe we just came from. Speaking of universes, that definitely wasn't the one from the MCU, because I was definitely sure Deadpool was there, which wasn't the case for the MCU. Though with an infinite number of universes resembling each other down to the smallest details, I'm not too surprised. How about hearing them out? It's not like you exactly hate them, right? I groaned at her words because despite being true, it was a bit of a hassle to deal with the Asgardians. Hopefully Loki isn't going to be spewing his crap about how he intends to conquer the Council of Godheads, which wasn't surprisingly the worst part about it. The worst part about it would be what was the reason why Thor tagged along, because if I remembered right, and I do, his friends should have given up their weapons after the last time I was done with them, unless they have really good medical practices. But the moment, Ororo. I feel like I'm going to have a migraine every time I deal with either of them. I presented my case to her as she cradled me with both her arms on my chest while she stared at me with an unamused smile on her face as if asking me, really? We can have our moment whenever we want, and besides I feel like we're both gonna get a migraine when Yelena finds out about this, so better we just get rid of the little things now and focus on the celebration that they'll no doubt insist on throwing. She tapped my chest twice and gave a soft peck before walking away with swaying hips, drawing me in with every step. I groaned at the obvious temptation but placated myself that I will be rewarded at the end of all this. Maybe I should fast forward time. Probably shouldn't, since it is very possible she or Yelena might know about it. I had no idea. I had an inkling on Yelena's, how they were able to sense any tampering of time around them. Yelena should be a little understandable, but I knew she was not at light speed yet, so there must be something else that made her that sensitive to the time stream, but I had no clue when it came to Ororo's case. My guess was that it was due to her ever-growing divinity. She was easily the strongest, apart from me, in the house when it came to pure destructive abilities, even eclipsing both Steve and Natasha by a large margin. She also wasn't slow in regards to her speed, being faster than Bucky and Natasha. Well, Natasha could open portals, but that wasn't her speed, and it wasn't like Ororo couldn't teleport with her lightning. She was such a rounded fighter that it was almost unfair when she sparred with any of them, because there was not an area where she was solely lacking. Even her physical strength was very impressive, given that she was a goddess blessed with strength from Gia after all. The reason might be due to her connection with Gia, and maybe also due to magical lineage. It was a little bit confusing, but I'd rather not focus on it and have everything unraveling before my mind. Omniscience was a very hectic thing to have, I swear. Rather than have the two brothers break out of their bond and attempt to visit another day and spoil it than it already was for me, I decided to pay them a little visit. I haven't been to Asgard after all. I stepped through space and planted my feet for the first time in Asgardian soil. If it wasn't for the type of being that I already was, I would have felt a good dose of excitement at this, but now I didn't feel anything. I could step directly into the Council of Godheads without even twitching a muscle if I wanted to. You guys better have a good reason for disturbing my hard-earned limited peace and quiet, I said, and plopped my behind directly on the ground. What can I say? This place was overflowing with natural abundance. Ororo would love a place like this for her garden. Draal of St. Cross. Just Draal is fine. No need to make this more headache-inducing than it already is. Thor nodded and continued once more. How did you get into Asgard without alerting Heimdall? He asked with plain intrigue in his tone, not at all doubting of any evil intentions I might have. Weird, but I wasn't going to question the appropriate lack of hate or caution against me. Let me guess, the Space Stone. Loki said. If Thor was a little curious about how I could get into Asgard, Loki didn't even show anything relating to apprehension. In fact, he seemed a little pleased by my actions, and that immediately started shifting the bearer of headaches back to the god of mischief. I see. So even the Infinity Stones can bypass Asgard's defenses and even manipulate the energy in its realm with such ease. I guess we never stood a chance against you, did we? Okay, now I'm genuinely confused. My omniscience immediately went into work to unravel the reason for my confusion and also determine the reason for Thor's behavior. Ah. Got it. If this is your redemption arc, can we please skip it? I don't need it. I waved my hands and the magical bindings holding them disappeared and let them free. I have been a prince since I was born, and then I became a brother. I have always wielded my strength in a way I thought was for the betterment of Asgard and her people. Thor started and a groan escaped through my lungs, but he didn't take note of it and just continued. I've always believed that if my intentions were true with my actions, then I'll have what it takes to surpass every foe that comes before me because that is my honor. My destiny. As a prince of Asgard. Great, now it's a counseling session. I don't even have a bitching clue as to what he is talking about. Shouldn't he meet the god of wisdom he has for a father for advice? I feel like I've stagnated. In both my strength and spirit. Even Mjolnir is starting to feel heavy in my hands. Jesus Christ! Please stop this torture. It was even more agonizing as my omniscience was comprehending everything about him, starting from the problem he was facing to his words, and then from his words to the despair and self-depreciation and mockery that was bleeding out of his very being. Even Loki looked a bit put off by his brother's behavior, but he at least had the decorum to not interrupt him. So basically what you are looking for is a way to not suck bad, is that it? That gotta be it. I don't understand why you are suddenly spiraling downhill when even your problems don't need a god of wisdom to point out. Thor looked at me in eagerness, his eyes telling how badly he wanted to get out of his funk. Your superiority complex has been beaten so hard that it transformed into an inferiority complex with a touch of regular old trauma. And it gets worse because you know that no matter how hard you've trained, you are still not at the point where I was almost 2 years ago, and not to mention how stronger I've gotten in that time frame. There are things considered inevitable, and now I am one of them. Know when to admit defeat, Thor, it'll only help you grow. A child needs to fall for a while before he learns how to stand on his own. Failure is just as important as success, it's what gives you more experience after all. I don't really know why, but maybe I just really wanted to get this over with and subconsciously make the day go faster so that nighttime will come, so I just decided to give Thor a little helping hand. Maybe after this he'll no longer be harebrained Thor but responsible Thor. And what of you, Loki? I doubt you need my help for anything. I directed my attention at Loki as Thor looked as if he was fighting a mental battle with himself. Whatever was in the mind of the god of mischief when he came to my house made a complete 360 degrees after he saw me. My guess was that he knew I wasn't the same level as I was before. Now he couldn't lie to me. I was completely above his divinity in every way, above his conceptions, above his misconceptions, above his lies. I was probably an alien existence to him. He couldn't sense me at all. I could alter reality a bit and make him perceive me as he once did before, but I figured this would be a good way to tell him we were no longer in the same playing field, not that we ever were in the first place. Oh no. The only reason I'm here today is because of my brother, Thor, who's been going through a bit of a phase for a while now. I thought it would help if I brought him here, face your demons and all that. He spread out his arms in a show for emphasis while maintaining the same smile that was very familiar with his face, that it was also a trademark by this point. That's good. As for payment, I think 10 barrels of your best Asgardian mead will do. I want them before I pop back to Earth. I told the two princes, to which they both nodded, Thor even trying to have a drink with me before I left, which I declined for obvious reasons. The reason I requested their mead was for the celebration that was bound to happen later at night when the others finds out. Maybe this wasn't so bad after all. None of us at home could get drunk, so the best bet that I knew of was Asgardian mead. It was the only thing I thought of that could give them a kick, even I would have to lower my inhibitions to get so much as a twitch from it, or maybe just a little reality manipulation. With my payment in my pockets, I warped back to Earth and decided to stargaze to pass time, as apparently screwing with time for no apparent reason was very frowned upon in the house. Marvel, Redo has already ended on Patreon. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at patreon.com/DearAultheomenus. 218, Chapter 213. Long story short, all of us had gotten pretty much wasted by the end of the night. I even invited Fury, Clint, and a few others when the first buzz hit me. I think I might have made a new best friend in Logan, as the man just couldn't stop singing my praises as I showed him the never-ending alcohol barrels I had gotten from Asgard's finest. He was as jealous as a pouty bitch when he found out about that little tidbit. The party was just an excuse for us to unwind after everything, and maybe just that moment where we all share a drink before jumping into battle because we don't know who'll die at the end. So it wasn't about my engagement with Ororo, but rather a party because it was a reason to party. And the night that followed after that was spectacular, to say the least. Now, I was preparing myself to face Dormammu again for the last time. The reason being that other than me eating the guy, it was also because it was somewhere that resonated with me for a reason, and at least I won't have to hold back when facing the Dark Lord. My encroachment of the Dark Dimension was over half of it, and Dormammu was as murderous as he could get, all the more better for me. Ororo was still asleep, so hopefully I can get this done before she wakes up, because time works very differently and I could manipulate it as freely as I want there. Tapping upon my connection with the void, reality squeezed and contorted on itself before opening a door to the dark dimension. I donned on my suit and tied my tie in its rightful place, loosely around my neck, before twisting the handle on the door. Whoever said you couldn't go to hell with style? The moment I stepped into this dimension of darkness and fire, a very refreshing feeling washed over me, making me feel as if I just breathed in fresh air for the first time. You're back. Endless darkness rushed towards me in a mad frenzy only for it to be obstructed by a divide in dimensions. Dormammu and I fought the first time I fused with all stones, and he was basically the whetstone I used in getting to know my current abilities at that time. My training partners, so to speak. We were both owners of the dark dimension, one which spanned over numerous universes, which also meant that I could draw as much as I wanted from the dark dimension and hold my own against Dormammu with it. Do you know what you have done? The domain of power you took over the dark dimension is crawling with so much chaos and insurgence without any form of order or hierarchy. It's chaos. Dormammu bellowed. I knew exactly what he was talking about, but it's not like I particularly care. Yes, I understand that the dark dimension was a vital part of the universe, but it's not like I was planning to destroy it. On the contrary, I would very much like it to continue existing. But I just did not give a single care about who ruled over it. Isn't this supposed to be a domain of chaos and darkness? What's the need for order? Dormammu lashed out once again, but like before, his attack failed to reach me. The first time I fought Dormammu after my apotheosis, all I did was just blast him with unlimited power and he responded in kind. Drawing from the abundant power of the dark dimension that overshadowed any singular universe, he had more than enough raw power to match me blow for blow. But there were two more things, apart from my ever-growing influence with this domain. First was my mastery with the power of infinity, and second was what happened after I visited that alternate universe. After I started growing my link with all the other infinity stones, I was able to learn something basic yet fundamental in every way. Evolution is not constant. Evolution didn't happen forever, because if it did, well, there wouldn't be a one above all others in Marvel, there instead would be the council of many above all others. The evolutionary chain could only get you to what was the preconceived height of the accumulation of everything you ever was. It was a predestined path in its simplicity. But at the point I was, evolution no longer did it for me. I wouldn't say I was above evolution yet, but I was pretty much near the limit of my evolution, if I continued on the path that is. I held a portion of the multiversal essence of infinity in me, one far stronger than evolution, as it was only a concept while infinity was more. Rather than being a concept, infinity was a substantial part of reality. It was a paragon of growth in a way evolution could never be, and I was encroaching on her domain like I'm doing Dormammu's. You insect! You don't understand, do you? It draws them in. The chaos and darkness, the strife and madness is what reels them in like fishes to a bait. It is why there must be order, even in blinding darkness. They are called the mad ones because all preconceived notions and concepts of existence are rendered nothing but a grim joke in their presence. And what you're doing? He drew closer to me, and the smell of darkness and death mixed with hellish flames assaulted my nostrils. You are drawing them here, aren't you? I see. Ha 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 ha. His mad laughter echoed throughout the vast expanse of the dark dimension, bringing down dark lightning and strife on its denizens. That's it. No wonder they came here in the first place. Who are you really? A lost kin of the laughing nightmare, or a measly human who dreamed of darkness? Ha 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 ha. Though my expression didn't change, my thoughts did. Dormammu had all but confirmed his knowledge about the existence of them and their kind, but it was what he said that confused me. I've never had any connection with any dark god, and I've never practiced the dark arts either in this or my past life. Heck, I made sure to stay away from any occultic practice that came to my knowledge. From what I know, I only awakened this thing after I escaped Hydra, which was when my powers started manifesting outside of myself. What do you know about them? Since one of us is pretty much going to have their existence devoured today, how about a little show and tell? At those words, I let go of every inhibition I had, both of myself and my abilities, and let everything just flow as they were meant to. There was no orderliness to my energy, nor was there to my sight or senses. The influence I've had on every action my body took since forever was released. My human form devolved into nothing more than kaleidoscopes of lights, every point and time of the universe, from the brightest stars to its most darkest realm, all reflected in my new form. And then the darkness came. There was a reason why some of the strongest forces in existence were those related to light and darkness. Light and darkness. Fire and water. Yin and yang. The sun and moon. Life and death. Destruction and rebirth. Chaos and order. These were concepts that all had their roots buried deep in the first two, light and darkness. And out of these two, it was said that the darkness came first. No, rather than coming first, it is safe to say it was always there before the beginning. Even in the biblical texts, darkness had always existed before God even created time. The first thing to be created even before time was light. That was why it is so strongly intertwined with rebirth, life, order, and anything good. Everything I was melded with the first concept that came even before existence, darkness. And chaos ensued. The dark dimension in all the universes I was getting progressively associated with all wailed as the purest form, or at least the smidgen of it that was in me, fused with their realities. Darkness would never end unless there was unending light. I was chaos, madness, death, and darkness personified. I see. You held its essence when we fought the first 2 times, now you've come, you bear in front of me your greatest darkness. How magnificent! The endless distance of the dark dimension became too small for me to transverse as everything in it became finite. I was formless and my reach was everywhere, and before me was Dormammu in his never-ending darkness. Will you tell me what I want to know now, or would I need to devour it out of you? The words flowed out of me even though I had no mouth, and upon hearing it, the faintest shadow of a smile appeared on his face. Ho ho ho. I like your spirit. There is a lot to be known about those who hailed from the first darkness, but you'll have to eat it out of me. And with those words, the fight started. I was the first to reach Dormammu, and my darkness manifested into a fist with reality being rend across its fingertips as it came down on Dormammu. Strength didn't matter because strength was however I defined it, but time and space did. Space shook while time rippled in strain as my punch connected to Dormammu millions of times in an instant as it hit. Whatever was around us had been obliterated to its finest particles, leaving only resounding darkness for us to bath in. Oh, how I'll enjoy this! He gnarled and came at me with wild abandon, drawing power from his nigh infinite reserves of energy from the dark dimension and brought it down on me like the proverbial judgment day. Not fazed a bit at the sight of his attacks, I waved my hands and drew it back, stretching the space between me and the attack, and used my power of reality joined with that of space to tear away the distance between the attack and me, leaving it to fly into the empty vacuum of what laid beneath its tiny fabric. This form is too annoying to fight in. While I easily adapted to having an immeasurable height and could traverse infinite distances with a thought, I still didn't like the fact that I was this big. My smaller form was where the glory was it. And so with that train of thought, my size decreased by a lot, but it was only the size that decreased, my form remained as it was. Even though it decreased, I was still easily taller than any sun out there. I could feel the humming of my axe tie, but now wasn't its time. It did surprise me a little that it had gained some sort of sentience, not to the point where it could communicate with me because I would have erased it from existence had that happened, but it held intent. Intent it copied from me. Seeing that I wished to handle this on my own, it settled down, but I could still feel its lust for unadulterated destruction. The three-way exchange between me, my axe and Dormammu took only an instant, and in the next we were both up against each other. 10 dark suns surrounded Dormammu's form, and for the life of me, I could only partially read what they could do. I could read the reality and intent of everything, a passive perk of my omniscience, but Dormammu just casually showed me that omniscience still wasn't absolute. I waved off my concern against the gigantic balls of darkness because of just one thing my senses told me. They are weak. Read all remaining chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon.com/DearAwoltheomenus. 219, Chapter 214. Dormammu's shriek sent a tingle down my spine, though I had none, and even my lips couldn't help contorting into a bloodthirsty grin. I was now feeling it. The immense power that melded everything together. The dark dimension was nothing more than a couple of universes merged together which inadvertently took Dormammu's power to a ridiculous height. But now, he wasn't the only one with the access to that power. Dormammu had a separate dimension that even allowed him to draw strength that rivaled even that of the stronger Celestials. Sure, I could just wait and let my abilities imprint itself into the fabric of the very multiverse and not bother with Dormammu, but I had a reason. It was a clue. The dark dimension was somewhere I felt a sense of familiarity with, not one that suggested I knew it at one point in time, but one that straight up told me that origins of my power was somehow linked to it. The fire that blazed around Dormammu's form was more than enough to thoroughly melt galaxies into nothing more than cosmic slag. It made me wonder why he didn't just go all out when we first fought, but had to limit himself to the point that he was sealed. The dark suns around his form flew towards me in a restrictive formation only for them to be sucked into a continuity and have their essence been sucked out and used to nourish me further, but to be honest, it was like a drop in a universal ocean. Dormammu snarled, which actually surprised me because there was no way he thought that was going to do anything now, or did he? Regardless of what he thought, it didn't matter as space folded in a way that overlapped both past and present, statically holding him in one place for a brief moment, but a brief moment was like eternity to me. I was more conceptual in nature than Dormammu could ever be. Simply put, as long as things like strength, space, time, souls, will, determination, even energy, exists, I was simply unkillable. The only way to completely get rid of me would be to erase existence itself and the universes that I was connected to. Not destroy, but complete erasure, both past, present, and future. That was where the difference between me and Dormammu started piling up. He had transcended time, limited time, but he hadn't transcended reality. He could destroy and remold reality within his domain, but he had yet to transcend it, seeing as he wasn't the dark dimension but instead drew his power from it. It was the same reason why something like the Time Stone could work on him. With that reasoning, I could also be said to be a casual, at least within a few given universes. And right now, reality was being molded to my whims. The dark dimension was slowly being remade in a way that completely erased all of Dormammu's influence, both past and present. Dormammu had felt what I was doing, which was why he started pulling all stops and just tried incinerating me to Kingdom Come. Since I dictated how far something was, it was very hard for attacks to reach me, and since I dictated the reality of this domain and the ones I carried with me, most attacks become meaningless, obsolete in existence. This feeling of omnipotence was something I'd gradually grown quite accustomed to ever since my apotheosis. It was something that made me realize that there was actually no top of the mountain. The reason why a few set of beings were considered boundless was due to the fact that nothing in existence was able to comprehend them. I could be considered boundless by every native of my universe because I was everything and everywhere, every time, within the universe. It was not a simple matter of past, present and future anymore. I was above even such terms, but the problem was that all these were within a particular number of steadily increasing universes. It was not to say I wasn't strong outside of the universe I've assimilated, but just that I was pretty much undefeatable within them, since I could know what is and what couldn't be. Not even infinity, not the multiversal constant, had nearly the control I had, even if she came inside my universe. That didn't make me stronger than her though. Why? 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 Dormammu thrashed around in indignation and unwillingness to believe his current situation. Though his flames bellowed in magnificent prowess and lethality, it was not as it couldn't do any type of significant damage to me. I appeared on his side during one of his endless shouts, and before he could react, the backhand of my fist encouraged his face and sent him breaking through the multidimensional barrier that was all over the dark dimension. I was very careful in my strength so as not to mistakenly send him outside and tumbling towards any near universe. Before he couldn't even begin to wonder what was going on, I caught his dark flaming skull of a head and started laying the blows on it. Each blow resonated with the entire dimension, sending shockwaves that cracked planets and snuffed out dark stars. He retaliated with an underhand swipe which I could literally see coming from a mile away. I grabbed his outstretched hand and elbowed him in the face before slamming him through a black hole that was progressively forming and getting destroyed throughout the duration of our fight. The most darkest shade of red I've ever witnessed covered at the tips of my fingers and slammed into Dormammu as he writhed inside the black hole with no time lag or spatial movement between it forming and hitting its target. It tore through everything, including space, and wreaked absolute destruction on Dormammu if his wail was anything to be given credence to. Will you tell me what I need to know now? Or do you still want to continue this meaningless fight? He was wheezing, and even his darkness was cracked in so many places that it didn't even make sense. I stepped on the heaving chest of the beaten Dark Lord as red covered both our visions. Do your worst, boy. Boom. Everything collapsed and destruction of an untold magnitude wrecked through Dormammu's body and left the already battered Hell Lord at the doorsteps of Lady Death's domain, though I'm sure he could ever go there. There was nothing Dormammu could do, and he knew it. With the number of universes I held that was steadily increasing every day, also coupled with my influence on what was once his domain, his loss was an inevitability. During our fight, different types of Hell denizens had tried rushing to our direction, only to be vaporized before they even got close. Dark chains wrapped around my hand, but instead of it pulling me and sending me flying towards its caster, I let it wrap firmly around my hands before giving it a great pull that made it feel like I was dragging multiple galaxies around. Both my hands shone in blue and purple glow, representing the space and power stone respectively. Space cracked in one of my hands while my other thrummed with unbridled power. Both my hands met the two sides of Dormammu's face and it distorted only for it to reform in the palm of my hands. He stilled in my hands as a phantom hand from my stomach phased into his body. His eyes widened in realization of what I wanted to do and he started squirming while releasing bursts of power in hopes that I would let him go, but I just tanked everything. What I was doing was quite risky in the fact that I was not just grabbing Dormammu but all the Dormammus that existed in this time-space. Every trace of him from when he first arrived in the dark dimension to when he conquered it, and to the present, every single one was caught by me. With a soul-shattering force, I condensed his existence, despite his heavy resistance, to a singular point, which was the present, and started absorbing it. His reality couldn't overshadow mine and nothing he had could topple my existence. The first thing I did as I held Dormammu in my hands was trace back the dark dimension and every memory of it back to the beginning. It was the same thing as what happened during my apotheosis. From what I could discern, the dark dimension was nothing more than a little osmosis experiment as the multiverse was being created. Darkness prevails all, except the light. The dark dimension was the little darkness, or at least an impression of it, that was made to remain in this multiverse. It was part and parcel of a greater whole that was the overvoid. That was why it was the bane of everything living hell. Dormammu continued shrinking, his form becoming nothing more than a husk of what he once was as I stripped away everything his evolution gave him and ate it whole. For all he did, he never once tapped upon the source of the darkness, or maybe he had a reason not to fear. His reason for why he didn't mattered not because that was everything I wanted. The advent of the Elder Gods and some of the cosmic beings in this multiverse was the reason why some of these demons and dark gods came into existence. Beings like Mephisto and Dormammu, came into existence due to the deaths of cosmic beings and even witnessed the war of the elder gods, but some things still didn't make sense. Take for instance, beings like Shumagarath and Eventhan. The former was a demon of unknown origins, well not so unknown now that I've seen them, and then disappeared for a while before resurfacing and becoming the patron of chaos and madness. What I'm trying to say was that most of the degeneracy the elder gods suffered and even cosmic beings like Nemesis had to have a cause. One thing that was very clear to anyone who had studied the Marvel multiverse was that its beginning was never made clear. It was an endless loop of myriad beginnings and constant change. But even with all this, there was a common denominator when every single godly and cosmic being lost their shit's darkness. It was an edgy topic, but there really was something behind the darkness. My attention shifted back to Dormammu only for me to see what remained of him was nothing but a soul wisp that I crushed. The moment I crushed his tiny soul and absorbed it, the dark dimension seemed to still for a moment before it all rushed towards me. Before me was a deep swirl of darkness that seemed to suck in everything around it, even me. This was the space between reality and everything that was not. The first time I had passed through here had been when I was still experimenting with the space stone and I didn't, or rather couldn't, stop here because it was too small to move through, that it had automatically transported me into that place. I touched the swirl and it sucked me into an all too familiar nightmarish place. I could already feel the stairs and the phantom eyes and hands moving all over my body. Coming to a decision, my material form dispersed and melded into the darkness soothingly. The stairs and hands all over my body disappeared and receded, which made me sigh in relief. I transversed through the darkness that was almost material, more dark than anything I've ever seen. I see you finally made it here. Oh, how I'm going to enjoy this. The voice of the object of my most tangible fear whispered into my ears that involuntarily drove a chill down a spine that I didn't have. I wonder what brings you here. Knowledge? Power? A vow of favor? Or maybe to sell your existence into his service? I took in a deep breath despite the staggering amount of hostility I felt, one so thick and palpable that it threatened everything about me, and answered. Knowledge. Read all remaining chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 220, Chapter 215. Drawl was faced with raucous laughter of the being in front of him. A maddening laugh that seemed to warp the very existence of a person, turning them into the most vile and maddening version of themselves. If such a laugh were to be let out in any universe, it would darken the heart of every living being, creating chaos and strife. In front of something of this nature, things like multiversal constants and concepts were treated as nothing more than Lego bricks. How amusing. So you ventured all the way here, for what? Knowledge. He had to say he was a little bit impressed. He had watched him since the beginning, or rather since it started. To beings like him, there was no beginning, only existence. The beginning of one and ending of one meant nothing to them if they existed before it began. Now tell me, what type of knowledge do you seek? Yog-Sothoth asked, even though he knew very well the next words that would emerge from the little black blot before him. My origins. I don't think I've ever made contact with any of your kind, nor have I delved into any sort of knowledge pertaining to you or those like you. Even now, I can't seem to fathom why the ties I have led, here, whatever here is. He wasn't too surprised that even with the vastly limited knowledge the human had, he still wasn't able to understand his connection to their verse. Even he too was taken by surprise when he found out what had happened. I find it a bit hilarious that you mortals refer to us as the Thulhu Mythos, when even that child is nothing compared to us. I guess it must be his influence and interference with mortal lives that made us be dubbed so. As for your so-called connection, it is nothing but one of the most impossible happenstance that even I couldn't foresee. Drawl didn't know whether he was supposed to be thrilled by that type of answer or terrified by it. According to what he was aware of, his omniscience was mostly covering his home universe and he would have to exert himself to establish any form of presence in other universes. But the being in front of him could do so without any sort of strain if he so willed. And for something like that to say even an occurrence took him by surprise was something that left Drawl not knowing how to feel. Every now and then, mostly when a new multiverse is about to be birthed into existence, he stirs awake. It is something most of your kind would call the end of days, when the apocalypse will strike. Wars and chaos will run rampant and multiple planes of existence will drown in their darkest times. Yog-Sothoth explained to Drawl, the young man standing transfixed as he listened to the words that flowed out of what far eclipsed a primordial's mouth. I am only telling you all this since you already have an inkling as to what it might really be. During the time he stirred, all connected realities had their veil strained thin, and if not for a certain three-headed Goldie, it really would have shattered, since someone managed to not only make a pact with an ultimate god but one of its primogenitors. The one true ruler of Void Azathoth, the one who dreams, or as you might know him, the blind idiot god. Drawl should be complimented on how little changes his face underwent at the exposure of the little piece of information, but something else caught his attention more, or rather he allows something else to take the majority of his attention away. You said one of its primogenitors, something like you. Something like me, surely you jest. Ha 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 ha. He laughed, not exactly at the words of a man, but at the insinuation of one. Verily verily I say unto you, there are none like me except that which exists above me. Sheesh sorry. Must have stepped on a tentacle there. He joked and became a bit relieved when he heard the snort coming from the once bludgeoning darkness. What I meant to say was if I did make a pact with a primogenitor as you said, who was it? And why are there others who are want to kill me for it, and why don't you want to kill me for it? If anyone who knew Drawl was here, they would have made an apt comment at him not trying to seek death at every turn. He had straight up asked Yog-Sothoth why he didn't want to kill him when he clearly told him that the others wanted to rip his innards out. Unlike my brethren, I see no reason to partake in a meaningless endeavor that promises only to beget nothingness when I am nothingness. Their behavior depicts of emotions they've clearly assigned themselves to while I sit back and watch all of it unfold. His ever-changing form swirled over Drawl's, covering him in a gaseous state that bubbled into stars and void as each word resonated with the atmosphere. I am mostly an observer, only taking action when something threatens to stall the little entertainment I have in this void. The reason why they'll go after you is for nothing else than having a part of his spark. Something that draws everything in, threatening to turn them null. It means nothing, at least less, to you as you currently are, but to them, as much as they think it is, means so much more. Everyone dreams of taking the absolute power for themselves but so unfortunately forgets one, simple, thing. And I don't suppose you'll tell me what that is? He asked even though he clearly knew the answer. No. I don't think I will. Drawl let out a groan, his shoulders slacking as he relaxed in the presence of Yog-Sothoth. He knew an inevitability when he saw one, and hearing it from the being himself was enough for him to at least relax before he threw himself into the next awaiting debacle. What he'd learned so far all but confirmed the few theories he'd had and then some he could never think of. So he was in a way, minuscule in importance, connected to the what most might term the true beginning, and that some of the other primogenitors and their descendants are clearly not happy with the fact that he received something like they all did and want to take whatever that spark was. He floated a bit towards where he could feel most of Yog-Sothoth's presence and cradled there before asking. Can you tell me when this all began? He received no answer in form of words, but the void disappeared only for it to show him a sickly room with a man with thick beards and dead eyes and tears flowing down them. Charred and mangled skin as he laid on the bed with his mind screaming out. For whatever deity gave me this curse or unlikely blessing, will I be forsaken if I dream once more? The thoughts flowed out to him like water and he immediately understood. It was at that moment that chaos and destruction came to him. He once thought that the reason he had those red destructive energy that he used was because he compressed heat to such an impressive degree that it touched upon the fleeting embers of a concept. Thinking about it now, he had been rather foolish. Turns out the Phoenix was onto something when she said adaptation and evolution wasn't just his ability and that he had something else, but at that point he had thought it would be something entirely different and had discarded the thought until the so-called ability would showcase itself, not knowing he'd been using it since the beginning. So I guess the dream thing is related to him, right? An expected consequence. Dreams are, in a way, windows to the endless possibilities across realities, and those who've never dreamt since birth only have one reality made for them. You can say they are the most free. Or shackled. It all depends on the perspective of the victim. Mine, for example, I only see one path ahead. There is no modeling of my own ideal future or a reality where everything I want I get. It's pretty shitty. Who would have thought that the very same entity that gave him nightmares for days was the one conversing with him in such a way? Oh, the killing intent and nightmarish outline were still on full display, but all those were just a representation of his being. I want to ask, is this truly your real form? I become something similar when I let all the malevolence flow out, so is this like a default form of beings like you, us? This is just a representation of what I wish you to see. I'm afraid you are not yet ready to gaze upon my true visage. I can't enter the multiverse you reside in, but that doesn't mean I can't pull you out of it into my own realm, so be careful of that. Thanks, I guess. Is there any reason why you are helping me by telling me all this? Though he was relaxed in his presence, there was forgetting the point that the being in front of him was not one entitled to answering his questions, not when they involved his kin. I answer because you asked for knowledge. You've grown too paranoid that you add a level of expectancy to everything, good and bad. You made it here to me, it is only right that I give you the answers that you need. I can tell you what happened at the beginning of the first creation, what created it and how many multiverses it is away from yours. There is nothing more to it and nothing less of it. Knowledge is free to all who strive for it, fight for it and are willing to plunge their souls into the deepest layers of hell for it. My knowledge is free to anyone, man or demon, spirit or God, as long as they are strong enough to bear its consequence. Everything settled down in silence, which left Drawl to ponder on what he had been told. In other words, he was strong enough to know these things and be responsible for whatever consequence his knowledge brings him, as Yog-Sothoth was incapable of differentiating those he found worthy and those who are not. He wasn't exactly a benevolent being of world peace, so if someone like Thanos was to find his way here, well, multiple realities would be at stake. One more question. Are you someone that will stand against me one day, because I really don't like the chances I'm being presented with right now? Droll asked honestly because his mind has been calculating the probability of him surviving a fight if it were to break out, and so far the only answer his mind had given him except the original 0% was error. His omniscience could not even begin to understand the level of existence that Yog-Sothoth was. He had seen the living tribunal, and what he saw was the best thing he could ever ascribe the words, true omnipotence, to. But the being in front of him, he couldn't even begin to comprehend him. It felt like he had been staring into totality. He was him, a foreign thought that had stuck to his head without him knowing where it came from. The dark bubbles burst and reformed and spewed out their madness, which further polluted the space they were in. Fret not, little black. If I ever were to be what you would call an enemy, you wouldn't have been alive to know what those exact words meant. Droll finally let out a small laugh of gratitude. This was the first dark being that outright admitted he wasn't in his enemies to kill list and meant it. 221, Chapter 216. Droll Saint Cross POV. The void faded away, leaving me in the Sol system that housed the 8 planetary bodies that were sister planets to Earth. Fucking hell. Due to the abruptness of which I left the overvoid, my form was still nothing more than a swirling mass of darkness and chaos that would douse the most pious believer with the most hellish nightmares. In my oversight, I had blocked the sun from shining its rays on Earth and the nearby planet, causing over 5 planets to spin in perpetual darkness. Even now I could hear the most hardened atheists screaming about the world coming to an end, and even some proclaiming that the Armageddon was near. I was darkness, chaos, and destruction personified. A normal mortal would lose all sense of their mental faculties if they were to gaze directly at me, which was the reason for my initial panic, as my little stunt was about to send no small population of Earth into a madness-induced parade. Thankfully it was nothing a little reality manipulation couldn't fix. The darkness shrouding my form dissipated away, leaving only my physical form as I descended back to Earth. Being back in the material world was vastly different than what I felt it used to be. Right now, I could feel the souls of the damned and also those that were drawn to torment in the dark dimension, screaming and cursing at whoever they could. It wasn't only just humans, alien life forms too. While I could hold all the souls within numerous universes, those in the dark dimension had always been out of my reach, but not anymore. My talk with Yog-Sothoth had given me a lot to think about now that I knew what I was. Different from other beings that could be killed and may even scale up to his level, the only way to kill an ultimate god like him or any of his kin was to kill the archetype that was the coagulation of them all. When basically explained, they were all part of Azathoth's imagination, and the only true way for them to cease existing was to make Azathoth think they don't. And doing that was easier said than done. The most I could do was force them back into the overvoid and prevent them from entering this multiverse, because the number of universes that were being turned into dust was getting progressively numerous by the second. The only beings I couldn't sense were the abstracts, most of them at least. Celestials, 2 beings I could only identify as Lord Chaos and Master Order due to the laws they were exuding, and the Living Tribunal. If I focus harder, I could feel them practically appearing and reappearing all over different universes. And not only that, the darkness I could feel bubbling inside a part of this universe was something that even I dreaded. Null the King in Black. There was something bothering me about the sudden revival of Null, and try as I may, I couldn't banish that fucking planet away from this universe. It was like cancer inside my own body, I just couldn't cut it away but rather deal with it symptom by symptom. Null was someone who had no way to be killed. He had the Celestials and their strongest forces literally running away due to the fear of death and the despair of continuously empowering himself with each Celestial that he killed. He was as much of a threat as that of anybody from the nightmare mythology. Clintar had been in my senses since my apotheosis, and I was sure the Celestials were already aware, since I had felt a few of them popping on and off the vicinity of the planet, most likely estimating how long it will take for him to rise up from his biblical death. I was sure I could more than match a few Celestials, but I didn't know how I would fare against those on the level of Arishem, a fully grown Tiamut and one above all the Celestial, not the Marvel Singularity. Seeing as how none of these Celestials would win against Null in a 1v1, maybe a fully grown Tiamut could, but fingers crossed, it probably meant that I still was not on the level that they were. That probably would have been the case if I was going with the stellar scaling that had completely lost its credibility since the heydays of Marvel Comics. The Infinity Stones were more than enough to propel someone to a level that few characters such as Franklin Richards and Adam Warlock had attained, but the only caveat was as far as they could achieve that. And then there was Dormammu. To be honest, scaling my abilities at this level is getting stupid, because I was coming to realize that there was a simple scale that could only apply to beings of my level. You either win against me or you can't. That was the only scale that proved true, and the only one that was proven to work at any time. Despite me not knowing how truly strong I've become, I didn't really feel that I'd lose against Null, if not factoring the weird feeling I always get when I look at him. Null might be really strong, but there was something I had learned from my time with Yog-Sothoth. As much as Null was called the god of the void, he was only a tenant in it, the strongest tenant, and not really the manifestation of the primordial darkness. Darkness was as much his power as it was mine. He was as much as dark god as I was, and even though he had a special sword, the Necro Sword, so did I. While my axe was nowhere near as strong as his weapon, the realization of my ability was an edge that I was sure would evenly balance me against the King in Black. Unlike my time as a human where I would spend days and weeks literally trying to get used to a new ability, my fusion with the Mind Stone changed all that, and the Soul Stone served to bolster what was already there. Rather than train to get used to the ability and have it synchronize itself with me to the level of familiarity I had with my other abilities, all I needed to do now was just understand how the ability worked, and that was a one-way ticket to instant mastery. It was more than just an ability at this point, to be honest. It had far surpassed something inane as heat energy, or any form of energy. It was even more than a concept at this point. It was a law. A totality in and of itself. Even now, merely touching upon the vestiges of that power, all I could feel was the steady unmoving feeling of void. The only aspect which it exhibited was to turn everything into nothing. Even energy. Excitement filled my body as I began to run scenarios and calculations on just how far and how theoretical I could take it. Since I had fused with the 6 aspects of the Marvel multiverse, at least some of it, an infinitesimally minute sum, what then would happen when I used my null ability in conjunction with, let's say, time? Yes, I could send attacks across the time stream, but it was still through the time stream. With my null ability, it was entirely possible that I could just destroy the stream and make it affect even a casual beings, since the attack has transcended time itself. Combining it with reality, ooh. Now that was something that was worth trying. It wasn't until I started my latest venture of manipulating reality that I realized just how much more dangerous it was than anything else I had. To an almost equal degree, the Reality Stone could function as any other Infinity Stone out there and could pretty much make them redundant, and different from what one might think. It was by far the most easiest of the Infinity Stones to use. It literally worked off imagination. Imagine that. Tampering with laws and concepts was what it was literally made to do. Turning fundamental laws into something as basic as hula hoops was the easiest thing it could do. It could literally meld with every other Infinity Stone in an unlikely seamless way that the Power Stone could never dream of achieving. Now imagine fusing that with something like Null. To be honest, something must have seriously been wrong with my head for me not to realize that I had been sleeping on my most dangerous ability since its conception. I literally only used it to destroy things when I could have been using it for so much more. My form phased through the room of my house and landed on the dining table just in time for dinner. The multiverse could worry about itself, but now I had a dinner that wasn't going to eat itself and a frustrated goddess to appease. Could my life get any better? I hope I just jinxed it. In a dimension outside the totality of the multiverse. I reckon you cease your attempt at that, human, Infinity. There are other more pressing things to worry about. 2 beings stood side by side and watched as the billion-fold specks of light become darker with each passing moment before being snuffed out. I'm afraid we are at an impasse. I will not allow a spawn of them to wield my essence, brother. He defeated Dormammu. At the mention of those words, the one identified as brother to Infinity ceased all words he wanted to say. What else could he say? Someone defeated Dormammu, in his own domain no less. And the said person had also taken a part of both his and his sister's aspect from quite a number of universes, and he was steadily progressing as every moment went on. You say that, but going there is more than certain enough to bring you harm. He wields both our powers, though to a significantly lesser degree, wields the darkness he usurped from Dormammu and also the void he impossibly had gotten. He might not have realized just how much power he had, and you going there will reveal just that to him. Let him wallow in his ignorance for a little while longer and let the others take care of him. After they have done their part, we will then take our time to absorb back all of our essence from him, since it's almost a true impossibility to kill Void after all. She pondered on her brother's words and knew the truth of them. It was better for everyone if he was still ignorant, but there was just one tiny problem. I can no longer see him. It would have been way better, infinitely so, if she had not lost sight of him the moment he absorbed Dormammu. Pun doubly intended. As much as she could feel his presence on multiple universes, so could he feel her presence if she were to be anywhere near those universes. What is the Tribunal's verdict? She asked. They believe it's best if we isolate the universes he's already gotten under his influence, as that would stop him from growing stronger and absorbing more of our aspects and ultimately cutting him away from our multiverse. Eternity grunted at his own words, since he knew that if not for the incursion they suddenly had to watch out for, they would have already done away with the man as soon as the Tribunal gave the judgment. Unfortunately for them, the recent events had taken them by quite the surprise, since no single one of them had ever expected Yog-Sothoth to personally act. As someone who stood at the same plane of existence with living Tribunal, it was on very rare occasions that he would act, and he usually was one that hardly ever devolved into madness like the rest, or most, of his kin. As if the possibilities of it getting even worse than this was the taboo child of Lord Chaos and the Queen of Nevers, Yog-Sothoth was surprisingly the least of their problems. Read all remaining chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon.com/DiraulTheoManus. 222, Chapter 217. Inside the middle of the earth, a gigantic glob of golden energy suddenly started thrumming with activity as it felt a connection being established with it before a pull drew in the consciousness inside the blob of energy. Your consciousness has been stirred, Tiamut. This means your emergence shouldn't be too far off. A gigantic black and golden armor celestial stood in front of Tiamut's summoned consciousness as he addressed his golden armored brethren. Like every other notable celestial out there, the one in front of Tiamut had a designated name and title: Oneg the Prober. Yes, it should. I feel urgency in your tone, Oneg. For you to be here personally suggests that something has happened in the multiverse. Something outside its expected course. Tiamut was as connected to other celestials as they were to each other, so he was very well aware of basic information, but there were still things that were outside his scope of omniscience. You would be correct in your statement. Arishem has judged it necessary that you emerge as soon as possible. I also came here personally with a question in mind: the cause, the main pivot, of the stir in the multiverse emerged from your universe, your planet specifically. Does he know about you yet? Are you in any danger? Most of the Celestials' roles often collide with one another, but they were carefully carried out while taking special care not to step in each other's way. Oneg's was to inquire and verify. Like Arishem was the main spokesman of the Celestials and his voice was their ever-leading judgment, it was Oneg's and a few others' role to bring information on anything that caught their attention to Arishem, and though Arishem had said that the man had made contact with the consciousness of Tiamut, Oneg had taken it upon himself to verify all claims from Tiamut himself. He does know about me as we've spoken once, but other than that, I'm afraid he hasn't made any other connection with me. And as for whether I'm in any danger, Tiamut remembered the agreement between him and Dral and how he proposed to facilitate his emergence without harming Earth if Tiamut's information about the stones were true, and considering he's left the universe and came back stronger, Tiamut could only acknowledge his part of keeping to their agreement. I don't believe I'm in any danger despite being in his senses all day long. He's rather amiable and level-headed should the need for a conversation ever arise. Tiamut gave his honest impression of Dral to Oneg, not seeing the need of withholding anything from his brethren Celestial when they were already aware of his presence. I see. I will tell Arishem of your impressions of the human, but unto another question, how long will it take before your emergence? Oneg asked, being extra careful not to scan the planet and risk having his presence known to the singularity of this universe. Unlike Oneg, Tiamut wasn't under the impression that he needed to hide himself nor his actions from Dral, as he was constantly under his attention, whether passively or not. Dral had promised him a few planets worth of energy should the time for his emergence come, since it would actually take some time to find a universe like that than just syncing him up with a random planet out there in the universe. There are quite a few factors in play before my emergence, but it should be a human decade at least, or less than 2 at most. I'm afraid I will not be available in these trying times for the multiverse, but ironically, my emergence is not in my power to quicken. Oneg remained silent at Tiamut's words because he knew how true they were. A celestial seed simply could not awaken without the required energy of billions and sometimes trillions of sentient life force. While they were the most ardent advocates of life, they were also the most stoic race that dealt in the favor of the majority and the greater good. What was a negligible few billions compared to the life of one celestial? What was the same worth of the few billion when then compared to an entire universe? To the multiverse? It was not even worth considering the disparity in level of importance between the two. I see. He started, I will deliver this information, so you should await Arishem's verdict. Oneg said before disappearing from Tiamut's senses, leaving the golden-clad celestial on his own to mule about the new choices that were opening up to him with each experience. I wonder what Dral would do in such a setting. It'll no doubt be something profound and yet simple at the same time. Dral took a simple step back and seamlessly evaded Yelena's punch, while at the same time bringing his hand down in a cleaving motion which forced the young girl to retreat, as it turned out to be the correct move, as the ground she had been stepping on gained a fine incision without any force acting on it. At another place a bit farther from them was Natasha and Ororo, both levitating while facing each other in a meditating stance, legs crossed and fingers intertwined together, letting their aura coat their body and paying no attention to what was happening. Unlike before, Yelena's body was fully covered in lightning even while she was stationary, which gave her some form of super strength and heightened all her physical abilities. Improved senses, which included bioelectric sensing and thermal sensing, heightened danger sense, improved regeneration, which mainly worked on her energy output, heightened durability, and like the rest of them she had some form of resistance towards other energy forms. She was making real good of the ability she chose for herself, to the point that compared to the others, she had had the most progress ability-wise. Due to the fact that she lived with 2 lightning users, and also that she'd seen them fight with it most times than not, it was way easier for her to pick up bits and pieces of their utilization and apply it to hers. There was also the fact that Dral had once commented on her abilities and how if she went fast enough, she could break through the space-time barrier and move inside the space-time continuum and time travel. The theory that if something could go past light speed then it was quite possible that it could time travel was one that had been proposed for years now, but like most revolutionary theories that science had put forth, it had never been proven, at least until now. If a living time stone said that with enough speed one could time travel, then that was as much proof as anything could ever need to be valid. Again. You're still holding yourself back subconsciously. Dral commented as he watched Yelena's eyebrows twitch in annoyance. Unlike the girl, Dral wasn't moving at that high a speed, but the space around him was so thick that she was finding it had to move a single limb, talk less too. I wouldn't if you removed that shitty space around you. She huffed, but the lightning around her body only crackled more fiercely. That's a misconception of your own doing, Yelena. You can already phase through material things, why are you limiting yourself from phasing through space too? You are too focused on me instead of yourself. Now again. This exercise had been going on for a little over an hour and Yelena was slowly getting frustrated because no matter what she did, Drawl always forced her to move back with every single motion of his hand. It wasn't fair how stupidly powerful he was. Flooding every single cell in her body with lightning, she disappeared, running faster than the very vibrations she produced with every little movement of her body straight towards Drawl. The only part of Drawl that she could see that was moving at the same speed as hers were his eyes. His eyes were following every single movement of hers in a way that was borderline creepy that she would have definitely voiced a complaint had this not been an important training exercise. Pushing her thoughts about how creepy his eye movements were, she braced herself and stepped inside his space, which made her feel that she was dropped into a vat of quick-acting super adhesive. It felt as if she was wearing over 1,000 kilograms of weight strapped to each of her limbs while running through quicksand. All she needed to do was touch him and the automatic win would be hers, but the space in here was whack as hell to the point that she didn't know if he was at an arm's length away or 100 meters away. Before she could ponder much on the distance, she felt his hand moving, a little bit slower than she was, which made the experience all the more confusing as she was sure she was a lot faster than his bodily functions due to his restrictions, but his hand movement was a little behind hers, a negligible difference, and though she was pretty close, at least according to what her senses told her, she was once again forced to move back as his attack was almost instantaneous. Drawl let out a frustrated sigh and looked at her with an expression that told just how pissed off he was by her repeated actions. What? You know there was no way I could have dodged that. Yelena defended herself as soon as the stare was leveled on her. In case you don't understand, trying to phase is a lot harder for a normal speedster than you can imagine. But you're not a normal speedster, are you? This goes beyond just vibrating at a higher frequency. You have to connect with what you're vibrating with, not in a phasing sense but in how your cells respond to it. And it's not coming to me that easy. Maybe if you told me without going through circles, then I would have picked it up rather than playing tag with you for an hour and pissing you off in the process. The two stared at each other, none willing to concede ground to the other. This continued on for a minute until Yelena arrived at a misconception of hers. Drawl had all the time in the world. The frustration that coursed through her body was felt by Drawl, who smirked as he saw her backing off and politely asking him what it was that she was doing wrong. It's the same concept that Ororo uses in traveling with lightning. She becomes lightning in a way that shouldn't have been possible. A few gods of the sky can do it but not all. Case in point, Thor. He's not completely in sync with his own divinity, which is what is impeding his growth, and unless he finds what he's lacking, his authority over the sky will stagnate. Rather than just phasing through objects, your speed basically connects two distances in space and time with each other with the fastest time possible. All you have to do is find another way to access that route and you'll find yourself moving quicker instead of just going faster. Super speed is not always meant to progress at a straight line with ironic speed. Rather than move faster towards me, find a way to get to me quicker, either by moving faster, not advisable, or moving through space itself. You don't have to run through every square meter to reach me, just connect to the point you want to get to and bam. You're there. A portal? She asked, flabbergasted, but Drawl corrected. A breach. One in space. Like I always say, there is no linear ability. The path you take determines how your abilities will grow. Yelena appeared deep in thought as she mulled over Drawl's words. It was pretty theoretical at best, but then again he was Drawl. He could manipulate reality as he wished, and if he said it was possible, then it was entirely possible. Which meant she could do it. Again. Read all remaining chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 223, Chapter 218. Clintar. Black murky substances could be seen flowing out of the crevices on the barren crust of the dead planet as if they were conscious. The entire hidden planet was slowly being covered with the writhing semi-living black substance, and every now and then, a mad cackle would seep through the planet's crust and reverberate through the entire planet. The being trapped in it couldn't help but let out a maddening grin, split his face in a disproportionate manner. He could feel that abundance of light which only belonged to one race he was very well acquainted with, popping on and off the periphery of the planet. They were anxious. Good. His mind started becoming increasingly overwhelmed with chaos. How much chaos he would spread, how much death and despair will spew forth from his awakening. How much darkness he would bring. His senses were getting better by the day and his prison bars became slacker. He could already cover a sizable amount of this tiny universe, and that was more than enough for him to glean something. This universe was weird. No, that was wrong. This universe had become weird. It had become too fixed, for lack of a better word. But no matter, it would fall sooner than later. His first step out of his prison will drown this pitifully bright congregation of stars to a muddy swamp of black. One again. As long as darkness never ends, Null will always rise. We watched as the multiverse started moving in a direction none of us could ever foresee. A stage as grand as this that none could compare to. The Judge. The Abstracts. The Celestials. The Elder Gods. The Darkness from the Beyond. Null. Galactus. And a host of other players that had not yet made themselves known on the board. A multiversal war that threatened all of existence. A war that caused trepidation in the hearts of all those involved due to a simple question. Will he finally act? Even our stance of non-interference was being threatened. There were no but a handful of universes we've watched that had forced us to a similar situation as the one we were currently watching. But something about this event made it glaringly different from its other similarities. It was all centered around a singularity. The man named Dral St. Cross was an enigma that even we were finding hard to understand. First and foremost, the individual known as Dral only existed in one universe out of the countless myriad others out there in the multiverse. For this reason, trying to see through or predict his course of action was harder than it ever was, now impossible than it ever could be. Viewing someone's future was no different than watching the most similar alternate timelines where most of the actions mirrored each other, but in his situation, that wasn't the case. The most similar alternatives were all past timelines to the main one, which made seeing the future in his case a lot harder than it should. The moment he had fused with the universe was the moment we lost everything about him, past and future. All we could see was the present. Who would win in this free-for-all? Who would be the first to lose? These were questions that none of us had an inkling of an answer to, and that made the experience even more exciting than it should be, because this defined our very existence as the all-present spectator of the multiverse. This was a once-in-a-lifetime moment that could not be missed. There was no past to make a reference to, no future to draw conclusions from, only a slowly moving present that was too precious to be missed even for a second. Ah! It looks like something is about to happen very soon. We all eagerly waited with bated breaths for the beginning and conclusion of the next encounter from any of the forces of the constant multiverse and the singularity known as Dral. How long will he continue to win? Who would he finally lose against? Can he be overwhelmed? The stakes for this battle was one that will turn the multiverse on its head, and maybe something else we all feared. The birth of a new firmament. A complete overhaul of the multiverse that once was to a new one that knows not of the old. The number of beings that have lived through such experiences were few and far in between, with Galactus and Null being a prime example. At that point it wouldn't matter if we interfered or not, because the multiverse would have already been destroyed to a point that any repairs on it would be damaging what could no longer be fixed. Despite all this, all our eyes still trailed every motion of this universe, waiting and waiting for the moment where everything goes to shit and we are forced to act. Until such time arrives, we'll dutifully carry out the sacred duty we've been given until the very end. Dral St. Cross POV. After getting Yelena a little progress in her abilities, I opted to do a little sightseeing, if you catch my drift. The reason I didn't just twitch an eye and have reality change in respect to Yelena's ability was because it would sooner more than later make everything vain. If all we ever needed was to be produced by the snap of a finger, then most things would lose their meaning. Struggle was a form of human needs and self-sustenance was the actual proverbial demon. Everything was supposed to be on a measured scale according to the world around you: suffering, pain, glory, grace, blessing, life, even death. Being completely sheltered from everything except life and death was in essence a useless life lived. Just because I've lost my sense of contentment with almost everything doesn't mean that I should let them feel the same way. Back to my sightseeing. On my quest of finding the best place to spawn a particular dreaming celestial, I, with my genius, decided to ask someone who I knew would be the best person for the information I needed. And who better than he who remains? He was arguably the only person I knew, not personally, who could at least hold an actual conversation without us turning to our guns. It was a little hard finding the place, but given the scope of my powers, all it took was a little time before the shining beacon of energy was imprinted in my senses. Upon getting the location of the TVA, I warped directly to the side of the person I wanted to meet. Woohoo! Let me guess you're here to kill me, ain't ya? I was met face to face with the goofy version of Kong who had, unbelievably, somehow won the multiversal war of kings. Oh no. I'm just here for a few things, and some information if you will. He looked at me for a second and shrugged before plopping down on a chair while trailing his eyes on me as I made my way to his desk and pulled out a few drawers. There they are. I grabbed the infinity stones laying around and just stuffed them in my pocket dimension and got to assimilating them. I'll be the first to admit that that's a new one. You know those only work in their home universe, right? Kong asked before munching on an apple that miraculously appeared in his hands. Oh, I know. You don't have a problem with me taking them, right? I asked as I made my way to one of the chairs opposite him and couldn't help the sigh that escaped my lips as my back hit those soft cushions. Damn. Where'd you get these? I think I need more than a few for my house. He seemed amused at my laid-back reaction and offered me an apple that I gracefully accepted before answering my questions. Well, they're nothing more than rocks to me, so I just keep them lying around everywhere. And those chairs are from 3031. I know a guy. We remained in silence, with only the sound of our occasional munching rhythmically breaking through the silence. He never once let his stare completely leave my body. Meanwhile, all I did was just lay back and started collecting all the infinity stones scattered throughout the TVA. If they had found a way to harness the energy inside the stones in another universe, then this Kong wouldn't have had to worry too much about his variant selves. So, am I supposed to know why someone as strong as you suddenly decided to pay Lilo me a visit? There was a small smile on his face with the tiniest amount of concern as he looked at me. Like I said, I just came for the stones and a tiny bit of information. I shrugged. Sure, I could just read his mind, but where was the fun in that? Sometimes a little conversation can go a long way. And since you've gotten the stones you came for, might I know what information brought you here? He asked with growing concern. Zombies. Dead planets, but still filled with sentient life. Do you know of any universe like that? I asked after finishing my apple. That really was some tasty apple, no cap. He looked a bit surprised and then frowned in cautiousness. That's awfully specific. Any reason why you'd want to go to a zombie-infested reality? So you do know of one, that good. As for the reason, let's just say it's for a friend. I'm assuming you got the coordinates. He burst out into a crazy fit of laughter, and though he tried stopping himself, he just couldn't. I let the paranoid man get it out of his system once he realized that I actually wasn't here to kill him. Yes, I've got coordinates. He tapped on his wrist and a holographic image came to life and displayed a lot of spatial coordinates. While I could find the universe I was looking for, it would however be a pain in the ass since I would have to look through a host of universes before finding the one I want. At least with Kong I have a starting point. Having memorized the coordinates, I nodded at Kong and got up in a bit of resuming my quest. Might I ask you a question? Just take it as a curiosity. Sure, shoot. What universe are you from? You're a human, right? It's just that no one I've met, not a single one of my variants, has any information on someone like you. Not a single bit of data, so my curiosity is righteously piqued. I have information on almost everything and everyone of major importance, even to the tiniest detail, but you? Not a single thing. And yet again, someone just confirmed my existence in the multiverse. I find it truly surprising that there truly is no one with my face or identity in the multiverse. You could say I'm something of a special existence. There are quite a few people who can be considered a singularity out there in the multiverse and I'm one of them. That answers your question. Absolutely. I was about to warp myself away to the coordinates with me but stopped at the last second as I remembered something. Can I get a few of those chairs? The texture was nice. He smirked and waved his hand in motion and some chairs started appearing only for them to disappear immediately after as they were all sucked inside my own pocket space. Alrighty. I'll be out of your hair then. This little adventure was quite the find as I harvested over 100 stones of each type. I knew this was but a tiny drop in the ocean when compared to the rest of the multiverse, but to me it was a lot different. I never planned on absorbing all infinity stones across realities after all because I knew that a lot of forces won't just sit back and let that happen and sooner or later I'll have to face the living tribunal because of what was happening. Read all remaining chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon.com/DearAulTheoManus. 224, Chapter 219. After departing from Kang's hiding place, I warped to the universe he showed me according to the map of the aligned alternate universes laying atop each other. The universe I arrived in was interesting to say the least. I knew I was taking a big risk by coming here but this was the only thing I could think of rather than sicking Tiamut somewhere else and having him kill billions. My senses covering the universe told me that almost all life here had been infected. The zombies even started a space exploration program just so they could infect other worlds. First on my list was killing a few people of interest like Hank Pym, Reed Richards, Strange and a host of others that were known for their bullshittery when it came to finding the unknown. Having gotten the direction of this universe down, I ensured that there was absolutely no one that would be able to find out that a celestial seed was placed underneath their planet's crust. With that done, I warped back to my universe to have another talk with Tiamut. Hey big guy! How have you been doing? I asked after connecting my consciousness to his. I am buried underneath a planet, so you could say I've been rather grounded. He answered in such a monotonous voice that would have let the intent of his statement fly past my head if I had not been paying attention. Did you just make a joke? It felt like I was seeing my very own Autobot grow up and start learning the human way. Yes, I believe I just did. I have been using my extensive time to learn as much as I can from your race. I've recently come to realize that jokes can be used to set the mood. And judging from your reaction, I'll say it was successful. I was too stunned to do anything else other than nodding along to his words. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, might I ask what brings you here? My focus was brought back to the situation at hand and I gave Tiamut the rundown of the plan. It is feasible but there's just one glaring issue I see that you failed to put into consideration. What will happen if Arishem finds out that my location has been changed? Oh. My expression grew pensive when I realized that I truly didn't think about that. Given how the Celestials were in full surveillance mode, anything that happens to a single one of them was cause for alarm. If they were to find out that Tiamat had been moved to another universe, I honestly don't know how they'll react. What if we merged both universes? His golden eyes bore into me with a gaze I've grown to understand as curiosity. I already possess the Infinity Stones of that universe, so all I need to do is shrink it to a palm-sized ball and connect you right to it, or maybe just stuff it in you. That way you wouldn't have to take a step and you'll have a universe's worth of energy for your emergence. I'd already made sure that there was no way the virus would be able to affect a Celestial as strong as Tiamat with a thorough reality warping ever since I got a hold of the universe. There was a part of the comics where even Galactus was affected after all, so there was no way I was taking any chances. I see. That should work. And since my consciousness is already stirred, I'll be able to warp myself inside that universe when I'm ready for my birth. Quite thrilling the concept of birth if I do say so myself. Tiamat mirrored a tick of mine and started stroking his celestial armored chin, but I was amused by the sight that I didn't even bother to call him out. Oh, that reminds me. A Celestial visited me a while ago and I believe my emergence and plausible interference is already within Arishem's judging gaze. I frowned at that because I haven't felt any Celestial near this galaxy, so they must have used a form of communication I wasn't aware of. Well, no matter. As much as I think Arishem would love to judge the hell out of my ass, he has more than enough on his plate than spending his efforts on old me. We'll deal with that when the time comes. I refrained from asking him what he felt about his brethren Celestials because although the comics illustrated Tiamat as different from the others, he was a Celestial in the end. His role was out there in the multiverse. Clasping my hands together, blinding light seeped out from it in huge amounts before it started receding on its own until a swirl of bright gas hovered above my palm. This was the zombie universe. I placed the universe next to Tiamat's consciousness and no sooner did he start absorbing the energy he needed to start his emergence. How long do you think it'll take? I asked. A handful of minutes to a few hours, I reckon. Would you mind hiding my energy release from the other Celestials? I feel like I should spend a few moments alone before I take on whatever duty is expected of me. I nodded my head at his request and casted a shield over the earth that'll block every iota of cosmic energy he was releasing. See you soon, Drawl. He said as his consciousness faded away to focus on his birth. With nothing else to do, I figured I'll use this time and get familiar with my abilities. Creation and reality warping was easy for me to understand as there was nothing in this universe I couldn't create and no law I couldn't bend. I could change the fundamental force of the universe if I ever wanted to, so reality warping was just another word for who I am. The problem, however, laid with my destruction and its ability to turn everything null. Even with over 1,000 mind stones working together to figure this shit out, I still haven't made as much progress as I'd hoped. And I haven't even added darkness to the mix. It felt like it was the exact opposite of what I currently was, and in some way, it was true. The universe was born out of light with then birthed creation, while what I was trying to wield was destruction and darkness in its truest sense. I formed an orb of destruction in my hand and saw as the space around it started shrinking and contorting on itself as if it was being burned, which created a black hue that surrounded the dark red orb in my hand. For as far as I could tell, destruction has always flowed through my veins, quite literally in fact, whenever I got angry, and looking back at it now, I was resisting the urge to go back in time and give myself a big slap. I had such a thing flowing through my body at all times, and what did I do with it? Shoot omega beams and use it to look menacing as fuck. With my current mastery, I could use it to erase almost any physical thing in existence, be it vibranium, adamantium and even URU, but the problem was using it to erase some specific type of energy and even concepts. To be honest, I had a lot of things to test out in a real fight, so I was very much looking forward to anybody who came first for a fight. I've had various degrees of success in combining destruction and reality, since out of all the aspects I possessed, those two had the most similarity out of all of them. Reality in a nutshell was saying fuck you to all preconceived notions of order. Anything it wanted was what it got, like a petulant child. I was already the perfect embodiment of a few aspects except darkness and destruction. I could control darkness and wreak destruction across multiple planes of realities, but I wasn't truly them, not in the sense of how I was with the Infinity Stones. The orb fizzled out due to my lacking concentration, but I didn't pay much mind to it and kept focusing on how to truly be darkness and destruction, because one thing I've learned was that they both went hand in hand. If I were to compare embodiments of darkness and destruction according to some characters I knew, then it would be beings like Than, Dormammu, Null, and Lord Chaos. These beings personalized their aspect to the point that they became physical manifestations of those aspects. I was not the primal aspect of space, neither was I the primal aspect of time, soul, mind, power, and reality. I was simply an usurper, and I was quite okay with that. But it would take more than simply usurping to get to the next plane of power. The comics always made it look super easy. Having gazed at Yog-Sothoth, I finally understood just how vast were the realms of power between me and him. And that wasn't even his true manifestation. His true form, along with that of the rest, resided in the same place with Azathoth as they were too powerful to fully immerse themselves on any multiverse. I could already see the cracks on Clintar increasing with every passing moment and the deranged laughter that echoed out simultaneously. Even with the distance between us, I couldn't stop the chill that went down my spine with every laugh he echoed out. I guess you really die when you are killed. Whoever said that quote deserved some sort of accolade for being so fucking obvious. Not just Celestials, I could also feel multitudes of gods finally getting out of their golden cities while some went into hiding. It wasn't just Null that they were coming to fight, it was whatever happened during the fight with Null. This was not just war. This was chaos, death and destruction. I wonder how many gods will try to kill me? Probably more than a handful. Will the Celestials try to kill me too? Or maybe the Elder Gods? Null I know will definitely try to kill me. What about those from the Overvoid, the Outer Gods? Which one will try to kill me? Will one of the stairs I constantly feel be the ones to do it? Or maybe the Abstracts? I'm pretty much on Eternity and Infinity's naughty list, that's for sure. Or maybe the judge himself will deliver the verdict when the chaos becomes too much. It was a clusterfuck with promised death at every side, and not just my death but also the death of my family. If it was possible, I probably would have bailed on this fight. The stakes were just too disproportionate and some people were already shifting cards even before the game began. Alliances were being made and dissolved. It was all based on two things: survival and profit. I had a few hands to play that I was sure could change the flow of the game, but when I was playing against over 100 veteran players, the odds were never in my favor. But I guess the universe had never been in my favor since the beginning, but that didn't stop me from owning the bitch, so I'm absolutely sure this won't either. If I die then I'm pretty sure one of the Outer Gods already has dominion over my soul, and to be honest, I don't know which one I prefer. Death or an eternal prisoner of the void. That was a pretty damned hard choice, but not one I will be choosing until I'm the last man standing. My thoughts were pulled to a screeching halt as I felt the familiar energy of Tiamat and one of my universe being obliterated to fine dust, which I'm pretty sure wasn't supposed to happen. 225, Chapter 220. The dreaming celestial Tiamat the communicator. He could feel the universe dying at an astonishing rate. Planets and stars exploding just so he could get the required energy needed from his birth. The only reason he didn't outright lament the astronomical loss was that he knew how important it was that he was born. Regardless of his growing sympathy with the innumerable mortal races of the universe, he still could not forget his importance in the grand calculus of the multiverse. The least he could do was be thankful that Draal was of the same mind and had taken it upon himself to look for a universe that produced the lowest cost. Though he was still in the process of learning, he was no baby that couldn't distinguish between what was right and what was necessary. Large influx of cosmic energy started flowing into him and facilitating the things needed for him. Normally the energy he needed, at the minimal least, was from a few billion people, but given that this universe was pretty much out of the sight of Celestials, he decided not to be stingy and tried taking as much cosmic energy as he could, destroying everything else in the process. His senses were cut from the rest of the universe because of the barrier Draal erected over his Earth. He was a little surprised that he couldn't overpower the shield and force his senses into the multiverse despite it being a simple barrier that Draal had cast. He knew his human friend might sometimes blatantly forget, most times intentionally, but there was no changing, or even the smallest doubt, of the fact that he was in fact among one of the strongest beings in the multiverse. Like the others out there, he knew he would have to make a choice, and the first one that deserved his first answer was none other than the man who helped hasten his emergence. He looked at the burning universe laid before his senses, but he couldn't put a finger on what exactly he was feeling by watching it. In his mind, the three core aspects of his existence, wants, needs, and duty, clashed against each other in a battle that he didn't know which eventually won. He'd have to ask his first friend about that. Even the concept of friendship was a foreign one to him, but he was determined to see where it led. Connecting himself to the only universe connected to the one he was currently in, he warped directly into it since he was sure no other celestial could feel his energy, so there was no problem with him appearing on Earth. He appeared in the middle of a mountain range, one where he was sure the only thing around were the low-leveled sentient organisms of this planet, and waited. He had learned how to be tactful in his time underground after all. A few seconds later, he felt the familiar shredding of space that alerted him of Draal's arrival. "I have to say, you really do look imposing in person," Draal said after running his senses over the newly born celestial, who easily stood taller than any of the nearby mountains despite the fact that he'd severely shrunk down his size. "I concur. Though your idea of imposing might differ from the rest of the inhabitants of your planet, I do feel like I strike quite the threatening impression at first glance." Tiamat nodded to Draal's words, acknowledging the fact that they had come to the same conclusion. "You Celestials really are different. Even now I can feel the amount of cosmic energy in your body increasing by folds. The universe does really pick favorites." Draal muttered more to himself than to his cosmic audience. "So what now, big guy? Null will be out any second now, and that'll be the spark of an all-out multiversal war." Instead of giving him his answer, Tiamat instead replied with a question of his own. "What do you want, Draal? From this war, the advent and the end?" What do you stand to gain from it in any way? To know something, you had to first understand how it worked, and given that he couldn't understand how Drawl worked, he wanted to at least understand how he thought. What do I stand to gain? An interesting question, but also one that insinuates that there is something to gain from this war. Unfortunately, that doesn't apply to me. I have nothing to gain but everything to lose. This war can only take from me and give nothing back. Even in the unlikely case that I survive to the end without losing anything, I'll still end up with nothing at the end of it all. It's something you might not understand yet, but there is no crown to be had. No power to be won at the end of it all. There will only be those who lost and those who lost everything, so when you ask what do I stand to gain from all this, I have no freaking idea what you are talking about. What I want is for some peace and quiet, but I guess even that's impossible given how this multiverse works, right? Even though he was complaining, his voice never went an octave higher and remained at the same tone all through his rant, making it more of a monotonous dialogue than anything else. To be honest, all I want is for me to wake up tomorrow and not feel the edge of a knife to my neck. Not even possessing the Infinity Stones can grant me that wish. He had long brought out a few wares and started brewing tea while sitting midair as he gave the Celestial his own version of a drunken harangue. I see. In other words, I'm fucking up anybody I come across. Be it celestial, gods, elder gods, eldritch monstrosities, cosmic beings, and even the fucking abstracts won't escape the list. If they are all that hell bent on fucking up my life, then the least I can do is fuck up their entire existence. So tell me, Tiamut, what are you going to do? Tiamut remained silent at Drawl's repeated question as his golden eyes met Drawl's brown. I don't know. I will be the first to admit that my answer is lackluster at best, but it's truly the only choice I come to. With my limited existence, I'm afraid that I don't sufficiently understand the true scale of what is about to happen and how it will affect each individual involved. The only role I know of is that I am sure I will participate in fighting for the survival of this universe and the rest, but who I will fight to ensure that, I do not know. It might be you, it might be the other Celestials, the gods are a most likely probability. Maybe even the abstracts, or I may even wish to go against the directives of our Creator. These are all still within the realms of a multiversal calculus of infinite probabilities, but it is pretty much confirmed that I will partake in the upcoming battle. Does this answer your questions? Drawl nodded his head before continuing sipping his tea. It was a pastime activity he had been neglecting for a while now due to the fact that he was getting bored with almost everything. I guess since we've gotten that out of the way, it's about time you group up with the other Celestials. See you soon, T. With those words, Drawl left the dreaming Celestial on his own in the middle of the mountain range and warped off to who knows where while also removing the barrier that covered Earth. The moment the barrier was gone, Tiamut received a call, or the cosmic equivalence of one, from someone who he knew very well, as all Celestials did. Arishem the Judge. Tiamut. Arishem. The link between them became silent for a few seconds before Arishem simply asked. You were not supposed to emerge for the next few years. How come you did, and without harming any life on that planet? He helped me. Tiamut simply stated. The understanding between the two Celestials was as if they'd known each other for quite a few years. He gave me a universe, one equally identical to this one with the presence of heavy cosmic saturation on it. I was able to absorb that instead of this one, thereby keeping life on this planet unharmed. Tiamut then explained to him how his emergence came to be in detail since there actually was no need of keeping it to himself. Hearing all what Tiamut had to say, Arishem only said one word before cutting the line between the two of them. Tiamut looked at the planet one more before disappearing completely away from this plane of existence. In a beautiful garden, a breathtaking woman sat among the meadows and blew a soul-catching tone while playing with the singing flowers around her. If there was ever a picture that could be ascribed to the word natural, then everything about the woman was it. She felt ethereal yet looked as real as the ground she was sitting on. The tune she was singing stopped as a beautiful smile graced her face, but the grass and leaves didn't stop with their symphony. Dear sister, and here I was beginning to think you wouldn't bother visiting me. How cruel of you. Standing behind her was a cloaked figure with raven black hair spilling out of the hood she wore. Unlike the natural atmosphere of the former woman, the latter felt as if while being one with existence itself, it felt as if existence was merely doing as she bid. Hello to you too, Jia. She finally spoke, causing Jia, who had remained sitting since the beginning, to stand up and draw her into a hug. They remained like that, none moving, for an indefinite time before Jia finally separated from her sister. Come with me, sister. I believe we have a lot to catch up on. She drew her sister towards an alcove by the side of the garden, giggling as she ignored the exasperated sigh that left the mouth of her clearly distraught sister. Like her title, Jia truly was a mother to all. So tell me, what exactly brought you here? The moment they were seated, Jia's demeanor changed as if a switch had been flipped and her face turned passive. Don't play the fool with me, Jia, you know very well why I'm here. Not only did you let that girl near him, but you also gave her your blessing, and not just any blessing but one that made her be considered your direct daughter, and you know exactly what that means. I know your concerns, Oshter, but I believe it was the right choice then. We can't simply think that our input in this battle will be anything special, and if we're not careful, they might come back and try to feed on the chaos. My blessing to her was due to her determination and belief. Her love for her fiancé was what made me wave the lines. If she wants to fight by his side, then you of all people know that she'll need all the power she can get. And besides, I doubt she's the reason you're here. It is connected. My last divination showed me something I hoped to never see. Thin and Set. They too are striving for his power. If they manage to get even a part of it, then we're doomed. It's not like any of us can see a ray of salvation when the battle starts. All we can do is struggle to survive for another pointless eon until another war on this scale erupts. I'm quite fed up with this pointless circle, but then again, not even we have the power to change reality as we please. Enough of the dreary talk. How was your travels? 226, Chapter 221. Dral went back home with a light heart because of his conversation with Tiamut. I will fight. That was what Tiamut had said, and Dral had to admit that he resonated with that thought. They were similar in a few ways, given that they both woke up in a world with a determined course set out for them, and it was how they responded to it that made them different from any other person in their shoes. They were both prepared to go against their puppet masters if they were not satisfied, at least Tiamut was, since Dral had already delivered his middle finger to any curious spectator. When he got home, the house was empty with the normal residents off to their various ways. He knew they were at Krakow helping the growing nation as much as they could, while Steve was probably with Peggy. Speaking of Steve and Peggy, it looked like Steve was pretty adamant about her staying out of this kind of life. A sentiment that both couples shared. Steve didn't want to involve Peggy in this part of his life because she understood more than anyone how infinitely dangerous it was compared to whatever she had experienced in her life. It wasn't even a topic of comparison. Most times they'll tell dark jokes about what will happen if some of them were to die along the way, and though the three women at home were mildly put off by it, they too understood how slim their chances of coming out of it fully whole was. Dral had on multiple occasions defied the very concept of impossibility, but it'll take more than breaking through every unavoidable concept for him to pull it through again. Death wasn't a concept that any of them fancied, which was the reason for their bitter end struggle. Even now, they knew they were mostly outmatched when it came to the upcoming battle, but there was no way for them to back out of it now. If there was ever a fight of their lives, then it'll be the coming one. Gods were panicking. Celestials were determined. Elder gods were stealing their resolve and looking for the most opportune moment to spring up whatever agenda they had. The same with the abstracts and the lot of unknowns out there. This was the reason why Dral let them be and left them to their own devices. He knew exactly how they were feeling, and he didn't need his empathic powers for that. After all, when he wouldn't be a nervous wreck if they stared death in the face. Not just any death, but the literal entity that embodied it. Though he had a plan to pull them out, it was entirely unsure if it would work when different levels of omniscience were going to be clashing in the overhead battle. Left to himself, Dral did something he hadn't done for a long time. Hey Marky! He called the CEO of his company and almost lost himself in a fit of laughter as he heard how Marky was trying to compose himself after the illusory boss of one of the most forefront media companies in the whole world. The past few years had left the Harvard nerd feeling like the most important person in the world, as the entire Facebook company was left to him while Dral had the others pretty much running on codes that were at the level of unintelligent AI. Suddenly receiving a call from the man was bound to throw him in and out of different loops. I'm fine, sir. I'm fine. Marky pulled himself together as his years of experience shone through, making him no longer feeling as pressured of the man as he was initially. Quite an abrupt call, Dral. Is there anything I can help you with? HOH? Seems like you've finally grown a pair of overdue balls, Marky. Dral's eyes squinted in a mix between amusement and irritation. Feeling a creeping chill up his spine, Marky immediately revered back to the role that had been automatically assigned between them. No, of course, I mean, yes sir. Seeing the way his first employee was still a nervous train wreck, Dral decided to take pity on the man. No need to be alarmed, Marky. I just called in to check on you. Don't want to make you feel like an irresponsible boss who doesn't even care about his employees' welfare. Dral said with a smile on his face as he saw Marky's face contort into an unamused sneer, but he didn't let any of his inner thoughts filter into the conversation. Oh, that? You flatter me. You didn't have to do any of that, sir. I've been taking good care of myself and also the company. Though I think the employees will truly appreciate it, a sense of motivation so to speak, if you dropped by the office at times. Marky's face remained impassive, but his tone was the complete opposite as he spoke to Dral, knowing fully well that the man will decline it. Maybe I'll show up one of these days and see how corporate life works. See you around, Marky. Though he knew Marky didn't mean any of the words he said, he thought it'll be fun to surprise the hell out of the man and show up to his company one day. Though he didn't put much thought on it. He hung up before Marky could get another word in and paced around his house before growing bored and decided to take a stroll. A stroll always helped to free his mind. On one of the rare few occasions he ever did it, he shut off most of his senses and suppressed his abilities to the lowest, which was still more than enough to thoroughly decimate the planet, and got on his stroll. Though he'd never mentioned it before, it was outright impossible for any being on Earth and even the wider universe to sense his presence unless he specifically allowed it. Even if he occupied a human form, the brain of most sentient beings was still not strong enough to comprehend what he was, so he mostly just disappeared from their senses, and even the world subconsciously shifted to his desires. Suppressing his senses and abilities was the only way he could get any enjoyment and fulfillment from this endeavor. He appeared in a random alleyway since his house was in a rather secluded and far area of the state, and walked out with hands in his coat. He looked just like any other random person in the ever-bubbling streets of New York. With that thought in mind, he moved through the crowds hoping to find something that'll hold his attention long enough until he grew bored of it. Bucky Barnes POV. Bucky sat on top of an uncompleted building after taking a breather from the work he'd been doing since morning. He would have preferred staying at home, but Nat had suggested a change of scenery as they spent day in and day out indoors, and it turns out that the only place they knew that would serve as a great distraction was Krakow. Constructions were still going on every day, which meant that there were a lot of things he could do to take his mind off any unwanted thoughts. There was already an established body of order in the small city they had built, which was represented by a few people, namely Emma Frost, Ororo, Raven, and Charles. Ororo was more of a mediator between all of them because her presence was pivotal to the forming of the meta-human nation. Though they didn't know to what extent, anybody with any degree of heightened senses would be able to tell at Fort's glance that she was vastly different from the others. A subconscious reaction due to the kind of aura she emitted as a high goddess of the sky. Since she was the strongest and also being the one that brought them together, most decisions made for the nation passed through her before they are implemented. And not to mention that her fiancé was none other than Draal, who the other three have simultaneously given up on trying to understand. What are you doing up here? Nat came to his side and sat beside him. Just resting and trying to catch my thoughts. Bucky said, not reacting to the sudden weight that impacted his back as Natasha laid her back against his. I guess you were right when you said a little hard labor was what I needed to stop feeling stuffy. Bucky's medium-length hair that was tied in a bun to prevent it from disturbing him during his work was blowing freely in the air behind his back. More magic practice? He asked after seeing how spent she was. Not really. I was testing the limits of how much I can command reality. Matter manipulation is a lot easier than reality manipulation, but we have all the proof we need that I can bend reality with my powers. How far I can take it still remains to be seen. Psychokinesis was a very obscure and rare ability that much isn't known about. The only similarities that could be compared that she knew of were the sorcerers. Draal had given her access to his magical notes and spells since it was the fastest way for her to learn how to truly manipulate her abilities to produce results she wanted. Matter manipulation was more Bucky's alleyway, but his was limited by the fact that he could only manipulate his body, so there was no way he could help her out with that. Psychokinesis was all about impressing your thoughts into reality, and the simplest form of that was telekinesis and telepathy. It was like training an extra set of limbs to play instruments. Playing a gong would be very easy with them, but the difficulty increases if you make it play a drum instead. The more those set of limbs get attuned to complex tasks, it becomes less of a limb and more of a string, pulling on the very fabrics of reality. It was exactly the same way magic worked. If simple telekinesis were the same as beating a gong, what she was trying to do would be akin to playing the piano with a set of tightly held together strings. Luckily she had a lot of experience in that particular area, as she had been able to pick it up easily when she first started studying magic under Draal, leaving her to only deepen her experience and familiarity with it to take it to the next level. Sounds like you've got a lot on your plate. Honestly, it's not that much. I'm just pushing through what I can already do and see if I can take them to the next level. They relapsed into another bout of silence, with Bucky watching what was happening below and also the city in the distance. They sure had come a long way in a few short years, was Bucky's conclusion as he saw different types of meta-humans moving around with a rather lax and carefree attitude without always having to look at their back. To be honest, the lines between humans and aliens have been blurred with how strong he'd gotten. The differences and disparity between specific groups of people grew smaller the more you grow higher. Even in politics, things like race, gender, wealth, culture, and even ambitions lose most of their initial importance due to the level of hierarchy the individuals have been introduced to. It was also why it was almost impossible, if not downright so, to hear about a racist billionaire. Not even the government, who stigmatizes the metas, hates them as much as the local people do. But they had managed to make something free from any human influence. Very soon, this county will soon be self-reliant, as it was richly saturated with natural resources. I think break time is over. He still had a job to do, so he couldn't waste time sunbathing. 227, Chapter 222. It was the first cry of panic and despair that started it all. A squadron of multicolored beings, very scant in numbers, stared at the blackened planet of Clintar that oozed with pure malice and deranged laughter that sent phantom feeling of chills down the spines of the present Celestials. Of the gathered panel, 4 Celestials stood at the forefront of the others and brimmed with more power than any other gathered Celestial. Standing in the middle of the void, with all of his focus on the small planet before him, was a celestial covered entirely with dark red armor and golden blazing eyes that radiated his power and the coldness with which he showed it forth. Arishem the judge. Standing at his right and emitting resplendent gold stood a celestial that most had not been aware of except for few that were aware of his conception. Unlike Arishem, whose just his eyes radiated unshakable might, the eye sockets of this celestial glowed a dim gold in the dreaming celestial, Tiamut the communicator. Unlike the other celestials gathered here that had an enmity with the almost freed but still imprisoned demon of black that predated the universe, Tiamut was driven by the will and belief that all life was precious, and while the loss of life was a necessity for the universe to continue, condemning one to the malice and madness of a dark god didn't sit right with him. He was passionate, but naive. On the other side of Arishem, different from the two previously mentioned celestials, this one's body, or what they considered their armor, was multicolored in black and gold. If Arishem could be described as strict and unfeeling, and Tiamut as compassionate but resolute, he stood without showing any intent. He didn't pulsate with power, nor did his eyes glow with hatred or any other strong emotion, no. He just stared at Clintar, completely unfeeling to anything around him. To him, there was only one thought that occupied his thought processes: Exitar the executioner, the annihilation, or the re-imprisonment of Null was all that mattered, and until it was done or he died, he fancied nothing else. The last celestial stood to the side of the executioner. Donned in dark green cosmic armor with brown accents. His entire face was covered, but his presence could be felt everywhere, even among this small group of powerful celestials. Harjan the Measurer. The four of them stood watch for the past cycles since it became apparent that there was nothing they could do to stop his re-emergence. It could be seen how serious the celestials took the case of Null's rising, but, though it was a valid cause of panic for the cosmic race, it wasn't the reason why they gathered like this. The fact that Exitar, Arishem, and the newly born Tiamut stood at the forefront could be seen as a precaution against something more than Null. Null was just the first step to the ensuing nightmares that the multiverse was about to wake up to. Kikikikikikik. His deranged laugh resonated against the cosmic armors of the celestials, and from it they felt his mockery and bone-deep hatred for them and everything they birthed. Did you miss me? Keek keek. Black writhing miasma spewed out in thick amounts that covered the tiny lights of the faraway stars. I can feel it from these wretched shackles of mine. Brimming with life and cosmic energy. I wonder how it will feel to kill one of you again after so long. I will savor every moment of it, that much I know. His voice got louder, and the intent it carried was strong enough that it caused the bright lights of the stars to dim considerably. There was nothing Null hated more than the race of pioneers that had disturbed his once eternal reign in darkness. Trapped in my exile and with nothing to do, did I ponder, how will I finally get rid of you bright-colored vermin? Eons passed. Liquid black started floating out from the deep and wide crevice of the planet, each tendril carrying Null's purest, or rather most corrupted, will. Eons uncountable passed, but not once did my pondering cease. It was my own past hubris that caused my downfall, but then I finally came across the spark of realization I slight when light seeped through the first crack. So you want to know what solution I arrived at? No. Another bout of psychotic laughs screeched out, causing a few of the weak celestials to tremble. How about I just show you? Clintar shattered at that instant as it was bombarded with a wave of cosmic energy the moment the seal finally cracked open. Heed my words, celestials. He is currently weakened, but do not let that naive preconception lower the caution you should feel to the calamity he represents. He feeds off of the dark concepts, and every of our deaths at his hands will only empower him. Arishem's crisp words echoed in the ears of all present celestials with a tone of authority. He had judged the darkness again, and like every phenomenon that had heard his utterance of judgment, it would be so. For celestials, the epithet they were known by was not just a name that they could take upon themselves. The cognomen they each possessed was something assigned to them even before their conception by their creator. Sometimes the name could something simple, while at most times it could be obscure in its meaning. A prime example would be the four celestials that heralded the few behind them. Arishem the judge. Exitar the executioner. Harjan the measure. Dreaming celestial Tiamut the communicator. To all celestials, even to those who have been corrupted, it was widely known that Arishem's decisions were what propelled the direction they as a race should go. Arishem's judgment spread both to the near and far ends, to every unturned stone, of the multiverse. He was synonymous with their law. As a judge, it was completely in Arishem's power to give a verdict to anything that went against their designed agenda, and reminiscent to the judge he was, there was also a celestial that, although not present, was tasked with the role of the jury. With the name of Ashima he carried the epithet of the listener. It was also common for celestials to have similar roles, as even though Ashima was the listener, celestials like Oneg the prober who was sent to Tiamut, and Ea the wise, also absent, also had the similar roles as that of the listener. And then there was Exitar. Bearing the appellation of the executioner, he was one of the oldest and strongest celestials in existence. If it could be said that Arishem represented the authority of the celestials, Exitar would be said to represent their strength. His only duty today was to put the forgotten god back inside the abyss he crawled out from. The other celestials distanced themselves from the four celestials who stood a few kilometers from the cursed firmament of what used to be Clintar. Tiamut, this will be your first duty as a celestial. I expect nothing but the resolve for your given duty. Arishem said without facing the shiniest beacon of light among them. Worry not, Arishem. I fully understand. His continued existence is a threat to the very order that holds the cosmos together. At the end of the day, Tiamut was as much as celestial as any ever was. It was a very rare occurrence where a celestial went against their assigned directives, so even though he and Arishem weren't the most amicable sort towards each other, Tiamut wouldn't disobey Arishem's orders without a strong enough reason, which in all honesty was a very hard thing to do, as Arishem's decisions were mostly made with the most effective result in mind. Shkreel. A near-grating wail resounded from the rubble of Clintar, which was followed by the frenzied stampede of symbiotes that crawled out from Null's shadow. The symbiotes were erased the moment they came within a certain distance from the Celestials, who had ignored their unsightly guise to focus all their attention on the slugging mass of black that reproduced Null's form. Kikikikikik. I've almost forgotten the sensation of how prickly pain was. I guess that's the price I must pay for the banquet you all took the time to prepare for me. Kikikikikik. The first Celestial to engage was none other than the Executioner, who immediately set himself upon the weary king. Even in his inebriated and hungry form, Null showed his eternal experience in combat by spewing a huge mass of darkness that threatened to bind Exitar. Pitiful. Exitar smashed through the dense congregation of darkness that would have made a normal Celestial falter, showing Null how different he was from the rest of the Celestials he'd killed, not that the sleeping Lord of the Abyss needed the reminder. Exitar's fists that were overflowing with cosmic energy erased every symbiote that tried to latch onto him as it smashed into Null, sending him careening through the infinite black of space. There shall be no rest for the wicked. Null groaned at the rather heavy hand of Exitar, but the smile on his face didn't recede but widened to the disproportionate ends of his face. His tall, gigantic, pale, and scrawny figure, alongside his maniacal smile and the pure malice that oozed out of him, was enough to make this corner of the universe shrink back in submission. His very existence was the most fearful nightmare of every living being. He looked up just in time for a planet-sized cosmic blast from all the other Celestials to impact him head-on, further sending this tiny unknown location into trembling from the cosmic might of the attackers. A few Celestials couldn't help but subconsciously tremble in fright as even his dark blood formed symbiotes abominations. He laughed more at their attempt to kill him while feeding on the sparse amount of fear some of them wreaked. His shadow stretched through immaterial space and birthed hordes of symbiotes vastly from the ones that had leaked from him at the start of the confrontation. Though he was at a disadvantage, the full-teeth mocking smile never left his face as he bid his time for the upheaval. Unfortunately for him, the Celestials in front of him were not in the mood to find out whatever it was that amused him to no end as they pressed forth their attack, unrelenting. The Celestials were cautious of Null's abilities, rightly so it was agreed that only the 4 strongest present would endeavor to directly engage him in combat, while the others were required to stop the slightest of his movements when he was not in range with the attacking Celestials. It was clearly visible to Arishem that Null was very weakened, but even that weakness was fading fast with every attack he gave and received. That was why Null had kept a reasonable attacking distance than simply attacking in rabid frenzy like Arishem vividly remembered of him from the time of the first clash between the King in Black and the Celestials. Even at a huge disadvantage, Null didn't make any attempt at escaping them and only focused on dodging their attacks, which he was failing at. He's laying in wait. Arishem's nigh incomprehensible intellect and memory noticed something about Null that was different than the first time they faced each other. Eons ago, when the conception of the 7th cosmos birthed the multiversal space, the Celestials were tasked with the duty of creation and permeating the multiverse with sentience. During their initial clash with Null at that time, Null had once retreated when he was besieged by a vengeful group of Celestial, only to return when he was sure he could take them on with that accursed sword in hand. Kikikikikikik. Now the true fun is about to start. A Celestial had fallen. 228, a heads up. Nothing much, just that my exams are currently underway, have one in an hour's time, so my uploading rate will take a steep dive. I'll keep uploading every week, but it might not be much, it'll continue for this week and next just so I can write my exams in peace without thinking too much on a lot of things. Should have posted this earlier, but I honestly forgot. 229, Chapter 223. Null was no fool. Though practically unkillable, he wasn't by no means infallible. His imprisonment was a testimony to that grim fact. He had had eons to ponder on every scenario he could come up with if he was ever to break out. He knew there was no way he wouldn't run into the boorish multicolored slave race if he were to emerge, as he would take it upon himself to seek them out to settle pending scores if they didn't come for him first. Besieged by Celestials? That had been the default setting ever since they made themselves ill-acquainted. Though there were many other darkly thought-out scenarios he had expected, he was glad that the one he was met with was one that brought him a sense of nostalgia to his non-existent heart. And what other way of expressing this sentiment than enacting a scene they were all familiar with? Unfortunately, he had to keep his patience running on fumes as he counted the infinitesimal units of time till he could actualize his plans. Though he loathed to admit it, he was in no way near strong enough to take on this entourage of Celestials without facing an even more premature defeat than last time. So he bid his time. He couldn't act rashly in the face of Arishem and Exitar, Oh, he definitely knew those two. There was no way he would forget their particular color scheme. Since his weakness was plain for all to see, all he had to do was give in to that weakness and strive to survive under the steady barrage of attacks. If he had acted by pretending to be weak, it would have been seen through by the Celestials in front of him, so all he had to do was fight back as much as he could to keep his own life from being taken, until he felt it. His first ever creation. His most trusted partner who never forsook him. It was a blade that was drenched in everything he was and forged with the death of a Celestial. The ultimate weapon of darkness for the Lord of the Abyss. A blade blacker than the void of night with sharp pristine edges that could cleave through the most sturdiest of armors. One that was a bane to every being, both living and non-living, gods and demons. The blade that ends all. All black, the Necrosword. What no one, not even the Celestials, knew was that rather than just a devious blade, all black was an extension of Null himself. The blade was just as undying as he was, if not more. With the blade in his hands, he was resolved to finish the war they started. All for his revenge. He didn't focus on running away from the Celestials even when it was very dangerous for him. He had felt the joyous thrumming of his blade after he had broken out of his seal, so what he needed to do was buy enough time to draw the blade back to him. He had been badly injured in this short bout, mainly by Arishem and Exitar, because different from the rest, while they understood firsthand how dangerous he was, they had assurance in their strength to face him without much caution, especially since he was in his weakened state. He wanted badly to drink the blood of a Celestial to rouse his dulled instincts and strength. Thankfully that time came sooner before he was completely cornered. Even though they were separated by quite the distance, the blade had come within a distance he could reach, that he could even feel the phantom texture of the hilt he hadn't held since forever. Not yet. He pushed down the exhilaration that was bubbling inside him as the blade fully entered his senses. He wanted to capitalize on the most profitable opening, and like always the dark fates seemed to favor him. He summoned a large legion of his stronger symbiotes and set them upon the Celestials with his red eyes squinting into dots as he watched everything for the most opportune moment. From the way Arishem had his eyes on him, he wouldn't be surprised if the Red One had figured him out, so he flashed him one of his best smiles. Thankfully, you haven't changed at all. The blade that had melted into the darkness screeched with renewed bloodlust as it finally laid its hilt in the cursed hands of its creator, the personification of the abyss. Null's fingers wrapped around the hilt with a ferocious strength that would shatter any celestial body. Ignoring the exhilaration he felt at being finally reconnected with his treasured blade, his focused eyes pinned on a celestial who had dodged and countered the attack of the symbiotes, giving Null the moment he had been waiting for. The moment his presence left the celestial's senses for the duration of the tiniest split unit of time, with the violently thrumming and most bloodlusting blade in existence, he moved imperceptibly through the darkness and drove the entirety of the blade into the back of the celestial. Finally tasting the blood it had thirsted and craved for since time immemorial, its bloodlust froze the celestial but didn't stop the slightly muffled groan of pain and fear he released as it greedily drank all it could from the dead celestial. Not losing himself yet in the euphoria, he twisted the blade and picked his next target. The unsurmountable feeling of pleasure he got from the fear that a particular celestial doused himself with was all Null needed to pick and confirm his next victim. Exitar and Tiamut had already sprang into action the moment they saw the tip of the blade piercing the back of the first celestial. Alas, as like a starving wild beast, Null had no intention of pulling out his fangs until he had ripped out flesh. The celestial in question had attacked the moment he felt Null's vile focus on him with a galaxy-shattering blast in hopes of stopping the inebriated void god who had finally gotten a taste of his most hated enemy's blood. With hauntingly red eyes, Null ran straight into the blast, his eyes only focused on his frightened prey as everything else became inconsequential. He growled at the incoming obstruction and without even thinking of the disadvantages his actions could bring him, he threw the writhing blackened blade that was constantly screaming for more death in his ears at the beam and followed the path it cleaved through and found himself smiling more and more as he came face to face with the celestial. More. He didn't know which of them was screaming for more, he or the blade, as the only thing truly important was killing this celestial. Schlick. It smoothly passed through the neck of the celestial as it was beheaded with ruthless ease, another death that only strengthened the now laughing demon. Kikikikikikik. Now the true fun is about to start. They were finally at a stalemate with the celestial staring at Null while he grinned at them. Darkness billowed and wailed behind him before it formed the head of a symbiote, one that felt infinitely more dangerous than any of Hin's other symbiotes. It wrapped around his form and coated his body in the darkest shade of apparel it could form. Null felt himself being invigorated as strength flowed into him. Though he was still at a disadvantage, it was nothing he couldn't cleave his way through. All it had taken were a few moments in time for Null to hold the Necrosword in his hands and fell two celestials. So fast he was that Exitar and Tiamut, who had seen the prelude to the first death, still couldn't stop the second one despite reacting before the first deed was fully done. Arishem had made a mistake, though not one that was fully his fault. Null's blade had evaded all their senses, making them aware of it after he held it. None of them had sensed it coming. It would only get progressively more dangerous from here on out as he had devoured two celestials at once, and although Arishem would prefer it if only a few of them attacked Null, the demon was too much for any single celestial to face. If it was just the four of them against Null, it would only get more harder than it currently is once Null killed one of them. The four of them present were one of the strongest celestials in existence, and while devouring one of them was a faster disaster waiting to happen, so he had opted to face him with a small enough lineup so they could take the burden off the other if they became too pressed, and Null just killed two of them in an instant. And it's not just Null. Harjan shared a look with Arishem, and together, the four of them rushed at him at once while the remaining celestials gave them a wide berth and attacked Null at every convenience they got. Seeing them rushing at him like they did all those eons ago made Null's smile grow sadistic as he finally shared his nostalgia and sentiments with them. With his necrosword in hand, death and darkness in each step, he lunged at the nearest celestial, which just happened to be Arishem, and reenacted the chaos that once was the origin of this universe. Wielding cosmic energy with the same familiarity as Null wielded his darkness, Arishem's clash with Null's sword sent a reverberation that made the space around them turbulent. Harjan blindsided Null, who was already engaged with Arishem, only for his advancement to slow down as a wide mouth with fangs that threatened to devour everything, even darkness itself, grew from Null's back and butted heads with him. Exeter and Tiamut were only a few steps behind and used their gigantic cosmic armored fist and punched at Null, who could only snarl in irritation as he found himself boxed in by the four celestials. He disengaged from Arishem, but not before smashing Harjan father into space before dodging the combined fists. If he had woken up and had only found these four celestials, he would have retreated, since he knew for a fact that he wasn't a match for them, doubly so when he was in his weakened state. But they had brought a small number of celestials with them, making Null improvise, since he knew just how crucial it was that he quickly fed and regained his strength. It was the best alternative he came up with, since he knew that even when weakened, he still had a few tricks that would injure one of them and secure his escape. It was a win-win outcome for him. And besides, he shared the same sentiments as the celestials, as they would immediately try to kill the other every time their path crossed. What was wrong with him exercising his atrophied muscles and also killing some celestials in the process? His interval reverie was put to an abrupt stop as he found himself repeatedly bombarded with cosmic blasts that erased his symbiotes and darkness, only for him to once more find himself in the rhythm of his four assailants. He cackled even more madly as his shadow started stretching and spewing symbiotes through the perpetual darkness into the universe. With his blade in hand, he struck out with deranged fervor, causing the near celestials to back away from his, as even a nick from his blade could prove progressively fatal to them. Why do you resist so much, rebel of light? Everything will eventually return to darkness, its rightful place, so why try to fight futility? Why struggle in vain against perpetuity? It's only right I take back all what you've stolen from the void. Stolen from me. Darkness threatened to engulf Tiamut, but Exeter appeared and shielded the golden celestial, giving him a chance to strike back at Null. Which he did. 230, Chapter 224. Unlike the biblical representation of Satan falling down from heaven in the form of lightning, what those gifted with the sight saw were tiny specks, like stars, of dark smudge raining upon the universe like a turbulent storm. Asgard. Odin stood on the balcony of his chambers, his soul eye piercing through the veil of his realm as the obscurity of the universe was laid wide like a blanket before him. Straining his sights, the vision his eye caught was that of a clash between Null and the Celestials as they battled away at the edge of the universe. Ready your arms, warriors of Asgard. The enemy comes in the veil of darkness. Odin's voice resounded through every wall of Asgard, summoning the resting warriors of valor to draw their arms once again as the horn of battle sang through their clear skies. Though they've been living in peace for over a millennium, none of them had forgotten how to wield their weapon for war. Even a small babe of the Asgardian mother have been regaled with their ancestors' and forefathers' stories of old and how they made their name resound all through the infinite void of the universe, from the godly realms to the mortal lands. So bathed in their past glory that the dream of every Asgardian worth his salt was to prove himself and bring back honor in war. They were a proud and mighty race. They knew no fear of the enemy. Odin felt his weary bones and drying blood reignite with passion once more as the raging shouts of the battle cry of his people rang across the realm, signaling even the reclusive hermits in their mountain caves that Asgard had been challenged once again and that they should bear witness to yet another display of their might as they emerged victorious. There was a saying that was commonly known among the god realms and even the mortal plane: you have never experienced a true battle if you haven't seen the Asgardian army. Heimdall, prepare the Bifrost. Yes, my king. Odin walked away from the balcony and made his way to his throne room where a few of his warriors awaited his orders. He knew of Null and more so of the danger he represented if he was allowed to taint the universe more than he already had. When it came to Null, all life was synonymous and having no difference as his enemy. His only goal was to annihilate all that lived and drown the universe in his perpetual darkness. It was better for them if they quickly annihilate the spawns that were slowly spreading through the universe as Null feeds on the death and blood of those who fell in carnage. Barricading themselves in the golden walls of Asgard and leaving the symbiotes to run amok and cause chaos and destruction while they waited for a confrontation was just bringing the executioner's axe closer to their necks. The ideal solution was to stop them from spreading too far from their source. The Einherjars that lined up the halls stood rigid and stoic as their king, the fabled war god, once more held his spear with a wicked vice. Odin made his way through his golden-lined hall towards the towering door that led to his throne room and through it unhindered as the door opened itself without any physical force working on it. In the throne room were a few people of renown and valor, even those during the time of Odin and those of the new generation. They all stood up, faces tautly expressed, as Odin made his way to the throne and only made the tiniest of expression after Odin sat on his throne and nodded his head. "What is the situation, my king?" A rather tall man with shining eyes asked Odin as soon as everybody else had sat down. "A grave calamity is upon us. It could very well be the start of Ragnarok." Odin's word threw the occupants of the room into a deluge of murmurs and natural apprehension only for them to go silent as the sound of the tail of Odin's spear hitting the ground washed over them. Bang! "Your worries are not unfounded as it's not only our realm that's threatened this time around, but the entire universe. A few of the other god realms are mobilizing as we speak while others have run in hiding to their domains and praying to perpetuity for this tide to pass over them." A collective scoff of disgust and derision escaped the mouths of the gathered as they regarded the cowards that called themselves gods but had no godly pride. "This is as much a battle for ourselves as it is for the continuity of all life in this universe. If we lose this battle, we lose Asgard and everything we've ever prided ourselves on." Ending his speech there, Odin relaxed into his throne and let the group of people he entrusted with their war preparation planning to hash it out among themselves while he was having another discussion within himself. "I felt a great stir, and lo and behold, the greatest war existence has ever known is already on the horizon. I have to say I'm really touched by your consideration. This has nothing to do with you, oh yeah daughter of mine. Like every great chaos, it will soon tide over. The relationship between the two of them could be considered complicated at least and in shambles lightly. Say what you want, father. But I can already smell it, the ever-tantalizing scent of death that comes with every war. It's like you have been preparing a banquet for my coming-of-age ceremony." The things a father do for their daughter, though the word were said in a loving way, the amount of venom that laced it was strong enough that even those present in the room felt the chilling caress of death and stilled, mistaking it for the Alfather's warrior spirit rousing from its millennia slumber. "My mood detest your games, Hela. Be rebuked." Odin opened his eye and from it spilled out magic in a torrential wave that washed over everyone that was in the vicinity of the Asgardian palace. "The war god, Odin Alfather, has risen. Mount Olympus. Situated at the top of one of the highest peaks in existence, even among the godly and demonic realms, was a beautiful divine city that very few could compare with its splendor. The clouds below the peak of the mountain brimmed with resplendent light that reflected on the very surface of the mountain and when combined with the soothingly magnificent fauna at every creek of it, only served to magnify its splendor. Mount Olympus, home to the Greek patron gods. Unlike the usual days of this realm that were filled with bright lights, the skies dimmed and crackled with great lightning that turned even the most boisterous of gods somber. On the highest peak of Mount Olympus was seated the palace of the Olympian Skyfather, God King Zeus, god of the sky, justice, and order. In the throne room of Zeus' palace, below the two highest thrones on which was seated Zeus and his queen, Hera, were smaller thrones that belonged to the other gods of the Greek pantheon. "I can feel it all the way from here, the unmistakable bloodlust of the Asgardian army. Can we be done here any quicker? My soldiers request my presence." A huge god crossed his arms and sat disgruntled on his lesser throne while trying to keep the savagery that was leaking off him at bay. It wasn't his fault that he couldn't keep his aura intact when everybody in Olympus and beyond was drowning in the thoughts of war. Odin had already mobilized his warriors and they will soon depart for the darker stars. "How goes your preparations, Ares, Athena?" Nothing that would connect to his rather frivolous nature remained on his face and the only thing everyone in the room saw was the visage of their king. His clear eyes held within them sparks of lightning instead of its normal lechery and even the tiniest taps he stroked on his throne produced static that spread into the ears of everyone with a low hum. "Humph. The armies have been mobilized, father. We are ready for departure at any time." A clear feminine and crisp voice answered Zeus while the savage man just sneered as he taped his legs against the ground with impatience. "What about the man, Zeus? The one responsible for all this? Are we just going to let him be?" Odin might propose for non-interference but the condition for that was as long as his actions didn't affect us, which it clearly has. The one who spoke was the very definition of calm and serenity. An old man that had the same aura as Zeus being one of the very few who could refer to Zeus with his given name. Poseidon, god of the sea and all that dwell within its dark depths. And also Zeus' older brother. First the battle. The oracles have foretold a greater darkness than the existing one, so it's safe to say that the celestial killer is not the only one we should worry about. Let us tide this disaster over first before we discuss on how and whether we should deal with that man appropriately. Zeus gave his word, and though some were disgruntled, none dared speak otherwise, not even his brother or wife. "You all are excused." Zeus was gone away from his throne the next moment in a flash of lightning and roaring of thunder, leaving the occupants to their own devices. "I'm leaving. Don't know why there had to be a meeting in the first place." And like that they all departed the room and went to their various stations. Though not willing to fight in the upcoming battle, there still had a few things to tend to in the event of a cosmic war. You know we could get in a lot of trouble for this, right? A very aggrieved cry of injustice ran out to the only listener in the white room. Oh shush you foul mouth, Wade. We both know you couldn't give two shits if the entire multiverse were to burn. The man leisurely laying back at the front of the screen remarked as his face grew the tiniest twitch of a smile. Usually I'd think someone as insane as that Beyonder guy would do something like this, but you are proving to me that you are even crazier. Like what the fuck is wrong with you? Wade screamed out and would have lunged on the bastard with his swords if he had them and had a body. Humph. And here I thought you'd be interested in playing a bet with me on who would come out on top. The man teased, laughing to himself as he watched everything in real time. A bet you say? HMMN. The prize. Whatever you want. HOH? Normally I would have called cap on whoever said that, but I think I'll be willing to take you on this time around. Wade said after giving it a few seconds of thinking. Your bet? Well, if this were a normal story then that guy would be the protagonist, but the protagonist is not usually the good guy but the guy who the story actually focuses on, so it's not that unusual if the protagonist of a story is a villain. Unfortunately for this story, it's lacking quite a bit on perspective when it comes to the ratio of characters involved. And when also factoring that the guy we are placing our bets on seems quite adamant on losing at the end, I'd say my bet goes to another reboot. Haha, got ya, didn't I? Wade exclaimed and looked teasingly at the man as if he just figured out the endgame secret. That's quite unexpected. Valid, but unexpected. Since your bet is mutual destruction then I think I'll bet on. 231, Chapter 225. Drawl St. Cross POV. I could feel the tremors spreading all over my body. Null was once again free. It happened. It's happened. Bucky and Aurora were at my side watching the devastation taking place. The Celestials were a very strong group, all things considered, but Null was getting stronger as he felled the third Celestial. We need to end this quickly until he becomes too strong. I can feel goosebumps on my skin. That's as much of a grim foretell as anything could be. Are you sure about that? We know nothing about how the Celestials view you. Bucky's concerns were valid but we lacked the luxury of choosing our allies, so did the Celestials. I'll be going. The gods are already mobilizing, I'd suggest sticking close to the Asgardians. And try keeping an eye on Loki. He's definitely up to something. They both nodded and with that I was gone. Aurora could lead them towards the Asgardians by locating any of their divinity and I was sure they'd be fine on that front unless one of the variables appeared. I stepped through space and appeared quite a distance from where an untold level of destruction was happening. Their fight in this secluded part of the universe was causing earthquakes and other disasters to spread through every galactic system out there. Multitudes of information started seeping into my head as I spectated the battle for a few seconds. Null was on the back foot throughout the duration of the fight but he just kept laughing and hacking at anything that came too close in wild movements. It was not hard to see that he was up to something. The Celestial Harjan was already wounded, along with some of the weaker Celestials at the distance which left Exitar, Arishem and Tiamut to keep Null at bay. Beating Null wasn't that hard, because they were doing it. It was killing him that was the problem. Null on the other hand was getting stronger as the battle went on, either from the wounded and killed Celestials, or the multitudes of worlds his symbiotes were infecting. Me destroying the infected planets were not the key since he could just send more and all I'd be doing is massacring lives by the billions which was why I let the gods earn their keep. Null was engulfing all the planets that were in between him and the god realms so they had no other choice than to come out in battle or risk the lives of their people to the horde of symbiotes heading for them. Guess it's now or never. Exchanging places with the wounded Harjan, I formed an axe of pure destruction in my hands and slashed his Null. The rapid change took the Abyss God by surprise and engulfed him in an explosion that was topped over by his shriek. Drawl. What's up, T? I nodded at Tiamut who was the only one to acknowledge my presence while Arishem and Exitar kept giving me looks. I couldn't read them that much due to their armor-covered faces but I knew both of them were checking me out and not in a sexy way. That is not enough to kill Null. Arishem said while looking down at me which was quite irritating because they all were humongously huge. Even the small Null was bigger than my human form. Normally I'd be increasing my size to match theirs but size meant nothing at this level of the game. I'm acutely aware of that. How about we call truce and table this discussion for later? Agreed. Now wasn't that nice? With that conclusion reached, Arishem, Exitar and I rushed at Null who was bleeding a mass of writhing black and red symbiotes as he howled at us. Being in my home base, I was naturally faster than any of them and with the constant feedback I was getting at every unit time, my reaction time and decision eclipsed any of the combatants here. I can't lie but for the past week, I've never closed my eyes for even a second moment, not even when me and my fiancé slept together. If this were to be a movie, the audience will only feel slight trepidation at the prologue of the final battle but for me it was a constant nightmare. Right now, my emotions were at an all-time low, every single action of my body or mind that produced more than 0.00000076% of distraction was completely shut off. In all my life, I've only been reduced to this state twice during my fight with the X-Men when I first met them, and the second was my fight against Magneto and Von Doom on Christmas Eve. The complete apathy and euphoric urge to completely erase and destroy everything I targeted washed over me as I fully focused on Null with an outer part of focus on every single Celestial in this battlefield. The concern and apprehension I felt in regards to Yelena and the others fighting alongside backstabbing gods and goddesses were all gone or reduced to insignificant worries. I doubt even storytellers could vocalize what I felt at this moment with precise exactitude. All that currently mattered was, when will you stop smiling? Meeting with Yog-Sothoth and focusing on my innate origin with destruction gave me a clue on how to properly wield myself. Why do you think most people with the darkness attribute or any ability related to it are stronger if they are evil, with Null being the presently perfect example? It was less than an alignment and more of an assimilation. Yog-Sothoth, Nyarlathotep, Shub-Niggurath. They were more than darkness or any other definition that was aligned with that term, so inherently so that the very moment they stir from their eternal slumber, infinite planes of multiversal realities, outside the Marvel multiverse, gets drowned in their chaos. It was so melded into their being that even their most benevolent actions have untold chaotic consequences. To a lesser but infinitely measured degree, that same could be said of the abstract entities. It was that spark of knowledge that made me realize a shocking fact. Not even the one above all was omnipotent in the truest sense of every inch of the word. The reason he is said to be omnipotent is simply because he encompasses everything in the Marvel multiverse, both good and bad. That was the reason why no being from this multiverse could contend with him. He surmounted everything definable in Marvel, but not outside it. This theory of mine was further supported by the fact that earlier days Beyonder, pre-Retcon Beyonder, easily eclipsed the Marvel multiverse in its entirety. Maybe he got too used to the Marvelverse that the one above all completely understood his existence and then surmounted him too, but all that was theoretical at most, one that gave belief because it was what made me break free of the cocoon I was holding myself in. I was in front of Null whose lips curled open and showed all his danged teeth as he swung all black in a way that would have taken a line to my throat if I came at the same speed I was approaching him. All black was a sword that could prove threatening to anyone it slashed, including me, as it was confirmed celestial killer. Every motion came to a screeching halt, not time as everyone here had surpassed universal time, as the blade crept ever so slowly to my throat. Clang! My axe stopped Null's weapon in his path, his eyes widening in surprise, which slowed him down for Arishem to crash and pommel into him. His momentum that would have given him a distance from us was stopped by Exitar who grabbed the motion with his hands, halting physics to moot and giving me the window to bury my axe into Null's face and mutilating him. While I was on PAR with the heavy hitters here, the thing that wasn't up to PAR with them was how they all used laws, laws of order, laws of judgment, laws of chaos and darkness, laws of perpetuity. Alignments such as chaotic evil, neutral chaos, neutral good, and good came a long way when it came to beings like these as it was very hard to find one that wasn't aligned to some type of law. Infinity, eternity, death, love, order, chaos, celestials, beyonders, gods each had a way that made them perfectly in sync with their laws and authority. Thor for example, being the god of thunder made him boisterous and loud. He had no potential for subtlety. The same could be said about gods like Ororo, Loki, Zeus, and Odin. As long as ideas exist, for someone to go up that ladder and evolve his existence meant the same thing as becoming close to the definitions he identified with. The Celestials here could be said to be aligned with the definitions of good, neutral good, and chaotic good while beings like Null and me were aligned with chaotic evil. How can I wield destruction when I always try to stop myself from destroying anything? Yog-Sothoth gave me that knowledge when I met him and I also found out when I started looking more into destruction. I had been going down the wrong way for a while without even noticing it. I was melding with infinity the same way I should have been melding with destruction, causing the abilities I gained from the infinity stones to become stronger than my destructive chaotic abilities. Doing so would have made me the next infinity and that wouldn't have worked if I was stopped from fusing with other infinity stones and was made to fight infinity and eternity for their abstract existence. The only solution I could come to in such short time was to become more than the darkness I usurped from Dormammu and more than the chaos I drew from the ultimate gods. Rather than drawing from them, I wanted to become what darkness, destruction, chaos, and reality drew from. Dormammu had achieved this and so had Null but I hadn't. And I found out that the best way to achieve this was to let everything drown in them. My ambitions in darkness. My dreams in chaos. My being in destruction. My emotions in nothingness. The reason why most strong beings that wielded evil aspects were strong and as evil as they were was because they completely gave themselves to it, drowning everything they were in that particular aspect and elevated their existence to another plane which also made them completely reliant on it and would most times cease to exist if that aspect of reality ceased to exist. Rather than letting the darkness and chaos out, I let it flow through me, fusing with it in a way I had never done. A sense of nostalgia hit me as familiar red lines thrummed into existence as they snaked across every inch on my body like veins and my eyes gained a glistening red. The change was so abrupt that none had the chance to react before I rushed at Null once again while Tiamut, the wounded Harjan, Exitar, and Arishem followed right after. From the peripheral of my senses, I could see the other celestials disappearing and reappearing in different points in space, a galactic curtain of cosmic energy being formed with our location right in the middle. Null swung his blade only for it to meet resistance with my axe and be battered with cosmic weapons of light created from the allied celestials on his tail. Kikiki Kurg. You came. Wonderful. Now the banquet can truly begin. Kikakakakik. Amalgamations of darkness and death crawled out of Null's form and moved at light speed towards the congregation of celestials a galaxy away from us to stop the attack they were preparing. My senses screamed in alarm, but I fully ignored it, having already sensed what was happening a few moments ago. The shroud covering this universe was ripped to splinters as it was attacked from the outside. The war has begun. 232, Chapter 226. Moments after Drawl left. Where's Drawl? Steve asked Ororo and Bucky, who were coming down from the balcony where he completely lost Drawl's presence. Him, Natasha and Ororo were the only ones with senses bothering on fundamental forces, and for him and Natasha to completely lose Drawl's presence in the way they did was surprising to say the least. Even at times when they couldn't sense him, there was a way that alerted them if Drawl ever left the universe, as most of the laws in the universe would become dull, like the acceleration of gravity dropping to 9.5 meters per second or some weird things happening. It was a tell to them that even if he left the universe, he was still with them, although with a slightly lowered presence, but what they were feeling was different. It was like the universe was put back into automatic mode and lost every trace of Drawl's ownership. He's gone for Null. Even the Earth and the universe can feel it. It's been left on its own mercy. Ororo said, as even she felt a bit put off by the awkwardness of everything. It felt like everything was less Drawl. Something she'd quite grown used to, as it enabled them to sense each other anywhere in the universe, but now it felt erased with only a faint outline remaining. The room turned somber with Natasha, Yelena, and Steve taking in cold breaths of air, but Steve was quick to come back to topic. Where's the battlefield? He could never get rid of his soldier mentality, as even the past years only lowered it a bit, but now it resurfaced. At that question, lightning sparked and Ororo was dressed in her black and gold regalia with the ebony crown neatly lodged on both sides of her head and a ring of stars on her fingers. We are going to be annihilating the horde of symbiotes that are currently spreading through the universe, starting from a safe distance closest to the heart of Drawl's battle. Ororo looked through the clouds and peered into the vast cosmos and was greeted with the sight of gods appearing at different points around the center of the calamity. We'll be fighting near the Asgardians. Are you guys ready? They all gained wry smiles at her question. Honestly? I'm feeling tired. Let's just get this over with. Bucky said, his eyes radiating his determination contrary to his words. Ororo said nothing else and covered them with her lightning and shot towards her targeted location while breaking through the light speed barrier that enabled one to brute their way through spatial points. They appeared in the middle of space, facing a huge mucus black substance that spewed out smaller blobs that formed humanoid black monstrosities with fanged teeth. This was just the first of many they'll face on this day, and with that same vigor, Yelena and Steve attacked. We'll take care of this one and move to the next point. Don't worry about us. Were Yelena's words before her entire body got covered in pure white lightning. Her fist connected with it in a huge explosion that would have swallowed a city had they been on Earth detonated. She was a walking, well-running, nuke, a fact Drawl had drilled into her head during their training. The amount of energy inside her body could rival the others, so there was nothing limiting her to just speed. She had trained herself in her speed to the point that every part of her body was dangerous upon contact. She could release the force and destructive ability of 10 lightning strikes with nothing but a flick of her finger. Holding her cells tightly together to the point that her skin became impenetrable, and like Bucky, she could also absorb impacting kinetic energy and use it for short burst augmentations. It screamed and wailed like a banshee before contorting in on itself and shooting tentacles outwards at impressive speeds. Steve, who had fused with space since the moment they arrived, pointed his hand towards the giant symbiote, and it started swirling like it was being sucked into a tiny hole in space, which it was, causing it to cry out with a voice reminiscent of two metals grating against each other. Let's go, was all Steve said before disappearing from Yelena's view and went to the next incoming horde. The sound of thunder rumbled in deep space as Thor brought down his hammer on the hellish black monstrosities that dared bare its fang against him. What in the name of hell are these nightmarish apparitions? Like every true and prideful born of Asgard, he was the first to wield his hammer when Tyr blew the horns of war and was among the first battalion to be whisked off by the light of the Bifrost. I don't think that's the question we need to be asking right now. What we should be asking is, how do they keep coming? Father surely knows, but we'll have to make our way towards where he is to get our answers. Heimdall. Loki walked towards Thor, flagged by the small squad of Asgardians that came with them, before they were all taken up in the lights of the Bifrost towards their second battlefield. The planet they arrived on was one that looked like an incursion between two celestial bodies. They could see the shadows extending itself from the dark places and shades cast by the panicking people of this land. There was no feasible way for them to ideally save everyone despite how much Thor wanted to, so they settled for what they could accomplish, and that was reducing the casualties as much as they could. Fall before me. With a loud voice, Thor leapt into the air as the sky darkened and gave its power to the young god. Green magic circles appeared in the sky and dissolved into falling flakes that drove the symbiotes out of the darkness they thrived in and into the open they abhorred once it came in contact with whoever they were bonding with. The Asgardians advanced while being covered with a green hue that came from the falling flakes that enabled them to really hurt the symbiotes and the dark summons before them. In another part of the battlefield that consisted of Asgardian royalty, soldiers, spawns of darkness and panicking mortals, Loki walked with a calm gait, unbothered by the chaos around him. He held two short swords that both glimmered in green as he walked past a symbiote who just let him pass as if it didn't notice him until... Slice! The symbiote turned into a sludge that dissolved into black motes, not knowing how its existence ended. So troublesome. Though I won't deny that the advent of this chaos brings its own kind of opportunities. None of the sounds from Thor's lightning reached his ears with booms as they were all muted in his presence. Loki continued walking around the battlefield as a spectator, killing all symbiotes he came across. While he saw opportunities in the chaos, he knew he couldn't let something like this come to persevere, so for once the mischief god of the Asgardians got serious and helped his people with his talents. On Thor's side, he had no need for Loki's enchantments against evil as he brought down his hammer with all his might against even the tiniest smudge of the demonic horde. His lightning-coated hammer destroyed any symbiote it came into contact with a ferocity that very few know of. Lightning ran across his iris as he brought his hammer down to the ground and lightning from heaven followed. He was no more the boisterous prince of his people nor was he the prideful heir, all he was now was the Nordic god of heaven's cry. The first son of the Alfather, Odin, and the wielder of Mjolnir. His wrath alone made the heavens cry in trepidation and made it want to soothe him with the sound of its judgment. Rumble. Space waved in a viscosity it never had as lightning descended from the clouds and wrapped every dark apparition before disintegrating them. Thor got up from his kneeling position and started walking the wake of destruction that he had wrought before he abruptly stopped. He sidestepped the extended shadowy appendage that aimed to skewer and grabbed it with his bare hands, his face betraying no emotion since the beginning except for extreme apathy, and tugged it forward, causing the symbiote connected to it to come flying towards him only for his hands to grab its neck. The symbiote tried to enter his body but it screeched in pain as something prevented it from continuing its actions. You simply lack the will to erode my might. Whoever your primogenitor is, I only pity the misfortune he'll suffer when the might of Asgard falls on him. Screech. He ionized the slimy symbiote to dust and continued his walk only for Loki to shimmer into existence at his side. Are you provoked, brother? Loki asked as he saw how Thor's countenance had continuously fallen ever since the fight started. Provoked? No. My emotions have been stoked, brother, and yet I simply can't let them run free, so I vent on these worthless things. This is no battle, Loki. This is the workings of a parasite, attacking the weak ends in order to bring the entire body down. I loathe such things. Thor said as his eyes scanned the place they had fought. It was a marketplace by the numerous stores and land produce littered all over the place, same as the bodies. This is not the only place that has been attacked. Bring us there, Loki. Mjolnir cries for more of these black thingies. Loki nodded at his words and portaled them to where Heimdall directed him, the city's capital that was quickly becoming a death zone. Crackle. The sky darkened, which made Loki roll his eyes at the flashy display of his brother. Can you tone the dramatics down a bit, brother? Thor frowned as he saw how the sky flashed with lightning. That's not me. Before any of them could say another word, they saw a woman, one Loki was familiar with, bring down the divinity of the sky and began a tribulation of lightning, hails and death to all of Null's spawn in the city capital. I can feel her divinity as a goddess of the sky. Do you know which pantheon she hails from, brother? I should have knowledge of such a strong sky goddess, but I have no recollection of her. Try as he might, he couldn't come up with any image that identified the woman with such great authority over the sky, even stronger than his, in his memory. If he had looked at Loki at that moment, he would have caught his dear brother breaking his famous long facade for a moment as he saw Ororo. That, brother, is Dral's beloved. And no, while I had knowledge of her divine status, I had no idea she was a goddess of the sky with such a terrifying authority. He wasted no time in pleading his case and also informing his brother of the identity of the woman before them. Unlike what he expected, Thor didn't show any negative emotion except a small smile on his face. It would be remiss of us to let her do all the work herself when we are here. Swinging his hammer with imperceptible motions, he took off to the sky with a thundering rumble and beeline towards the city. Flying through the air, he caught a starry lightning with his hands and aimed it towards a crowd of attacking symbiotes and threw it with all the strength his blessed muscles could exert. Boom! He landed beside Ororo, who had stopped to look at the incoming god. Thor Odinson. May I know the appellation of the goddess before me? Ororo Monroe, Earth's goddess of the sky. Ororo replied with a small smile of her own. Do you want the honors? She asked, gesturing to the massive army of symbiotes making their way towards the both of them. I respectfully decline. After you, my lady. First come, first served, it is the Asgardian way. Aurora let out an amused chuckle at his words but accepted the Asgardian hospitality and rushed at the symbiotes with lightning gracing her form while Thor followed behind. "Here here!" the brute with stoked passion screamed. 233, Chapter 227. Odin stood, donned in a magnificent golden armor, with the sword strapped to his waist belt while his trusted spear he held in his left hand. The helmet he wore had two huge protrusions, bigger than the ones on the helmets of his army, pure gold with a golden eye patch over his right eye. No single person could be found on site except the Asgardian Alfathor who stood in the vacuum of space with his eye closed. His sight covered all the battlefield that involved Null's dark army, and with Heimdall's help, they directed the Asgardian army towards favorable positions to ensure minimal loss on their side. His somber solitude was interrupted with the heaven-shattering sound of thunder and the unmistakable presence of a Skyfather. At his side, a very muscular man with fiery red hair and black armor appeared as the lightning receded. Zeus Panhellenios, Skyfather and God-King of the Greek gods of Mount Olympus. God of lightning, justice, and order. One of the handful of divine beings that rivaled Odin in prestige and strength. Odin. He gave the slightest nod of acknowledgement to his fellow Skyfather and crossed his huge arms across his chest. Zeus. And here I have thought you'd prefer to sit back and watch this crisis wash over the base of your mountain. Odin's words gained a snort from Zeus, who like Odin spectated the battle happening all around with a frown forming on his face. This is more than we expected. Not only is he aiming for gods but also sent his wretched army despite being in the middle of clash with the Celestials. Zeus idly commented, his eyes burning with righteous fury that put every frivolity he was known for to shame. Despite his nature, he was a major god of justice and order. Chaos was not in him. Except if an unknown variable makes its way towards that battlefield, Null will fall in a short time. What does Amon-Ra say? Odin made his acute observations known before inquiring of a subject matter from Zeus. Zeus' face formed a scowl at the mention of the Egyptian Skyfather, who thought now was a good time to continue sunbathing. Amon-Ra won't be joining the battle if nothing changes. I don't see the reason why we need the presence of that self-important bird head. As the Skyfather of one of the strongest pantheons, they had expected Amon-Ra to participate without being asked, but instead he had sent a messenger to deliver the message that his pantheon wouldn't be participating in the coming battle. Well, at least I tried. With Amon-Ra's people, the number of casualties on either of our side will be reduced, even more so if other gods were to follow in his footsteps. The scheme of gods ran deep at every moment. Opportunities presented itself in abundance during times of chaos, and Odin wanted to capitalize a little on it. Zeus hummed in understanding of Odin's thought and continued surveying until his eyes caught a glimpse of something. Is that her? Seeing where Zeus was focused on, Odin nodded. She's Gia's favored, and also a betrothed to him, so I'll advise you to cease any ill thoughts or designs you have on her. For the first time since their meeting, Odin's magic seeped out at the veiled threat he gave Zeus. Humph. Not taking Odin's threat seriously, he countered with his as lightning raced around his body. You side with him? Against me? This was a question Odin had done his best to avoid for a while now, but faced with Zeus' confrontations, he could do nothing but sigh. Yes, Zeus. Asgard only stands to benefit if we remain in cordiality with each other. By Borsbeard, I should pick an heir after this. Odin felt as if he aged a few millennia as he finally admitted it. Zeus said nothing else, and both of them remained silent until they felt a disturbance that washed over them, and before any could question it, the veil protecting the universe was ripped apart like soaked paper. The war had entered its second stage. Drawl St. Cross POV. The veil wasn't torn or ripped apart but was erased, and the feedback I got from it caused an involuntary shiver to travel down my spine. Another battle had erupted the moment the newcomers showed themselves, and their lineup was impressive to say the least. They weren't working together from what I could tell, but their goals aligned. Than the elder god of chaos. Seth the primordial serpent. Satanish Satan of hell. Along with something I dreaded to my core. Amatsu Makabashi the Chaos King. An embodiment of nothingness totality. That itself was the true end, one that not even death could compare to. You could cheat death and garner her affection, but the only thing you'll get from the true end was a true end. Not death. You would simply cease to exist. The worst part was that the Chaos King that was entering this universe was but a fraction of his outerversal self, the personification of the void, oblivion. Shit just went from 10 to 120 real fast. Null's psychotic laugh rang in my ears as alarms went off, but before I could fully move away, his blade had already taken a good chunk of my flesh and drew open a deep fountain of blood. All it took was a split instant where I reacted to the dread that flowed through me, and it was enough for Null to take his advantage. Nothing was absolute. Even all the baseless emotions I had all but erased were roused in the split second I identified the new additions. I wasn't the only one that shook in fear. Arishem shuddered in trepidation and surprise, while Exitar and Harjan outright trembled in the face of the Chaos King, and he was the only one who hadn't stepped into the universe. Surprisingly, it was Tiamut who reacted less. One thing I knew for sure was that this universe was gone. It would be erased and reduced to space dust once everyone stopped pulling the stops on their attacks. I could already feel the corruption from all black trying to wrestle away the ownership of my soul, but I kept it at bay, guiding my own Null to destroy every form of sentience it had. Null had killed 5 Celestials since he was released, 2 when he got his sword and 3 during the split moment. All of our focus got shifted by taking control of the corpse of the 2 fallen Celestials and turning them into Celestial symbiotes. Are you okay, Drawl? Tiamut warped to my side and covered me in a ball of cosmic energy, likely in a bid to slow down the infection, but I was already doing all what I could. I'll manage, T. How about you? The other side doesn't seem that optimistic. I said, referring to the other battlefield that would turn into a carnage setting any moment now. This is my battlefield. The sooner we put Null down, the more optimistic the overall situation would become. Hang on, Drawl. I vividly remember you still have a family to bring up. I laughed in amusement at the huge celestial robot giving his own version of a rousing speech and steadied myself. It wouldn't do for the baby celestial to hype me up. Oh, and T. He tilted his head in a show of having his attention. The rousing speech is supposed to be when everyone is on their last breath. It's supposed to be this limit-breaking thing heroes do, so too bad it's not gonna work for us. The Celestials had already commenced another attack on Null during our small pep talk, while the ones overhead continued doing what they were doing despite losing some of their comrades. We move. We both disappeared with those words and joined the fray with Tiamut moving while I hitched a ride on his shoulders. We arrive in time to witness Null punting Arishem with a left hook before webbing Harjan and drawing him closer before sinking his fangs through his armor like the sickly blood-sucking vampire he very much looked like. Due to the close nature and time I've spent fighting alongside a group of Celestials, I was slowly getting how they manipulated their cosmic energy, but even I couldn't fully emulate it yet. It was enough for me to do this. I brandished my axe and with an upward flick of 2 of my fingers, I forcefully swapped places with Harjan, saving him from having Null rip more nasty wounds into him. Acting on Null's surprise at having his prey disappear from his fangs, I drove an uppercut into his chin whose shock shattered any rebel near us to dust, which shot him upwards only for my axe construct to stretch higher than his upward flight and comfortably fix its bladed edge into in his face, crunching whatever blood and bone he had together as our surroundings exploded in a bright light as a sun appeared in the path I was bringing my axe down on. Fwuzboom! The sun imploded on itself as I rewrote the laws of physics acting on it, making it explode towards its center instead of outwards if anything, Null, were to act on it. Arishem, get Harjan out of here before Null goes for the snack. Let. I warped out of there immediately with the other Celestials as those around us dropped the multi-galaxy-wide beam of pure cosmic energy. Acting quickly, I severed the space around the sun and the incoming beam and enclosed them while also rewriting the reality of how it should act. Progressive constant and concurrent build-up in an enclosed spatial pocket instead of fission. We watched as the young star gradually changed from its bright yellow to a light shade of orange before simmering into a red dwarf, a constant chain of implosions still ongoing. Get the other Celestials out of here. There's no way Null can come out of that in one piece. It'll be progressively worse for us if he snacks on one of you and heals himself while getting stronger and gaining a celestial puppet out of it. My voice remained calm as I gave Arishem my opinion. We might be temporary allies, but we are all trying to win with less casualties. Arishem looked at the burning sun, no idea what was going through his mind before he nodded. He's stronger than what I estimated will be his battle prowess after his emergence. He said, and then turned to the Celestials galaxies around us and said in a low voice that reached all of them. Retreat. Your help is no longer needed going forward. Search and scour for any traces of his symbiotes and eliminate them before joining the other battlefield. He then turned to Exitar, who had been blessed with numerous chinks on his armor. Lead them. Myself, Tiamut and Drawl will put Null to his final rest at our quickest. Exitar's gaze rested on the dark red sun that grew dimmer by the second for a brief moment and then looked at me before nodding at Arishem and warping away and leaving only the 3 of us least wounded to face the injured Null. I could see the sun gaining a taint of black, and that was all the signal we needed before we launched another salvo of attacks. I waved the sun away before Null could completely engulf it in his darkness and met the inebriated void god with both hands to his face and a knee to his nose. Twisting him in a 180 degrees, I flung his bloody body that oozed living black blood toward the 2 Celestials, who punched him downwards into a portal that spit him out in front from me, only for my hand to go through his chest as it shone red, making Null grunt in pain before everything turned red and destroyed his body. Stop! A shockwave of darkness hit me at point-blank range that threw me backwards and caused me to grunt in pain, and it further exacerbated the injury I received. Fortunately for me, Null was let off worst as a good portion of his body had dissolved into a viscous form. His lost blade flew from somewhere and landed in his hands and started wriggling, and then did something that surprised me. It devoured the part of Null that was destroyed, which caused symbiotic veins to start crawling over it, making it shine an eerie red and black. 234, Chapter 228. The Necrosword thrummed with more power as it devoured a part of Null to heal him. As if that was not enough, the 5 Celestials he had killed and turned into his symbiotes came back to him and were absorbed into his blade. For eons have I pondered on how to make sure I will never lose should a situation arise where I was freed. Eons. And you think, what? That the impressive combined might of your allies will trump me for a second time? Preposterous. The veins around the blade grew into a red pulsating fleshy membrane and spread towards Null, dressing his wounds and giving him an ominously black armor with red veins around it. Matching his get-up, my axe appeared in my hands glowing red as I tapped into the Null attribute of my powers. Null's eyes glanced towards my axe for a brief moment before settling down on me and the two giant celestials surrounding him. Scanning the wounds on my body, I found out that it was reacting to Null's all black and the areas around it were getting an ash pale looking as if the cells there were dying slowly despite my best efforts. Null had to die soon for this stalemate to be broken and for a side to win an advantage. With that directive in mind, I charged at him and clashed our weapons together only for all black to fizzle out smoke and pulsate violently as if it had been hurt, which it had. This was a trial for me in regards to me using the Null attribute in battle, and I can say the first try was a glaring success. I sent out a slash mixed with Null, space and reality powering it, towards Null at close range, which blocked most of his escape route as he would face celestials at any turn, which left him with the only choice of stopping it head-on, a decision that caused his treasured blade to cry out in agony. I could see the way his fangs gritted against each other as he stared at me with renewed hate, one I reciprocated without even trying. He howled in a bestial shout and rapidly pursued me, only to have Tiamut bar his path with the growing celestial punching forward with his cosmic-clad fist, which seemed to bring down gravity and dim out of the lights around us. Null attacked the incoming fist only to have Arishem blindside him the moment his sword clashed with Tiamut's protected fist with a double fist punch to his skull that sent him flying upwards due to the fundamental law manipulation on my part, only for me to appear before him with a space lock that he fell for, only to have my axe, with its disproportionate gigantic bladed edge, pierce completely through his body and sent out an explosion of power that sent him tumbling back downwards towards Arishem and Tiamut, who were ready for his arrival with cosmic beams on both hands, while I complemented them with a Null blast fueled by all the volatile abilities in my arsenal. The blast was so strong that it completely threw us galaxies away from ground zero, but unfortunately for Null, I wasn't about to give him any kind of respite. Ignoring the pain that bled through the wounds on my body, I layered my course midair and made a complete 180 degrees for Null. Don't let up! I shouted to the two celestials and started my follow-up attack as I dived headfirst into the raging explosion while firing energy blasts at Null, who was still under the pain of the joint attack. Null forewent all forms of reason and thrashed around like a mad dog, attacking anything that came within a specific distance with him, making it a little harder to advance freely. Press on, Drawl! I heard Arishem's voice and saw him blast ahead of me straight into Null, suffering deep slashes from the necrosword, but he didn't relent, keeping his momentum until he entangled with him in a fisticuff bout, which would have been comical given their varying sizes had this been any other time. Seeing Arishem tank all Null's wild attacks with his huge body, Tiamut, who had warped directly after Arishem's chase, formed a blade of highly condensed pure cosmic energy and severed the hand with which Null held his necrosword and pushed the blade towards me, only for it to disappear as I banished it into a dead universe bereft of life, the very one Tiamut had used for his emergence. With the slew of fluid actions and movements that all happened within the span of a few fractional moments, we ganged up on the disarmed Null and pummeled the living hell out of the Void God. His strength and attack potency plummeted down a deep trench after he lost his other bladed half and subjected himself as the recipient to the rage-fueled and completely apathetic attacks of his three assailants. General POV. It was as if the four of them lost all inhibitions of reason as three of them descended on Null with every mode of attack that flowed into their movements. They paid no attention to themselves or the void around them as they crashed through suns and planets, setting a galaxy on fire as they flashed past it. Foregoing every sense of caution in regards to injuries sustained, they punched and hacked at Null while he did the same to them, fighting them to the bitter end as he struggled to equally dish out whatever he received. They broke through numerous spatial points in the midst of their fight and laid waste to intergalactic empires, but none cared in the slightest. They had all undergone a transformation during their tumble. Null no longer looked humanoid as his entire figure had changed to a formless mass of darkness that formed tentacles to attack, while the two celestials on the other hand, Arishem and Tiamut, had golden cosmic energy cascading their huge form, with Tiamut shining the brightest due to his golden armor. Drawl on the other hand had huge gusts of red flame seeping through the cracks on his body while also being bathed in the purple glow of the Power Stone. None of them looked good as they had numerous injuries on every part of their body, but they couldn't care any more less as all their attention was focused on ending the existence of the Dark God in their arm's reach. Drawl's axe dug into Null's body for the nth time and causes darkness viscous blood to flow out, which caused Null to cry out in pain only for his voice to be muffled as a golden cosmic mace construct covered his entire face and forced it to bend backwards at sharp angles only for another axe hack to completely obliterate his exposed throat. Whatever screams he wanted to wail were destroyed along with his throat, but even that gained him no pity from the trio. Grabbing Null by the scruff of his deformed neck, Arishem warped away while Drawl and Tiamut followed immediately after, three of them working in one mind as they got ready to vanquish the King in Black once and for all. Following Arishem, they left the territory of the universe they were in and descended into the void only to have Drawl's darkness cover them to prevent Null from pulling any sort of escape. Arriving at the void, Tiamut then opened his hands and a small pebble in it grew large enough that it grew bigger than them, the remains of Clintar. I've severed whatever link he has with the Horde, so there's no way he can revive through them. Droll said after throwing Null's necrosword towards Clintar's rebel, and moments later his body burst out with power, an action mirrored by the two celestials, while Arishem threw Null's body towards the debris of the tainted planet. Space and reality crackled and split as fissures were ripped through them just by the sheer amount of power radiating from Droll, Arishem, and Tiamut. Null's disfigured and weakened form tried moving towards the direction where he could sense all black, but it could only form thin thread-like tentacles from its body, and even if he could move, both he and every single grain of Clintar's space dust was held by a tight spatial lock from all three of them. And then judgment was passed. Fallen God, Null. For your terror against life and its multiversal creation, you are forced to answer Oblivion's call. From this moment henceforth, you, Null, self-proclaimed God of the primordial void, will cease to exist as your existence is rendered null and void. A fitting end. The energy surrounding them further exploded as traces of multiversal laws could be seen on Arishem's body, with Tiamut embodying the same thing, while the energy that overflowed from Droll's body seemed to render everything moot, returning everything to non-existence. Truly a fitting end for one such as him. They each formed an attack that represented their being and fired it off at Null's resting place at the same time. No sound was produced as the void and the nature of their attack destroyed it all. They couldn't hear Null's final cry as he perished alongside with his prison in the same place he called home. How ironic! At the wake of the attack, after the light had subsided, nothing was left as the void remained as peaceful as it always was. They continued looking at the spot they vanquished Null despite knowing for certain that he no longer existed. They remained like that for quite some time before one of them, not sure who, released their breaths, and like a domino effect, exhaustion washed over them as the after effect of their reckless fighting came at them with full force, causing them to take in deep breaths, even though they didn't need it, after they released the one they'd been holding in. Droll was the first to crash as he assumed a sitting position with a solid platform under him as blood dripped from every part of his body. He hadn't been healing as fast as he would have liked during the longer part of the fight, but thankfully he figured out a way to battle against All Black's poison by fighting it with his Null. It was only as the battle got more ferocious that he started seeing the parts of the ability that made it frankly terrifying. Long story short, he'd seen small success in using it to not only erase just the poison but also in erasing other aspects of people, like nullifying a part of Null's resistance to physical force and cosmic energies, and even nullifying, or at least part of it, the damage he received. This was just the first battle and he felt like he'd been fighting for days. He staggered for a brief moment as he tried standing up as a wave of vertigo hit him before clearing off. We should get moving. Who knows how much time we spent fighting Null? There are still quite a few things that needs taking care of back in my universe, and judging from how I can still feel it, it's not been destroyed, yet. Droll said right before he punched a hole through the void and shot back into the universe they came from, leaving the two Celestials to follow behind if they wanted to. Their alliance was made in order to stop Null from getting stronger and to kill him at the earliest they could afford, which had taken days. Much more if you count the numerous time dilations they went through. The only good thing that came out of this entire fight was that Arishem was smart enough not to stop him from leaving, as he would have faced the full brunt of whatever Droll was feeling at that moment. As far as Droll was concerned, he still had a mission that just got updated with Null's erasure. Fuck up everybody who barred his way. 235, Chapter 229. Witnessing the spectacle happening before them, Odin and Zeus felt great trepidation as they beheld the face of the calamity they were about to face. From the veil ripped asunder came demonic gods born from the darkest pits of darkness. The lord of the fiery pits of damnation and harbinger of souls, Satanish. The serpent of the end set. The first demon and he who holds the darkness thin. And behind them all was a taboo that shook even the souls of abstracts, the true end, or at least part of it, the Chaos King. Never had such a lineup of evil beings converged at one place at the same time. The chaos that flowed out of them was so wrong that weaker men and minor gods who gazed at them without the required mental fortitude were reduced to madness and had their souls annihilated. How? Zeus couldn't believe what his divine eyes showed him that he had to ask Odin, the one-eyed god, if his sights had failed him. By the fathers. Odin muttered under his breath as his soul eye set before him a truth he would have preferred to be a lie, a forgotten nightmare. The weakest demon among them was Satanish, and even he was a serious threat given the energy that he was emitting. This was Satanish in his truest form, having fully stepped inside the universe without an imposition on him. And then there were two elder gods, Set and Than. Not even Odin knew how long he could fare against one. He fancied his chances were better against the first serpent but not against Than. He knew he would lose against either, but the difference between the two was how long it would take him before he lost. Stalemating one was possible, defeating on the hand was. Why? Why would they come? There is nothing to gain by doing this, and there is no way you can tell me it's all because of a mortal. Zeus was beyond enraged as lighting shot out from his body, its light bathing multiple galaxies over in perpetual daylight. This is the result of a chain reaction he started. The only reason why I think that snake and the demon are interested is because this very battle can drown the multiverse in unending chaos, and they are staking their bets with their presence, hoping it'll help facilitate it faster. Odin spoke, not minding as other gods appeared besides him and Zeus. All they needed was a reason. The impetus of a joint cause. They each have a separate agenda for being here, but does it matter? Nay. It matters not. As Odin spoke, the spear he held in his hand, the fabled Gungnir, thrummed to life with power unbridled. Let the tales be told. Olden gods of forgotten might. Of demons of hellish whisper. Vainglory and valor, on which we hath thrived. Hear me, O ye ballads of unending myths. With arms drawn, we charge. Though as gods we rise, as man we fall. Hear hear. Hear hear. Odin's words roused the spirits of all the gods present, and in response to the brave fronts, darkness and lightning roared, and with its wake came a serpent. One so mythical and gigantic that the tip of its tail created gusts of winds that broke down planets to dust. It sprouted 7 heads, each one more vile than the other, and in each mouth carried curses that would bind even the most mighty of gods. Every hiss that sounded from its mouth mocked the very existence of the gods gathered. He was Set, the Deceiver, also known as the Serpent God of Death. The fate that finds us. The snake that binds us. Odin with his Gungnir, Zeus with his thunderbolts, along with a host of other gods from other pantheons, each armed with their divine armaments, charged at the greatest representation of death they would ever see with determination bleeding through their hearts. Satanish growled as hellfire flowed from both his mouth and the scar that ran through them. He didn't care about what the others wanted, as all he cared for was reducing this stupid universe to a molten slug. He also would partake in the feast before him and feed on the souls of gods to get stronger, which was something everyone here was very interested in, except maybe him. As far as he knew, those 2 elder gods wanted to nourish themselves with the souls of these gods and then use their newfound power to fan the chaos that was already wrecking the multiverse even further. And to achieve that, they needed him to truly descend. The true oblivion. Your soul is mine. Satanish howled in delight as his fist smashed into the face of the first goddess and killed her immediately, while his other face ripped apart her soul and fed on it. You were banished from this reality once before, so it shall be again. Odin's voice boomed with power as he confronted Set, while Zeus made his way towards Than, who just stood still and had nothing from the beginning. How foolish of you, Odin! You think this pitiful attempt of yours will amount to anything? You think the sacrifices that are constantly being heaped on your head will suddenly be worth it when you triumph? Set mocked as his other heads fired cursed breaths at the Asgardian Alfather. Holding Gungnir with a strong grip, Odin cut a downward slash that shot a crescent energy blast towards the incoming foul breaths of Set. Boom! Odin charged at Set with a cry. Standing on this battlefield is no god. Just an old king and a mighty warrior. I will repay their sacrifices by decorating the halls of Asgard with your hide. His mastery and familiarity with Gungnir needed no complexity except the most basic of swings and slashes, cutting down anything that dared bar his path from the snake. Set let out an amused chuckle as he saw the fire that burned in Odin's eye. From his body, reptilian beings of different types emerged and charged towards the army of gods and warriors, making their way towards their creator. Begone! Power erupted from Odin's voice that vaporized all the scaled monsters that were unfortunate enough to be in the range of his power. Ha! In front of Odin's spear slash, Set let a great hiss and swing his tail to collide with Gungnir, with the Alfather being pushed back in the confrontation. Set's hiss grew in intensity as he saw a little graze on his tail from the Alfather's spear. Meanwhile Odin's face became harder as he felt the hardness of Set's skin vibrating from his weapon to his hands. I've decided. Since you fear the fabled Ragnarok so much, how about I reenact it for you? What do you say, Odin? He snarled and taunted Odin as venom dripped from his mouths. Let not the name of mine people slither through your foul tongue, ye serpent. Odin disappeared and appeared above one of Set's heads quicker than the elder god could react, and brought down his spear with rage unto it. Pierce! Half of Gungnir's bladed edge sank into the skull of Set's head, making the great serpent hiss out in pain, only for it to increase to a full-blown howl as Odin channeled his energy through the spear and blasted it into the head on which he stood upon. Magic rolled off of Odin as he drew upon the greatest power of Asgard, the Odin Force, and wielded it in a bid to slay this fat-assed snake, even if he died doing so. Cough cough. Zeus coughed as blood leaked through his lips as he once again picked himself to face off against Than. The demon clad in red with a giant book at his side. From his connection to his people, he could feel their lives being reaped with every passing moment, both god and soldier. He was lucky they faced off against the threat out in the void of space, because had this been Olympus, all of his people would have been massacred, dying meaningless death. His children were fighting, some alongside him while others faced off against lesser threats, and his heart gripped. Facing off against Satanish was the white-haired goddess of the sky, Gaea's chosen, alongside the son of Odin, Thor. Their battle was quite personal as he could feel the rage and hate both the goddess and Satanish held for each other. The only thing saving them was that he was still yet to step in, mostly likely because of the army of Celestials that were trying to fix the veil as if their life depended on it, because it actually did. Wielding his authority of order, Zeus commanded the universe for his people to be healed, and it was so while he cackled with divine lightning as he once again prepared to face off against Than. No words needed to be said between the two of them, since it was visibly apparent what they thought of each other: a dead god. Zeus traversed the distance between him and Than in but an instant as the world before him changed with every step he took. Crack! God's wrath met the devil's magic, creating a blistering heat that wouldn't lose out to the hottest star out there, obliterating everything that was too close to them. Zeus punched at Than only for his fist to impact against a dark barrier that cracked upon contact, but that wasn't enough to stop his momentum. He channeled more of his lightning through his body and the cracks on the barrier increased until it started giving away. The moment the barrier fully broke, Zeus wasn't given the time to celebrate his little win before a kick was sent to his stomach that seemed to wring out everything in his stomach as he shot backwards and disappeared into the distance in a flickering light. Futility is the only outcome when the weak oppose those above them. Than's words never got the chance to fully spread in the void as it was overshadowed by a boisterous shout of thunder before a fist impacted the side of his face faster than he could react to and sent him stumbling back. Zeus stood with an impassive face as all semblance of an emotion was erased from his mind. This was his authority of justice taking control of him after he made the decision to vanquish the foe before him at all costs, regardless of any sacrifice he had to make. Despite the change in Zeus, Than remained unfazed as the only thing that was the surge of darkness from him. Struggle. Fight. Desire victory. Sacrifice all your limbs even. It will achieve nothing. I had created my first demons before any of your kind emerged from our embers. Maybe I should show you what despair looks like. Than said as another book emerged at his other side and flipped through pages on its own. Don't die yet, little Zeus. Zeus didn't grace his mockery with an answer and blitzed himself towards him with his thunderbolt ready for his strike only for him to slow down as reality around him changed. He found himself in a red realm of pure destruction and chaos that even his thunderbolt's resplendent light dimmed. Welcome, to the place I set my throne upon. Otherwise known as your deathbed. Zeus turned fiercely as Than's voice reverberated through the entire realm but he couldn't locate him, that was until he looked upwards. Taller than the highest peak on which Olympus was seated, Than's massive form covered the entire red lightning-filled sky which caused Zeus' impassive facade to break like the expression of a hurt child. Do you feel it yet? What you feel right now is mostly confusion and a fervent rejection of the current reality. Let me change it to despair for you. 236, Chapter 230. Odin bled through every orifice in his body as Set completely overpowered him in every way. It had been his misconception that he could keep the elder god at bay for lengthy moments but that notion had turned out to be a lie. The scaled monsters that were of Set's summons blotted the sky and rained down upon his army and every other one staged on this battlefield. The situation was looking as bleak as ever. Not even the joining of Earth's sorcerers changed anything. Odin's soul vision was covered in blood while his grey hair was let loose having lost his helmet in the heated battle. You're going to die, old man. Let me out so that I can kill you for free before he does. He ignored the voice in his head in exchange for dodging the tail swipe that shattered everything that tried to resist it, putting off a few stars in the distance while turning everyone on the range of its tremors in the most of blood. The old king bit in lips in frustration as he watched as Asgardian warriors fell by droves due to any attack he didn't dodge or block. This elder god was toying with him. His grasp over the Odin force was weakening as it was the only thing that had kept him in the battle but unfortunately he wasn't who he used to be. While he could pull out more power from Asgard, he didn't do so as it would just damn his people, both those at home and those fighting here, further. But nevertheless, he had set this place as his deathbed so he would fight to the bitter end. Are you done, Borson? Has your flame gone out, perhaps snuffed by my breath? Is this the prelude to the Ragnarok you so much fear? Set's unending taunt flowed into his ears once more, carrying with it a curse that weakened the spirit of all those who heard it but Odin persisted. Though he bled, his back remained straight in front of the clearly unsurmountable foe. Do not boast of your own ego in front of an enemy you surpass. It is unsightly. And no. My flame isn't so weak that a mere gust of putrid breath will blow out. You overcompensate your abilities. Bringing his hand to his covered eye, he hesitated not as he ripped it off, showing the darkness that hid under the empty socket only for it to light ablaze as if set on fire as his magic churned. Gungnir cried out as it strained under his partner's unflinching determination and the coagulation of Asgard's might. I have prepared my own deathbed. Have you prepared yours, elder god Set? Odin beckoned. Ha 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 ha. I guess even worms wriggle out of the ground when they've ground too big. Two of his head were scarred by Odin's spear and was yet to heal, one on the top of its head, while the other from its eye to this underbelly, a gruesome wound to the mighty elder god by Odin. Unfortunately, even the Alfather couldn't wound an elder god and not show something for it, courtesy to a side of his face gone and the skin around it in a constant state of decay. But unlike your meager existence, I am no worm. I am a serpent. The first of its kind. The first predator. Miasma oozed out of its mouth in large fumes and assaulted Odin who still stood ramrod as his magic worked to push them away from his divine person. Head. A serpent, I see. I reckon I'll just have to cut off your head then. Though he put up a brave front, he couldn't help but worry about his fellow Skyfathers, and Zeus who had disappeared along with Than to somewhere out of his sight. Not caring of Odin's dilemma, which he would have reveled in had he known, 3 of Set's head attacked him with mouths wide enough to swallow full systems, but Odin braced himself for it. Boom! His wounds cried and reopened as he was sent flying due to the shockwave, only for him to impact someone who caught him. Father! Thor's voice shook as he held the bloody form of his valiant father as he shivered under the gaze of the mighty reptilian beast. Thor! Leave this stage! Odin said to his son as he freed himself from his grasp. But father, let me f. He tried to speak, but Odin cut him off. This is not yet your battle, son. He would not let his son fight a battle where he knew he would surely die. You have your own battle, so have I. Saying that, Odin kicked himself off and rushed at Set, fully knowing that his attempts were likely to end in futility. Sneering at the Alfather and growing tired of his ill-brained pointless struggles, he shrunk his form and appeared in front of Odin mid-charge and conjured a weapon to block against the quickly reacted strike Odin sent. Swiftly blocking the spear, he grabbed the god by his beards and pulled him closer, only to headbutt him clean in the face and smacked the side of his face that had been burnt off. Odin twirled his spear and cleaved at Set's neck with the opening he saw only for Set's scale to prevent him from drawing more than a drop of blood. Releasing his grip on his spear only to hold it with his other hand, he avoided the blow Set punched and fired off his magic at close range that pushed Set backwards, but the slippery elder god wasn't so easily deterred. Off at the distance, Thor watched as his father displayed a might he was never aware of against a clearly superior foe even as he lost. Mjolnir trembled his tight grip as lightning brewed around him. He could no longer watch as the vile demon who dared call himself an elder god bit one of Odin's arm with an head he sprouted from his body and rushed at the beast only for. Stand back, Thor Odinson! Do not disobey the express command of your king. He gritted his teeth so much that it spurted out blood as he heard the voice of his father, banning him from entering the battle once again, because they both knew his life will be forfeit should he enter the fray. His eyes burned with hot fury that it evaporated every tears that threatened to spill out. Taking gone last look at the battle, he swung his hammer and shot towards the battle Satanish had flung him away from. Die! Unbridled rage flowed forth from his shout, causing the lightning surrounding him to lose their form and run around haphazardly. Satanish was slow in realizing what was coming and was slammed with Thor's hammer wielded by a very furious thunder god. Ororo, seeing the changes in Thor, made no comment as she, Bucky and Steve flowed with it and battered the Hell Lord with different range of attacks. Today you die! Thor decreed with his voice booming power never unleashed before. Grabbing Satanish by his horns and displaying a deal of strength he never had, he raised the Hell Lord to his face level and struck him hammer against the mouth that threatened to spew its hellish flame. Not caring of Satanish's scream, Thor raised his hammer and the dark void of space was lit with a cascade of lightning that he wasted no second in bringing it down on Satanish. Complementing Thor's attack, Ororo and Steve attacked with theirs as the former formed lances made of the power of life and lightning from her divinity whole. Steve formed a gap of turbulent space that swallowed and disintegrated everything, even light, and set it on Satanish after Ororo and Thor's attack ran their course, causing cracks to appear in reality, and the energy from all three attack affected the space they were in. Is he dead? Steve, with space wrapping around him, sent his sense into the chaotic sea before them. Highly unlikely, but almost there. All forms and signs of his previous frustrations were all gone as he stared fixatedly at the folding of space that swallowed Satanish with rapt acuity. They both nodded as they all put in their effort into killing the Hell Lord while leaving everyone else to keep the spawns of hell, darkness, and serpentine evil at bay. Arms at ready. Go. Thor shot forward as the sea gained the semblance of calmness, hammer overhead, with Ororo riding the streaks of lightning beside him while Steve was already in Satanish's range as he made the space crumble with only his presence. Steve's body gained a black outline as he held the space surrounding Satanish and warped a few centimeters away from his skin, not bothering with the Hell Lord's offense that phased through him only for his blackened fist that was devoid of light to impact Satanish on his chest, above his second face. An attack that was impossible to dodge or completely negate by material beings as it bypassed any defense setup, and even harder to dodge by immaterial beings that existed in any unit of the smallest spatial point. The attack shredded everything it came in contact with. No, not shredding. It deleted anything it came in with, energy included. Satanish lost his voice, but none cared as Thor flew directly into his open wide mouth and brought down his hammer on the huge tongue he stood on. Running his lightning down the interior of the fiery devil and causing cursed blood and fire to spew out and stain his boy only for his lightning to evaporate it. As if taking care of the uneven state of attack he had suffered, Ororo commanded everything she could with her divinity, concept, and authority. Lightning, strength, ice, fire, space, light, earth. She drew everything to her to the point her nose bled, but she remained unaware and pushed herself to the point her own body heated up while her already impossibly white hair turned silver, and then translucent. Her eyes were covered by a haze of light while a cloud formed around that entire space for hundreds of kilometers. Her hands were stretched to her side as all of her powers fashioned themselves after a sword. Seeing Thor still torturing Satanish while he still suffered from his, Steve flexed both of his fingers upwards and Thor's was displaced from his previous location to being behind Ororo. I'm not done yet. Never again letting himself to feel weak, Thor threw his hammer without care at Satanish. Ororo slashed her sword as Thor's hammer whizzed past her, the strike generating enough power in it that made Satanish's instinct scream and made him try to escape to his hellish plane only to find out that any attempt to escape this space was fiercely destroyed. Silence and light. That was the only thing they saw for the next few minutes as an eternal tear was cut through the fabric of space that even Steve wouldn't be able to repair in any time soon. They watched as the light resided only to see the gouged-out form of Satanish with puddles of writhing flesh as he seemed to be on his last stand, the hellish wisps of his life flickering in and out until it shook and shined bright and held his form which surprised all of them for a moment before it abruptly went out. Natasha fizzled out of thin air with a wisp of dark flame that was steadily disintegrating in her hands. "Sorry for stealing your kill, guys," she said and waved her hand to get rid of the soot that remained from the flame. "Worry not for that slight," Thor said as his pristine hammer once again found a way to his hands. "We can take care of the rest but I'm afraid we can do nothing against Set, the one who took Zeus away and, that." Frustration bled out from Thor's voice as he was once again reminded of his failure and weakness but unlike before, he didn't let it bring him down but used it to stoke the cold bark of his passion into a blazing ember. "I hear you, but there's nothing we can do against Set Anthan. We'll have to clear out all the fodder before moving up from there. Anyone seen Drawl yet?" Steve looked around in concern. "He's not yet done with his battle if not he would have been here," Ororo said before flying away, resolving herself to clear out as much of the persisting evil as she could before her beloved came. "Let's get moving. We have quite the task before us." They did not say anything and disappeared in flashes of light towards different regions of space to help out where they could. 237, Chapter 231. Bucky was not having a good time at all and it all started after that freaky thing with the sky splitting and those things arriving. Upon seeing Satanish, he was about to forget everything and rush towards the fucking Hell Lord who had the fucking balls to show his damned dual face after they fucked his ass over when he came to Earth, only for him to come across a man, human, amongst the modest of the dark demons he was having a sweet time slaughtering. Bucky was outright cautious of the appearance of the man floating among the demons but that didn't stop him from laying utmost demolition towards any demonic spawn that made their way near him. He had been in the middle of doing what he had tasked himself with when he heard the man speak for the first time. "Why stand against my great lord then when it'll all amount to futility?" The voice sounded directly behind him that he felt the hotness of the man's breath but his heart didn't miss a beat as he moved in fluid motion and turned to punch at the man only for his hand to hit thin air and unleash destruction on vacant land. He flashes himself to a respectful distance to keep the man who had appeared a few distance from him in his eyesight. "I seriously want to know. It intrigues me because your very action screams vanity. It's like a mortal fighting death, completely useless and inane," he said. Bucky looked at the man with long white hair and wearing a red cloak with a few accessories that he was sure were magical because of the feel he was getting from them. "It's because I hate it when shitty things happen without rhyme or reason. Just a personal tic." He decided to engage in useless talk while still wiping out the unending hordes of demons. They were on a very small but technologically advanced planet that functioned as a hub for the other neighboring planets and even a major intergalactic trading hub in this part of the universe. The once beautiful planet that had been a source of immense pride for its indigenes had now turned to a desolate land of death and despair. The demons of Than had raised more than a few cities before Bucky arrived and he had to circle around multiple cities in order to curb the slaughter as much as he could and find a point where he could intercept the majority of them and find out where they were spawning from, which he was sure he had found. Rhyme or reason? I'm afraid all those things are mere building blocks in front of my master. Reality and whatever laws it governs are rendered naught and obsolete in his presence," he proclaimed. "I'm afraid your reason doesn't stand to par to how he visions your reality." Bucky nearly chortled at the words of the fanatic but his senses were working overtime as they analyzed everything they could about the man. "It doesn't matter what the difference is. As long as I don't like it, all I need to remedy it is fight it until it buckles over." "Fight? You would put up a resistance against impossibility?" The man sounded genuinely curious but all Bucky got were crazy alerts. "Trust me man, there's nothing like impossibility. I know a guy is proof of that." Bucky squeezed a demon's head until it went splat. "But what if I show you?" The air changed which alerted Bucky of something happening but he still continued killing off the stragglers. "What if I show you that everything you've ever known is futile?" His eyes turned full white as a red hue came over him. "Your struggles? Futile. Your strength? Mediocre. Your determination? Worthless." Bucky slashed at a huge demon far away, dissecting it and everything between them into two. "Will you finally succumb to his glory, or will you resist persistently?" He questioned Bucky who had all his hair on their end but he didn't stop slaughtering as much as he could as all he could see was the man in his focus. "You already know the answers so stop pestering me." The distance between them decreased in an instant as Bucky appeared behind him and punched forward. "Dude." The hastily erected barrier crumbled as Bucky's fist disregarded it for taking a spot on the man's face with a direct hit that created a very deep trench as he was punched underground. Despite landing the first punch, Bucky didn't feel reassured and flickered quite the distance away from where he was, which turned out to be a good choice the very next second as everything was engulfed in a dark red explosion from underground. Nice punch. With his senses peeled in case of any teleporting the guy had shown before, Bucky was immediately alerted as the guy materialized himself right before his face with a hand outstretched towards him. Bucky's body released a repulsive shockwave that did nothing but ruffled his clothing while his hand went a few millimeters from Bucky's face. The soldier tried retreating, but he was aware that there were quite a few invisible precautions in place should he try moving around, so he did what was the only option available to him. He caught the man's hands and held it in a vice grip while releasing an energy blast from his occupied hand, while his other hand went for the man's face in reciprocation, only for it to miss as the man teleported to a safe distance from Bucky. That was. His next words died as he saw Bucky a few steps before him, slashing a sword in a bid to skewer him before he did something that both surprised and sent severe warning signals through Bucky's head. The world around them changed to somewhere else that just seemed wrong, that it made Bucky uncomfortable. Welcome, to my domain. I am Modred, emissary to the Dark Godthan. Bucky looked down towards where the voice was coming from, only to see himself standing on Modred's feet in this void space, or it could be said that Modred was standing on his feet since both of them were standing upright from their perspective. Shit. Bucky needed no one to tell him how fucked up he was, because he more than anyone knew what would happen if a magician or a mystic pulled you inside their domain. All the laws of conventionality and physics are judged by my whims here. I wonder how you will struggle when faced with this. Modred spoke, showing no reaction as Bucky separated from him. To him, Bucky was no more than a rat trapped in a burning house. It was just a matter of time before he died. He waved his hands and Bucky felt a telekinetic pull which made him disperse his body to avoid it, only for something to slam his intangible form and revert it. I said it right? Everything here is as I judge. Nonchalance bled through his words, showing just how he regarded Bucky. Seeing as how he just kept reverting back to his human form from his ethereal state, Bucky cursed under his breath and ducked as a wave of energy passed over him. He dashed towards the man because he knew just how futile it was to run away when he was on this guy's turf. Modred traced a finger in a circular motion and magical chains started shooting out from everywhere and trying to bind Bucky, who was managing to escape them by the skin of his teeth. One of the chains grazed Bucky on the side of his torso without any evident damage, but the little deceleration in motion caused a few more to bound his limbs before he could react and held him there. If only you listened. Modred appeared out of the bound chains and brought his hands to Bucky's head. I wonder how your allies will triumph against you when you turn against them. His words caused Bucky's eyes to bulge as he tried exerting all his strength and breaking through the chains, but Modred just reinforced them and held him tighter. His hands touched Bucky's forehead as pages of mental enslavement from the Darkhold appeared in his mind as he sifted through the numerous spells available before finding the one he needed. He focused on corrupting everything about Bucky, only for him to hit a mental wall that formed the face of a man before he was blasted out. His vision swayed as his senses were frazzled by the attack he received. If not for the fact that he was inside his domain and he had memorized spells from the Darkhold that warped his mental faculties, his entire mind would have been melted to pink paste. Thanks, Drawl. Who knew those things would come in handy? Bucky freed himself from his chains and immediately took another form that was the amalgamation of different properties he's reacted to, which made him look like a mosaic humanoid figurine of different elements and materials. His hands enlarged as spatial energy and his watered-down version of Drawl's destruction flowed through it as he brought it down on the unfocused Modred and punched him through the displaced sky of his domain. Forcibly recovering himself from the attacks, he tapped into the powers of his dimension and increased the gravity over 100-fold, only to be met with another punch that he blocked with his shield, as that amount of gravity had no effect on Bucky. All his spells could be powered to untold proportions when in his domain, and that was what he did. A single flick of a finger vaporized everything it pointed at, while another flipped physics on its head. Direction became meaningless as up-down, front and back randomly interchanged at every second. As if that was not enough, he changed all the distance between him and Bucky to a loop, meaning that no matter how the soldier ran towards him, he'll always be going in circles. Bucky tried forcing his way through with what little he could do with spatial energy manipulation, but it resulted to nothing, as it was clear that Modred was manipulating this domain's reality. Deciding not to dwell on it, he started firing his attacks at every corner of the place, hoping one would hit or reach near him, but he didn't have any success. Modred fired his spells, each hit Bucky with increased lethality that it even started damaging against the impossibility of it, only for him to realize it was probably reality manipulation at play. You might be impervious to physical and energy attacks, but is that the same for a concept? Can you shrug off the shredding of reality's fabric? Magic thrummed in the domain as Modred's eyes shone white as the phantom image of a book flipping through its pages appeared before him. Knowing he was but a sitting duck, Bucky started adapting the forms of his strongest power combination just for him to increase the chance of him surviving the incoming attack. Death's Deluge. The attack came from all cardinal directions at the same time with the same intensity. It was an unavoidable attack that reverted everything back to their most basic form before delivering death to everything that made it up, from something as small as cells to something as elusive as emotions. It was truly a wave of death to everything it washed over. Feeling the greatest sense of danger he's ever felt since he was born, Bucky used all the energy he's stored up in his cells for years now to push everything into his defense and anything else that could increase his chance of survival. He could feel his hand disintegrating and washing away as the deathly wave made contact with his flesh. He felt it at that moment, an unfeeling embrace that didn't judge him for anything, welcoming him with the equal care a harlot would her customers, death. He had never felt it this close before, but at this moment he knew why Drawl seemed frivolous at the idea of dying, nonchalant even. She wasn't a faithful lover at all. 238, Chapter 232. The Dark Heart of Thin, Flickering Realms. The Flickering Realms, or the Other Realm, is the realm where Thin was inadvertently imprisoned after he fled the hunt of the Demogorge when he and his brother, Set, along with his other numerous siblings, had started preying upon their siblings to increase their powers. This was a place that had fused with Thin's dark magic, that it had become a representation of his will. A world where he was truly omnipotent, surpassing everything who stepped into its cursed ground. In the middle of the realm was a rift, the same one that had served as the gates to his prison, forced wide open, which caused the abominable creations of Thin to permeate the forsaken universe with their evil. And on its ground, littered with corpses, kneeled a man of renowned might and valor. His name one that would have shaken the whole universe if he made any big moves, but here he was on his knees, missing both his arms while bound in chains. Zeus, god king of Olympus and the Greek gods. One of the strongest gods to ever exist, with Odin being his only rival and equal, now had chains around his neck and shattered limbs at the foot of a huge throne. His 2 eyes were lost, while over a third of his face was gone. On his chest was a red brand mark of a lightning bolt that was carved by his own weapon, Thunderbolt, before it took his arms. Thin looked at Zeus with boredom in his eyes, as the god had given up way too quickly for his liking. The fierce light of righteous fury in his eyes had quickly receded in full-blown panic and fear when he realized where he was. Thin, wanting to play with him for a while, willed his shadow to toy with the god, only to have him be beaten before his shadow could even do anything substantial, which had driven him to just reduce him to this. So much for a god. Thin stood up from his throne and sorted as Zeus shivered, but could only make whining sounds due to having his vocal cords obliterated. I believe Gia and Oshtur are finished with their preparations. It would be remiss of me not to welcome them with a surprise. His amusement was evident, but not in a way that promised joy or a festive celebration. I believe I have no need for keeping it stranded in the multiverse any longer. Fabrics of infinite realities shook as darkness pierced through all of them and drew something that the Dark Elder had long kept in all of its vestiges. The red sky of the Thin's realm darkened as if its vile light had a portion of it sucked. Before Thin's hand was a book that oozed with all the curses of the multiverse and the records of every sin it has perpetuated, with a cover so dark that it sucked in every semblance of light into it. The Darkhold. The Book of Sins, personally written by Thin before his imprisonment. The most evil object to ever exist across all realities. Before him was the original copy he had written with his magic, as he clearly remembered every crease and stroke he put down when writing it in the scrolls. The scroll had transformed itself into a book as the eons passed, but not a word from his book had changed. The multiverse quivered with abject dread as the first demon was reunited with his lost fang. His voice rang with melody as he held the book with his hands once again. Oh Gia! Of everyone I've ever known or killed, you dear sister, are the one I hate the most. He flipped open the page of the Darkhold and everything ceased. This book was more than anyone thought it was, or more than they could ever hope to comprehend. The Darkhold, as was mostly believed, was a key to Thin's influence and could draw power from his dimension from all who could wield it, but to Thin it wasn't a key. It was a gate. A way to access the full power of this realm without him being in it. That was what the Darkhold was. Now that he was out, he didn't need those vessels he had been of the mind to groom, but it wouldn't hurt to keep them by. Strong servants like some of them, especially that girl, were hard to come by. Await my return, Zeus. We'll both have fun when I'm through with the reunion on its way. With that he was gone from the flickering realms and took the Darkhold with him, which brought back the blood-red light back to the sky of the realm. Minutes before Thin retrieved the Darkhold, Modred's null space. Modred watched as the one of the spells he learnt from the Darkhold wreaked havoc in his realm as it threatened to destroy everything that acted on it. How unfortunate! He thought in concern for the man who had tried to stand in the way of his master. Thin was not something that could be faced with unrealistic delusions and powers that depended on how reality dictated them. He was above all preconceived notions. Not even the Celestials and Abstracts wanted to face his brutality. The spell he had used erased everything in its path. One of the very rare spells that carried the null property that was concept wielded by the strongest abstract entity, Oblivion. The property of such an aspect was so strong that all conceptual laws, regardless of their differences in importance in creation, were evened and erased to the point that it affected acausal beings on different levels. Fate, death, emotions, soul, even life, were thoroughly destroyed to nothing in its presence. All he had to do was wait for the spell to weaken for just a brief moment, and he could use that moment to regain control of the spell and his dimension before it all crumbled away. He frowned as he saw how the energy at the center seemed to churn and twist as if it was trying to fit inside something. Different magic spells materialized around him as he looked down in confusion, not wanting to believe there was any way the man managed to fight Death's deluge. It just was not possible, at least not at the level of strength the man was at. As if dead set on defying everything he knew, the spell that ate even reality sifted, spun, twisted in on itself and was sucked in a swirl into the remains of Bucky's body, which was just half of his skeleton and some leftover flesh, but there was doubt that he had survived. Modred was surprised by what he considered impossible happening in front of his eyes and stared transfixed at the half-destroyed skeleton, twitched and shook until a spark of life re-entered its eyes, which prompted the attack from Modred. However it was that he had survived, it was pretty clear that it took everything the man had in him, energy, flesh and even some essential aspects of his life, just to keep whatever spark he could alive. The volley of magic barraged the almost dead form of Bucky and encased him in another round of destruction that chipped away at everything that was keeping him alive with every impact they made. Imperial Vase of Bale Curses. Opening the small calabash that appeared in his hands, a putrid and gelatinous plume of purplish smoke liberated out and swarmed at the dead man that refused death's advances at every turn, and ate into whatever was left of his soul to grant him death as soon as possible. But unlike what Modred expected, the Bale Curses screeched in agony as they were sucked into the skeleton of Bucky, which then sprouted new flesh, a little portion that covered his face down to one side of his chest. What taboo have you invoked? Have you forsaken Yusu? Shut up! A rapsy voice escaped Bucky's reformed throat. Your voice is grating on my ears. The skin that were trying to grow back were shunted and only bubbled out mashed flesh and wriggling veins. He needed energy to put himself back, something Modred immediately caught on. Unfortunately for whatever he thought, Bucky had his own plans for his energy deficiency. As a being who finally moved on a step further down the steps of evolution and also having a clear picture of his evolutionary path, he knew exactly what he had to do. Guess, I have to die for the second time in the same day and hour. Before Modred could understand what he was saying, all the flesh that had grown on his both receded back as if they were being reversed, only for Bucky to explode the next moment in a shower of blood and calcic particles. Modred's face gained a perpetual frown as Bucky's action showed its result, as the reverberations that was sent through all four directions were reabsorbed just for another explosion to take place immediately after. Picking up on Bucky's plans, Modred's first reaction was manipulate his dimension to forego all laws of physics and not produce any type of heat, sound, and energy fission, but that did nothing, the opposite actually, as Bucky's body reacted to the new changes, which was the lack of physical laws, and destroyed itself to the point that every particle immediately effervescent and disappeared entirely without producing even a light breeze, which once again stumped the cool-headed emissary. He looked around and spread his senses to case the entirety of his domain, but he didn't find Bucky, which rattled his mind as he was sure the man didn't escape his realm and he also wasn't dead. He waved his hands and the reality of his domain manipulated itself and searched for any foreign entity or substance, yet couldn't find anything, which made Modred greatly worried. Still he remained cautious and waited, as surely the man would show himself. You know. A hand was placed on the back of his head, in such negligible distance that it was impossible for him to miss it. Death's hella comfortable, but the lady herself is fickle. Bang! A simple flick sent him crashing deeper into his domain while Bucky remained in his position with only pants on. Bucky's ability was reactive adaptation, an ability that perfectly mixed both the physical condition and the energy inside the body and evolved both at the same time in an equilateral fashion in a way that made them compatible with whatever was acting on them, a perfect representation of Newton's third law: to every action, others is an equal and opposite reaction. Bucky struggled as much as he could because the reality of this domain heavily impeded the very nature of his ability as it worked with the laws of convention and physics. To resist the total suppression of his abilities, he had to find a way to fight it and also react to it as much as he fought equal and opposite reaction. It was only when that spell that broke even reality down started erasing him that he finally had a way to absorb the energy that had been against him, and also the new one, which was quite hard. To battle against reality in an acausal magic spell, he expended every ounce of energy he had just to battle them for an instant and push his body to take at least one of their features. Unfortunately for him, doing that was a gamble that he lost, only to see death for a few moments before he was yanked back as he finally got a property of the shattered reality in acausal magic. And that brought another problem: energy. He used everything he had just to gain a drop of what he needed to survive, and he was really thankful the dude hit him with a basic spell rather than that reality warping shit. He absorbed the energy, and when he found out he wasn't getting more, he simply detonated to cause an energy build-up that he'll further react to and help heal himself with. As if the dude named Modred was apologizing for being a dick, he stopped the laws of physics further, which only spurred Bucky's reaction to reality manipulation, and when he had exploded himself for the last time without any laws of convention acting on him, he was given a first seat to feel how reality was extremely malleable, and he just reacted to everything he could, even when the dude warped and spread it thin, helping Bucky further his assimilation. And now? He had reacted well enough to this domain's reality, at least to some level, that he could exert his own reaction on this reality and its occupants. In other words, he could now hurt this guy without this domain's bullshittery getting in the way, while the guy could also hurt him, though that'll be a high task to hurt him in any meaningful way. Got more spells like that, cause I kinda like the way they feel. I'm back on a clock, so that leaves me no choice but try to end this as much as possible. 239, Chapter 233. Bucky Barnes POV. I dodged the magic that sailed towards me and appeared right in front of Modred with a hand going for his stomach, only for it to hit a last-second barrier that slowed it down for a moment, one which he used to warp away from me. Not caring for the distance he traversed, I grabbed him by the scruff of the neck despite his shock and head-butted with a force so great that it created a sonic boom. Not releasing his scruff, energy filled my other hand as I started layering punches after punches to his face. His body dissolved as another of my punch was about to impact him only for him to reform back as he realized that his state didn't matter to me. Unlike the others, me and Yelena's past combat experience and mastery heavily complemented our abilities, magnifying our lethality in close combat. His face was already pristinely healed up as my fist left him. Reaction to my senses, I dodged backwards as his body transformed into a grotesque form with a red mist over him. Despite my resistance to this realm, he was still the master of it, hence the advantage was naturally in his favor given as how he could combine reality manipulation and his dark magic to undo anything that acted against him, but despite all that I knew that I was hurting him for sure and all I needed was one stroke to end him. Not caring for his form or the monsters that spewed out of nowhere, I rushed at him, senses fully focused on my target while everything else were distractions. Punching through the head of one demon and dissecting the other with a leg swipe and instantaneous movements, I shot forwards at Madrid who had a multitude of spells appearing around him in a disco fashion. He fired off the spells but I just grit my teeth and shot through them all, taking the brunt of all the attacks to my person but I never relented. Expecting my attack, a staff appeared in his hands which he used to block me as he was pushed backwards. Every strike. I went in for another attack only for my vision to change as something blindsided me in my torso before I could react and hit me away. Every direction. I didn't fight the momentum and just sailed with it. This was a reality time-space which meant that those who perceived the changes could alter it to some degree, and that was what I did. Which was why I was flying towards a surprised Madrid instead of away from him. Increasing the distance meant nothing since I will always reach him. While he controlled the laws of this domain and everything in it, I was the one in control of how much it could affect me. If I didn't want the increased distance to affect me then it wouldn't. If this was soccer then Madrid will be the one with the home field advantage who also bribed the ref and the other officials while I was that one player who just doesn't care for a red card and will foul any player I want. He could make as many rules as he wants, but only I would determine how and whether it would affect me. Before he could say anything stupid like questioning reality, a hook to the face put everything on hold and cancelling the damage didn't discourage me from mutilating him even more. As the fight went on, I realized just how bastardly immortal he was in his domain. Not that it would change anything. His magic tore through my skin as a blast from me shot his downwards but I shrugged it off since it disappeared. The sky of the domain we were in rumbled and started forming a swirl that didn't look good for comfort. Not thinking twice, I made a few steps through space and appeared a few distance away from him as he kept pushing his own distance forward. My chest opened up and shot a gigantic blue beam at him that crumbled his magic barriers but he still managed to block it but that was all I needed. One of my hands turned into a sharp blade that pulsated with a dangerous hum as I brought it down on him. He reacted fast but not fast enough not to lose his left wrist to my bladed hand which made him grunt in pain. His numerous spells tried activating but my limited control over space stilled it for a moment and a moment was all I needed to cut him from his neck down to waist. His screams were gurgled but I knew it wasn't enough for him to die and just when I was wondering how to bring him out of his domain, the entire thing shattered and whatever he was cooking up in the sky fizzled away. I could feel the tremble that shook through everything and wiped out any other demon or symbiote on this planet. Before Madrid could adjust himself from the backlash, I flash-stepped behind him and two pairs of limbs grew from my body and latched onto different parts of his body before ripping it apart. I looked outside the sky and though I couldn't see him, I could feel it, a cold hate. He just wanted to end something. Drawl Saint Cross POV. The moment I entered back into my universe, the powers I got from it flowed through once again uninterrupted. If my fight with Null had taught me anything, it reinstated that there was no such thing as absolute. While I was stronger than Arishem, Tiamut, and Exitar, they were still able to act unimpeded inside my universe, same with Null. The reason for that was because they were above the universal laws, or more aptly my universal laws. Universal space, time, and reality had no effect on them, at least not on a very big scale. My eyes scanned everywhere and I fought my targets. The Chaos King was halfway in and Odin was fighting Set. Thin was in his realm but he would come back sooner or later, and Satanish was dead. I looked at Bucky and Natasha who were fighting some sorcerers and wiped everything around them out, including the realm Bucky was in. Odin was but a few hits away from death and Set was savoring his last moments, unfortunately. Boom. Spleech. I flew directly through Set, destroying all his head and killing him in one clean strike. I absorbed the body into myself, taking whatever dregs of power he had for myself. Ignoring the astounded Odin, I looked at the Celestials falling in droves as they tried to prevent the Chaos King from entering. This was truly turning into multiversal war as holes started appearing all over my universe. Planets were being drowned in darkness and annihilated with fire but I didn't witness it. I had other important things to focus on. Go. Two figures flew away from my body, the subconsciousness of my space and reality given form. They went their separate ways, tearing down everything in their path turning the already chaotic war zone into numerous deathbeds. I disappeared from where I was as I felt my space stir, and with it came out the elder god of darkness and the first demon Than. This guy. Even without looking at the book that floated at his side, I was very sure that this Than had done something wrong. The Darkhold. Hey! There was no longer any Darkhold in this universe, and the few that had thousand others I had. Irrespective of what he did, clang, we clashed together only for a derisive laughter and snort to escape him. Quaint. My axe clanged the cover of the Darkhold, but it wasn't torn in any way. Than smiled wickedly at me, and red fog started flowing out of the open book and permeating through this part of the universe, forcing a lot of warriors and gods to retreat for fear of what it was, but I already knew. Than forcefully fused his universe with mine, giving me a more troublesome headache than Null. He was the first sorcerer, and his magic was simply unparalleled, and also the fact that he fused it with this universe meant he could draw from the omniscience he had in his own realm towards this one. Another axe appeared in my second hand, and I flung downwards with a shattering force, but it still didn't budge the book. The number of worlds that have been lost due to disaster from our fight and the killing intent and evil energy we were all producing, the next year will be even more hectic. The Darkhold pushed on for a few seconds, but there was no way it could push me back. Reality and every other universal law was lost before us as we clashed arms. Null and power flowed through me, and so did space, soul, and mind. His spells were very dangerous, and it was on a multiversal scale. Than far eclipsed set in strength, and it was not even a joking matter. Even Null somehow was lacking in front of who I was facing. Don't think too much, I am better than you is all. Ignoring his voice, I conjured my own magic as the hundreds of soul and mind stones I had went to work. My magic clashes against his, but he only looked amused and nothing else as I pulled back my axe and joined both of them into one, joining their power and destructiveness. I looked back for a brief moment and sighed. This universe is gone. The tear on the veil increased as all the power from thousands of infinity stones flooded my body and meshed with my Null. I could feel some universes being destroyed while some remained standing, but I didn't have the luxury or option to care. No words were said between us as we both clashed for the second time, and the heavens above the stars split open. Than definitely didn't care if this universe was destroyed, and to a certain extent, neither did I. We could always rebuild if we survive this. My axe seemed to shatter all preconceived notions and authorities as its edge impacted Than's Darkhold and cut it halfway into two. Than didn't look amused and fired off a huge blast at my face which pushed my back, but I immediately destroyed that body and manifested another one. Than's magic was the most potent magical force I've ever seen, and my former body was as good as gone had I stayed inside for prolonged periods. This was someone who was said to make even the abstracts fearful. A prime multiversal evil. With the Darkhold and flickering realms besides him, he could be as powerful as he wanted, but none of that would deter me. Death didn't faze me, and the only thing that could happen that would faze me a little was ceasing to exist. This universe was already on its last legs, and in order not to drag those fighting to their death, I rewrote the laws. I dragged them to another universe, or rather exchanged the space around us with another. Does your voice fall you, or are you suddenly dumb? No matter. They all scream at the end. Dark shadowy apparitions formed behind him out of the Darkhold while I held my axe with one hand and let the other loose. Will you please die? Those were the only thoughts that occupied my mind, and we both sprung into action for the second time, destroying anything that happened to be around us and making space scream as we tore it apart with impunity. Than and his apparitions rushed at me, each with a mad cackle of their own, and the only thing I could do was swing my axe at them. Swinging and swinging until I couldn't anymore, and they were dead. 240, Chapter 234. Natasha grunted as she fought against the pull that was threatening to whisk them away by shifting the dimensional planes around them. It was one of the most beautiful things about magic, the rules were extremely malleable. Any progress? She would have lashed out at Bucky if she didn't have all her focus on trying to shield them from Dral's influence. She was the first to notice the universal shift that had washed over everyone, gods and demons alike, and had she been a moment slower, the same fate would have washed over them too. Like hell, we're gonna leave you alone. She pushed all her powers, dismantling and forcing reality to acquiesce to her wishes. As someone who had the most complicated powers in their family, things like limitations were very hard for her to perceive. Her wish when she had gained her abilities was for her to make their dreams come true. Since the universe couldn't grant any of their deepest desires, she decided to take that role, and that was exactly what she did. All forces were under her control. Be it the fundamental forces or aspects of creation, she had a stake in all of them. In terms of overall prowess, she trailed only behind Ororo and Dral. So, fucking, budge. Fuck the universe. Subconsciously they all knew that if they left him at this stage, it was highly possible that it would be the last time they ever saw him. The void around them started evaporating as Natasha forced her powers through holes that weren't there, calling upon every aspect she could control to answer their wish and get to him on time. Ororo. Understanding Natasha's call, Ororo commanded her divinity and tugged upon her connection with Dral before blasting at the tiny hole that was forming with all her might, widening it even further for Bucky to wedge himself into it to hold it from shrinking further. With the three of them working in tandem, it didn't take long before they broke the pan-dimensional barrier that had formed between them and Dral. What greeted them after they broke through was a red dimension that was nothing like the black universal sky they once knew. Inside this place were three beings fighting each other with apocalyptic strength. They were very familiar with one of them since he was the reason they were here, while the other was one they were briefly knowledgeable of, the third being the enigma in this world-ending tussle. Unlike what they feared, Draal was not a losing battle even as he faced the two of them. The huge blazing red version of the man they knew was every bit as frightening as his opponents. Unlike the others who were stunned at the display in front of them, Ororo shot forth without an ounce of care, with lightning blazing her trail. Her ever-growing divinity had been strengthened further after Zeus fell and lost everything that made him a high god of the sky, and she had usurped it. The all-encompassing sky was hers to control as she sees fit anyway. Her lightning struck Than as he was the nearest to her beloved, making the dark god scowl as he faced the intruding pests. Having noticed the arrival of his family, Draal's buried feelings threatened to surge only for them to be hammered down. Sentimentality had no place in this battlefield and he knew it. Seeing Ororo's leading charge, the others followed with no regards for their safety, rushing at Than while leaving Draal to battle the stronger foe of the two. "You're sickening pests!" Than growled as he was faced with the combined attacks from a bunch of ants, but that was not enough to faze him. The Darkhold flipped through pages while Than hands conjured a dark spell that was meant to draw out all their deepest fears and bring them into reality. A dark magic of the highest tier. Unfortunately, it didn't work on that damned monster. His lips formed a smirk as he saw the collective form of what they all feared. Dark robes that hid a sensual body underneath its fabric, only for the imagination of the ideal beauty to be ruined by the skeletal hands that peeked out from the sleeves and the baleful aura around her. Death. It was not surprising. There was nothing mortals feared more than death. He was about to taunt them when he saw the figure turning her head and directing her focus on someone else. Draal. If there was something they feared more than their death, then it was Draal dying. It was that very fear that pushed them forward and made them strive to be stronger. But unlike what they all expected, death didn't attack Draal, only watching with something akin to an amusing interest. As for how they were able to make the multiversal embodiment of death appear instead of an personified avatar of it, no one knew except Than. This wasn't the first time someone had summoned death in a ritual after all. Even mortals with an appropriate sacrifice could summon a personification or an avatar of it. The arrival of death didn't change anything as Ororo, Natasha, Bucky, Steve, and Yelena did all they could to slow Than's steps by as much as they could. On the other side of the battlefield, Draal clashed with Oblivion, drowning everything around them in perpetual end. It wasn't until they clashed that Draal understood just why the Origin Chaos was here. Amatsu Makabashi, or his multiversal constant, Oblivion, as he was called, was someone or at least the entity that existed before the Marvel multiverse came into being. He had always been there through the first to the present cosmos, making him the oldest abstract, even more than the living tribunal. His existence was so absolute that not even the total destruction of the Marvel multiverse 6 times affected him. How could it when he alone represented the true end of all things? Being the oldest existence in this segment of the Omniverse besides the one above all, no one truly knew anything about him since he never left his domain. But now Draal knew. Nyarlathotep. The crawling chaos. The god of 1,000 faces. He was Oblivion. Or rather, Oblivion was the closest aspect to his true self. His very existence had drowned countless dimensions to a black end, and his sickening laugh was enough to reduce even gods to madness. He had devoured the Celestials who had fought in futility to stop his entering into this dramatic stage. The other abstracts? None would dare face him. Though the crawling chaos couldn't descend, Oblivion was one of the strongest beings in the Marvel multiverse, even when taking the likes of the Living Tribunal and the present Beyonder into consideration. Death watched the fight between her progenitor and Draal for a while before she left, paying no mind to the fight between Than and Draal's family. The only reason why Than couldn't just down them in his presence like he had done with Zeus was that he just couldn't. This wasn't his domain. Though the laws had changed, this was still a place where Draal's influence was at its strongest, and it was increasing as the moments flowed on. Than could access the full powers of his domain through the Darkhold, but he couldn't bring it forward, the same with Oblivion. All they could do was drown this space in their presence. And he could also see how the domain was automatically favoring the pests. Draal's hand dug into the side of Oblivion's head, which shook the entity for a bit, but a bit was all the time Draal needed to move around him and wrap his hands over Oblivion's head and broke it against his shoulders, only for another embodiment of him to appear above Oblivion's wedged neck and punch it with his full might. Thwack! Boom! Oblivion staggered further, but the slight smile on his face widened by a few centimeters as he rushed at Draal. His movements were hard to follow or trace as he simply ended the space between them and arrived in front of Draal the next moment and drove an elbow to his head in retaliation, and then stepped on Draal's leg to bring him down before driving his head against his. You might have touched upon the void, but that means nothing in front of me. It's a part of who we all are. It's something we can all do, dreamer. He mocked. Draal roared and rushed at Oblivion once again with his face bleeding blood and darkness. His mind working in overdrive as his subconscious monitored the two battlefields. They both tried ending the momentum of the strike each other attacked with Oblivion having the upper hand due to his innate existence. Though they were both astral beings of the highest level, against each other the differences were negligible, which meant they could make the other bleed and feel pain. Boom! Their punch connected but none of them moved an inch and they forced their bodies forward and landed punch after punch on each other. Oblivion was the first to break out of the stalemate as he finally gleamed something that gave him an instantaneous advantage which he immediately implemented on. He ended Dral's connection with the dimension they were in. Dral's face widened in surprise and incomprehension as he realized what the avatar of Nyarlathotep did. Not having time to panic, he turned towards Oblivion to keep him on the back foot but the latter was one step ahead as he formed a formless weapon and wrapped it around Dral, squeezing his body to the point that darkness oozed out of it in huge amounts. You don't have what it takes to possess a dream spark. It is something so unfathomable for you to be in possession of. Dral felt as if whatever was holding him bound were trying to get inside his body by chewing out his flesh and his energy. Without your connection to this domain, tell me how are you going to escape my palms? The pain that assaulted Dral got stronger as his bindings kept chewing him out, threatening to hollow him out in search of whatever it was looking for. His powers ran wild and unfettered as he tried to resist the influence they had on him, causing Oblivion to expend more effort as the dimension they were in started fighting against him. Even he was surprised by how much stronger the man had grown since they started fighting. Don't bother fighting. These bonds will continue to weaken you the longer they stay in place, so do us both a favor and stop struggling. Dral's eyes glowed fiercer with every word from Oblivion's mouth as emotions he had kept at bay started raging out. Yelena was stabbed through the stomach while Aurora was facing the full brunt of Than's anger. Seeing the intense reactions Dral was displaying and mistaking them for being directed at him, Oblivion laughed. He very much enjoyed how the man before him struggled, even in the face of futility. All he wanted was a piece of Azathoth's dream spark and he would be gone. Although they all had a piece of Azathoth in them, it was never a bad thing to have more so when the only two who could contend with him for it didn't have any interest in it except staying in that idiot's court since their first emergence, only seeking the tiniest bit of fun every once in a billion years while. If he were to have this spark, one that resonated with dreams more than anything he's ever found, he was sure he could elevate himself to a place even Yog-Sothoth couldn't, drawing directly from Azathoth's dream, or even directing it. Such thoughts made Nyarlathotep's body shiver in ecstasy. To him, Dral was nothing more than that very human in the saying who bit more than he could chew, so all he needed to do was shake him thoroughly for him to spew everything back out. Give it to me. Alas! Dreams that deny their dreamers any comfort or inspiration are known as nightmares. And with every nightmare, he that dreameth stirs awake. 241, Chapter 235. Dral didn't know what else to do. His null was the same as Oblivion's end and so they cancelled each other out. In a way, how simple something is called or explained is a giveaway to how strong or deep they really are. Words like death, infinity, null, end, life, truth, life etc. These are all things that though simple to explain, were one of the strongest forces in any universe or multiverse. The only ones apart from Dral who had such a thing in his family were the two sisters, Natasha and Yelena. Yelena's speed and Natasha's authority were the most broad abilities in the house. In the same vein, Dral's null as it is simply explained, was to negate everything, even aspects depending on the user. On the other hand, Oblivion's end was to end all things, regardless of their impossibility. While they were very similar to the other, it was the small distinctions that told the differences. While they both could be used in virtually the same way, negate in a way was very personal whereas end was more external. Negate worked best when something was working against the caster while end affected everything around the caster. Oblivion was trying to end every aspect of Dral's existence just so he could fish out what he called a dream spark. Meanwhile Dral tried to negate all what end was doing to him, having little success due to his abrupt disconnection with his prime domain that was the amalgamation of everything he had. Hell, multiple universes, destruction, darkness, aspects of the universal creation, null, and every other thing in between were all brought to form his very own realm, and Oblivion had managed to sever it. His mind glanced at Steve screaming as Than's powerful magic struck in intangible form. Bucky tried to attack but was brought down as Than's shadow emerged and started drowning the Winter Soldier in darkness. Yelena had lost an arm but she was still struggling, although it was becoming futile. Only Aurora and Natasha had some semblance of fight in them, and even that was dwindling down by the second. His delirious mind wandered through every possibility that he could exact to save them. He had long since broken his puppet chains but that alone didn't earn him the right to victory in all situations. What a nightmare! That was what this had to be. That was the only explanation for what he's seeing because he more than anyone knew how much he feared this exact scene, seeing them dying before him while he could do nothing. This must be the shittiest dream I've ever had, haha. He looked at Oblivion's expectant face and all he could think of was giving the bastard the biggest Uno reverse he could pull. Why not just wake up? We both know this is not a dream. Do we? Reality can often be deceiving, you know? True. But I control reality. Dreams are different. We live reality, but dreams are something we can only speculate and fantasize about. You're right. But dreams are attainable, right? Ambitions are attainable. Dreams no. We can't be everything we are when we sleep. But you control reality, right? I think it's pretty much attainable to you. You stress a good point, but yet you are still wrong. How so? This isn't a dream. It's a nightmare. A real lucid nightmare. Then isn't what you're supposed to do simple? What happens when you dream? You just flow through the sequences before you. You are a stranger to your own dream. What happens when you lucid dream? You're no longer the stranger, you're now a participant. You gain a semblance of control, but none of them are real. Still you continue walking through your dream. Then what happens when you're in a nightmare? What is the first action you take? What is the first thought that permeates your mind? What is the sole action that happens in every nightmare? You wake up. You wake up. It's that simple, isn't it? All you have to do is wish to wake up, and Viola, the nightmare goes away. Nyarlathotep could almost feel it, so much excited for obtaining his prize that he almost forced his last presence to break through the void and barrage inside Above All's multiverse, but he held back. Doing so would inadvertently draw Yog-Sothoth and Shub-Niggurath to him, and he didn't need that. Not when he was this close. He could almost feel it brush against his extensions before it ended. Hey! Genuine confusion painted his dark visage as he looked at his bonds that were binding nothing. No. It wasn't that they were binding nothing, it was just that they were binding something that they shouldn't, him. I'm not amused. A voice sounded behind him and he turned his neck to look at the man named Drawl, showing him an utterly pissed off look. What sort of stupidity is this? A dream? Now I won't be able to distinguish between what's real and what's not anymore. Great, now I'm officially crazy. He didn't sound as if he was making a joke, which made Oblivion all the more dumbfounded. How? Was the only thing he could say. How what? How did you escape? Oh that? I didn't. You are currently binding me. But it's having no effect. That's because I didn't want that. You could say I rejected it. It was a nightmare, you know. That seemed to set off alarms of different kinds inside Oblivion's head as his mind raced through all possible and impossibilities until he arrived at one he dreaded with his entire being. You didn't. A self-deprecating smile formed on Drawl's lips as he kept quiet, answering Oblivion's questions. Everything stilled as they both stared at each other, not minding of the ongoing battle that was rapidly changing tides. I see. How unfortunate. How truly unfortunate. I'll just have to end everything, like always. You can't end me, Nyarlathotep. Actually I can, but that'll cause some unsavory repercussions since the dream spark is gone. But I can end them. He directed his gaze to Ororo, slamming down Thin with a white blazing fist. They'll never exist across the myriad multiverse, no mirror for you to gaze at the past. Drawl looked at his family, who were finally putting up quite the fight against Thin, and the depreciating smile on his face turned genuine. You could, and I'll never see them again. But that's a nightmare I never want to dream about. Do you think you can create such a nightmare? Drawl asked without turning to his opponent, watching Yelena taking over the speed around Thin, leaving the Elder God to angrily push his attacks forcefully just for them to move. She was quite the menace. Yes, that'll be the most vicious nightmare. He turned to look at the person in front of him that was indistinguishable from Nyarlathotep's true form, his meaning clear. I'll be back in a moment. He said to no one in particular, and the next moment, he and Nyarlathotep were gone. They fought each other through the chaos, ripping apart every extension the other protruded. Smack! A backhand smacked over Nyarlathotep's face, further enraging the crawling chaos as he bit down on Drawl's body. Not minding the wound on him, two of Drawl's hands entered into his body and ripped it into two halves, but that meant nothing or very little to them. Time streams and dimensions disintegrated as they battled with everything they had through the entirety of the multiverse, laying waste to universes uncountable. Their forms were ever-changing, but that mattered little as Drawl chomped on Nyarlathotep's head, another extension of him going towards his target's back and blasting it open with an energy beam that could wipe out everything in existence. Nyarlathotep fired off his chaos and darkness, but that did little as he found out that he was slowly losing his vessel known as Oblivion the more Drawl got closer to the edge of the multiverse. With a punch, Drawl shattered the multiversal barrier and drowned both of them in chaos, which turned out to be a bad idea, not that he cared, as Oblivion's body exploded in dark matter that writhed and formed an abomination that stood above multiverses with just his height. Nyarlathotep's true emergence. Above All's restrictions didn't bother Nyarlathotep anymore, and he was free to do as he pleased, and that was what he did the moment they entered the outer. You made a mistake, ominous one. You should have stayed within the world of your greatness nightmare. Now that you've stepped inside the chaos, I'll make sure to take as much as I can from you. His voice boomed through the endless nothingness as he swatted Drawl away with one of his tentacles. Drawl wasn't fazed a bit and rushed at the unknown god, growing to match him in size, his form taking a thin all-black frame with eerie eyes and sharpened teeth and claws, a nightmare that would forever haunt the dreams of those who sleep. Not caring of his form, Nyarlathotep rushed at him and he did the same, clashing together against each other with the intent of ending the other's existence with all their being. Nyarlathotep because Dral took the dream spark, Dral because Nyarlathotep was something he hated with all his being. The latter let out an unholy screech as Dral's attack truly hurt him, but he was not one to be put down by such things. He was still stronger than the little dreamer. Holding Dral by the throat, the chaos around them intensified as he drowned Dral in it, earning him a pained grunt that pleased him so much. Feeling himself drowning and the crushing feeling that weighed on his existence, Dral roared in a shrill voice that lacked his usual intensity as the nightmare took control of the dark. How could you forget? Darkness makes the nightmare more terrifying. No one knew how long they fought, days, months, years, eons, through a cosmos shift, no one had any idea. The two of them never once let the other go for a second without attacking. Meanwhile with the others who were figuring things weren't looking good for the elder god. He had been toying with them when Dral was occupied with oblivion but suddenly everything changed. It felt as if he no longer had the same might he had during the start of the fight. He tried all he could but he could feel it, this place was closing in on him. Suppressing him to the point that all their attacks had hurt him. This wasn't what was supposed to happen. Oblivion was supposed to end Dral while he ended his remaining sisters but none of that had happened. He had even prepared the stage for when Jia and Oshtur would show up only to have it overturned. His eons-long fantasy suddenly turned into a nightmare that he couldn't even wake up from. With his attacks no longer having their desired effects, he abandoned his pride and settled for defense since he couldn't even withdraw to his own realm. The little girl grabbed his head and brought it to the ground with a speed he couldn't react with, only for a strong impact to assault his spine. A lightning-cladded fist poured down on his face that made him bleed even more. He was close, so close to having his existence killed that even the Darkhold had been sealed by the red-head woman. He couldn't even curse at Set and Oblivion for being dead and lost. He rooted the last vestiges of his powers to stake a last stand, finally being aware of something else fighting his existence. Dral and Oblivion were gone, so there was no need for him to be that cautious. At the very least, he'll drown them all to death's embrace while he meets his end. The Darkhold caught a flame, burning red, and started flaking out. He was consuming his own domain, using its power to push against the restrictions he knew he was facing from Dral. To death is mercy. Accept my magnanimous offering. 242, Chapter 236. They watched as Than's Darkhold burned away and his aura skyrocketed, engulfing everything in his omniscience. How had they been keeping up with a multiversal entity of mad destruction? By having an unlimited and unimpeded access to the powers of 6 infinity stones. That was the fail-safe Dral had kept so that when it truly mattered, they'd be able to at least keep the fight going. Dral had forcefully pushed influence into the alternate and neighboring universes of the ones he had control over during his fight with Null and Nyarlathotep. Though the number was nothing in front of the never-ending infinity, stacking such untold number of omniscience, omnipotence, and omnipresence to his true self, and not to mention his constant usage of his Null to erase the limitations he was supposed to face, elevated his being to a whole new level, and they all had access to it, for however much they could take. Though they had access to Dral's energy, the only boost it gave them was to their own abilities, increasing and removing the potential and lock on their abilities. Even with such a scaling, in terms of ability power-up, individually they all woefully fell short of Than, a no-brainer as he was the most powerful elder god still alive. Even if whatever space they were in was currently fighting and trying to suppress Than, he was still not an easy foe. More so when they destroyed the Darkhold. The Darkhold was but a tool Than used in channeling the unending energy of the flickering realms, and now he was destroying them both and absorbing them, finally consolidating all his abilities to one reality, absorbing all of his scattered essences across infinite planes of existence. Shit. I think we finally pissed him off to the point of madness. Natasha remarked as she saw realms falling into chaos and disappearing. Out of all of them, she was the one who experienced the most changes apart from the outright unbelievable scale of destruction they could all cause. Hell, her abilities were the most destructive out of all of them, with reality manipulation being her current default. Her words were akin to universal law, and every gesture she made could shake realities. The others were just talking, breathing, realities destroying nukes. Well, it was bound to happen to one of us, but I guess he hit his fuse pretty quickly. Ororo snarked. The red haze covering Than and the Darkhold increased in intensity, but none of their expressions showed the severity of the situation, settling between calmness with a tint of amusement. But under that facade. Too bright. Steve muttered as his material form slowly fizzled out. The others watched as Than's power gained in intensity before everything abruptly disappeared. Than, his Darkhold, and his energy build-up. Everything. Well, that was anticlimactic. Natasha lightly commented, gaining a round of nodding heads from the others. Way. A door-like rift opened in space in response to Natasha's words and sucked all of them in, bringing them to the scene of Steve punching a much bigger Than through a rift, before the dimension abruptly changed, preventing them from taking another step as Than crashed into it through a breach. Hey! Never thought I'd see those punching through dimension punches Dral always spoke about from Steve. Yelena said before disappearing with a loud bang, but there was not a single updraft of air as she left, racing towards Thin, who had gotten up only to receive a punch on the back of his head, firing him back into the ground. An angry and irritated growl left his throat as he fucking lost the location of the Flickering Realms. That was impossible in all possibilities. The Flickering Realms was similar to another of his limbs, losing it wasn't even a conceivable option. Funny thing about space, though you should already know this, is that it is very fickle. All it needs is a little nudge, maybe add a little old reality manipulation, and it'll cheat on you like an old lover. Steve said lightly, not minding Thin's rage that was destabilizing the plane they currently stood on. What happened to Thin's realm? Steve might or might not have accessed that realm with his omnipresence, inadvertently linking it up to numerous planes that had fallen to Dral's hunger. He didn't need to be there for him to know the spatial coordinates to the Flickering Realms. Steve had to admit that Dral was one clever bastard in the way he linked them up to the tap of their abilities, removing almost every conceivable limit they had. Steve to the Space Stone. Bucky to the Power Stone. Yelena to the Time Stone. Natasha to the Reality Stone and more. Ororo to the Soul and Mind Stone. Adding his own assimilating and augmenting abilities to his nigh omnipotent spatial abilities, and he was dominating any space he could sense. As long as the space existed around him, even multiple universal distances away, his dominion was assured. Even God realms were not exempt from this, and Thin bringing the Flickering Realms in the sensing distance of Steve was just dumb. Jia. Oshtur. You better come out before I slaughter these sickening children. They can't hear you. Bucky's voice cut his shouts off, absolute power rolling off him with every move he made. I seem to remember that the deal is either you die or we do. You're not backing out now, are you? Bucky looked completely human with no sign of anything extraordinary about him visible, but his momentum was the greatest. The perfect evolution. Something not even Dral accomplished in the past. You. Thin didn't care anymore. He rushed at the most pretentious human among the group before him. Since they wouldn't allow him to escape anyway, he'll just have to kill them one by one and leave. Yes, me. Bucky nodded at the incoming Thin, who was blindsided by Yelena, which was an inevitability at this point. Seriously, nobody could sense the little imp when she moved. Not even Steve. The others immediately sprung into action with Yelena's opening and struck at Thin. Even if they were exceptionally powerful, that didn't mean that they could all suddenly face off against Thin. The reason why they caused him so much trouble was because of the root of their abilities, which was none other than Dral. In essence, they were all stained with his peculiarities. Steve's spatial manipulation was a very good example. He basically ate Thin's dimension, but the stomach of that ability of his was Dral's, since they were just borrowing his abilities. Ororo's lightning-cladded fists hit Thin's magic barrier, instantly shattering it, to the surprise of Thin. Why was he surprised? Was it because she's surpassed an elder god in might? Was it truly that surprising? That this was the result of her beloved sleepless nights? That this was the result of pushing him to his edge, sending him almost tethering into insanity? How truly conceited! What will it take for you to end? To be gone and never threaten reality again? She asked, not at all fazed as hers and Yelena's location changed, an action of the latter, giving her the perfect opportunity to deliver an unobstructed attack on Thin. Bucky watched as they ganged up on Thin, tanking and dropping attacks on the malevolent god. Faint sparks of red lighting streaked across his body as his eyes colored a blood red, a property they all knew who it belonged to. His fists turned black, devoid of light, as the sparks intensified. I really am tired of all this. You ought to owe me for a lifetime, quack. He softly muttered, and took a step. Everything shuddered. Whether it was Thin, the others, the endless sky or land, they all quaked with his step. Strength uncontested. Reversal 1. Fiascha. It all simmered down in the form of a spiral as Bucky's fist impacted Thin, bypassing every defense he could put up. He didn't just hit Thin, instead he hit everything that was Thin. His punch connected with everything that associated with the words and intent of Thin. As they currently were, time meant nothing to them. Past, present and future, he hit them all. Not one for much fanfare, amidst Thin's stunned form, he layered punch after punch on his form, joined by the others who attacked Thin out of his stun and into another. The dark god bled through a geyser as Ororo slashed through his chest. He threw his head back to shout, only for his eyes to lose their vision. He felt two limbs burst through them before the feeling of two black holes colliding at their nuclei went off inside his skull. And then it came. A very small fist punched his left cheek, and unlike the feeling one would feel when punched by a girl of Yelena's stature, Thin felt universal dimensions shattering with an ever-increasing force that should have at least thrown him out of the damn space. Unfortunately, Steve held him in place, or simply reversed his path. Shatter, collide, and explode. The sensation he felt with the advent of those words bore no resemblance to the feminine beauty that uttered them. Reality vs. reality. He would have trumped her at this, if not for the war that was wrecking his body from the inside. Everything he had felt from them, every pain he had suffered, shattered along with his sanity, whatever he had to call that. collided against each other. And like the beautiful light of fireworks in a star-lit night sky, it all exploded. If only he wasn't suppressed. He would continue to tell himself even as the light of his eyes faded away. He struggled until the very end of the dam restrictions were just too brutal in their effectiveness. No one knew how long the two spent, each trying to rip the other apart, diminishing and assimilating the other's nothingness into their own. It was an impossible battle between null and end, both varying concepts and yet so similar to each other. Dral's Dreamspark and Nyarlathotep's clashed against one another. Nightmare and hellish darkness intertwining, woven into a cord inseparable. They were never meant to be. Darkness and nightmares were never meant to be eternal, and so he acted. For once in his being, the first one stirred awake, and all authorities ceased. Dral's form paused, like a sickening motion of an 80s movie while Nyarlathotep stilled like water on a cold winter night. Everything around them ceased to be as the dream stopped. Their forms disappeared, more like it was forcefully removed, without them being able to put up the slightest resistance, and then next action their thought process could comprehend was them, in their hellish and nightmarish forms, at the center of all. Besides them, in courts of their own, were the grotesque forms of Yog-Sothoth and Shub-Niggurath. In the very middle was something no one dared look directly upon, not even Dral. Its existence was absolute. Something Dral immediately understood as he comprehended where they were. The being there was unsurpassable, naively so. That was not buts, ifs, or maybes to it. What couldn't be could never be unless it wanted so. The archetype, Azathoth. The one who dreams. None of them were anything before it, and there will never be because his dreams were the reason they lived, and as the peak of what existence could offer, they'd rather he kept dreaming. The two of you, will answer, why? Shub-Niggurath's voice filtered into their heads but none paid heed to it. The only one they had to fear was Yog-Sothoth, and until he spoke, nothing in existence could happen. He was the one who interprets the dream. Nyarlathotep. Dral, what sayest thou? Dral's anger had abated the moment he arrived, so he could divert some of his raging, death-filled thoughts into something productive, like understanding why and how he was here. Is there any way I can kill absolutes just like you? The other ultimate gods were taken aback at the casual way he spoke of seeking a death sentence for them. 243, Epilogue. He looked at the three of them, and apart from Nyarlathotep, none of them were hostile. His question might have seemed like an affront to them, but none of them actually cared. It would instead surprise them if Dral was able to actually kill them. They were all nightmares in their own right, the wrong parts of a dream, and killing them in the truest sense of the word meant that the dream will end and whoever was dreaming will then fully awaken, and no one wants that. Well, no one except Dral, that is. Quite the hostility there, ominous one. From what I know, Nyarlathotep has yet to irrefutably cross you. The chief of the court, Yog-Sothoth, spoke. Dral snorted at that. The bastard was a few moments from killing him, and that was considered irrefutable. Nyarlathotep wouldn't have been able to kill you if that is what you are worrying about. At least not in a way that really matters. And pray tell, just what that would have been. It means the dream sparks in you would have belonged to Nyarlathotep. A part of you would have remained no matter what, and that is what matters. A state of true and complete non-existence is nigh impossible for beings like us. The quiet Shub-Niggurath spoke, and if not for Dral already being accustomed to the way they spoke, and also the fact that his own voice, if heard even in a whisper, could drive a civilization to extinction, would have reeled back in extreme fear. It felt even more sinister than both Yog-Sothoth's and Nyarlathotep's voices, if that was even possible. Nevertheless, he turned calmly to the amalgamation of every nightmare one could think of. Shub-Niggurath was one of the progenitors, a mother of sorts, to a lot of gods and entities in this Lovecraftian myths, which made form more terrifying to look at in an aesthetical sense. In other words, Dral would have been dead while the ominous one would have existed in Nyarlathotep, am I right? He asked. Silence followed, and for the severity of the current situation, he would have flipped a table and just go ahead with hacking away at Nyarlathotep for another eon uncountable. The reason why the other archetypes were here was for no other reason than to stop Azathoth's awakening. Even if Nyarlathotep in spite would have wanted that to happen just so Dral would lose everything he ever held dear, he knew that Azathoth awakening now was the least he needed. In a sickening way, while they all could be summed up as Azathoth's nightmares, Dral unexpectedly was both the nightmare and the dream. This was what set Nyarlathotep off. In other words, his affinity with the dream, coupled with his null, was the bane of any being, god or demon. What do you want, Dral? Know that none of us have the right to stop Nyarlathotep from doing as he pleases, and while he did go a bit far this time, the end results was wavered. Dral immediately understood, and his long needle-like teeth extended even more in a sinister grin. Oh, he was starting to love this place. Then it makes no difference if I try to get what I want from Nyarlathotep, right? He was itching to go, and from the gargling atmosphere that permeated from Nyarlathotep he could tell that the other was just as rearing to go as him. As long as Azathoth awakening is prevented, you can do anything you want, even trying to kill an archetype. At Yog-Sothoth's utterance, the two of them exploded and were immediately gone from the court. Knowing that as long as they made sure not to disturb the dream they were not bound by anything else, their fight took another turn. Now instead of them trying to end each other, they switched up and started attacking the other properties of themselves. Draal attacked Nyarlathotep instead of the end, while Nyarlathotep reciprocated and attacked Draal instead of the null in the latter. They didn't care how long they fought, but all they knew was that a new form of the other would be born by the time they were done with the other. Degree. A group of people were hacking away at logs of woods while some were carrying the hacked logs towards what resembled a very huge house, one made entirely out of wood despite how huge it was. This is going to take quite a while. Bucky complained as he brought down his axe against a helpless log and split it in two without any mercy. Well, it's not like you have anything better to do rather than just lazing around. Steve said with a snort as he heaped his pile into a neat bundle for more space before he continued hacking. As a matter of fact, I do. I got roped in, more like swindled actually, into this council. Strange thought that if he couldn't get Draal to join, then I'd be the best pick. The so-called council Bucky mentioned was a round table of Earth's mightiest beings, a seat of the highest power the planet has, that was tasked with fighting against any otherworldly threat the planet might face. Unlike the group of superheroes known as the Avengers, the council dealt more with intergalactic, demonic, and goldly beings seeking to cause trouble. I missed the days when we were killing demons and elder gods. Bucky mused before bringing his axe down with rage as he remembered the frustration that came with the end of events such as those. Well, sorry for that. Those powers were only for that fight, and trust me when I say you'd have gotten bored quite easily if I had let you remain like that. It's quite miserable. Draal rested his chin against the butt of his axe with a lazy smile on his face as he looked at the two bickering brothers. He had taken away their powers after the fight, the ones they received from him, and left them as they once were and while they had wholly agreed at that time. It turns out frustrations started setting in and daily uneventful life had hit them like a truck of regret to the point they practically forced themselves to get a day job just to stave off the blandness and ever-growing frustration. Yes, we know. But sometimes the thought of blowing up the planet or rewriting the universe just for a thrill is undeniable. They all fell silent at that since they knew just how true those words were. We're gone for a minute and you guys are back to thinking about blowing up a planet. Their musings were cut off by Ororo's words as the storm goddess was dressed in baggy and dirty overalls from towing lumber all day. Well, you can't deny that boredom is a good motivator. Draal lamely defended, earning him 3 pairs of eye rolls. The guy was probably the second strongest being in this multiverse and a host of infinite others, and here he was complaining and defending the thought of blowing up a planet. Draal laughed as he correctly guessed what was going on through their heads before suggesting something. Since the house is almost done, how about we play a game? A game won't last more than an hour, Draal. Yelena stated. She was already a grown-up adult, losing all the cheekiness and mischief she once had as a young girl. But in front of the people around her, age didn't matter, so yet, she was still their little Yelena. I'm not talking about that. There's a whole multiverse out there, so why don't we use it to have fun? He almost dead eyes had the tiniest bit of amusement in them as he saw them thinking on his suggestions. What about the others? Ororo asked. And won't do anything, neither will the others. And I've also taken care of the Molecule Man and Wade, they won't be having fun at the expense of anyone for a long time. Finding out that those two had been spectating and placing bets on their entire life, Draal felt very angry since they did not even bother to include him and he threw them into a what-if universe and placing them inside the same body. Yeah, they weren't having fun anytime soon. He also found out that the reason the Toe idiots were so hooked on their bets were that they could not predict what was happening next since he was a omniversal singularity, which meant no manipulations on his part. All they did was watch and predict. Their actions also gave him the idea he currently had. I was thinking of either reincarnating all of us in different worlds, but that wouldn't be fun since for it to be a truly interesting experience we would have to lose our memories. Wouldn't want to call on our powers just cause we can, where's the fun in that? You're right. Losing my memory and living a new life just doesn't seem right with me. What's the other? Natasha asked, throwing the first idea under the bus immediately. Well, the other is for us, actually me, to transmigrate a soul from one universe to another multiverse. It's more efficient that way, or so I've read. Draal said. While this was not the most bizarre words they heard him utter, it was quite up there in the rankings, probably top 1. Well, I'm all for it, but wouldn't that be playing with human lives? I know we set a standard, apart from you obviously, but using human lives as boredom alleviation is kind of icky. Yelena pointed out. She wasn't that against it, but she could definitely see it turning into something of a pastime for them if they just went along with it. Draal was exempt from this because, well, because human life, any life in general, had little meaning to him. Cons of being a Lovecraftian nightmare, he had said. No problems about that. I'll be picking unfortunate people. You know, those who'd like to have another chance at life. What can go wrong with that? The more they thought about it, the more it sounded appealing to them and the more they were in on it. How do we go about it? Ororo was the first to ask. Basically we take a recently dead soul, maybe the most stupidly unfortunate one just for the kick of it, give him an ability, and shove him into another world. He could be a hero or villain, anything he wants. He said. I'm quite concerned about the villain bit, but I'm not entirely against your suggestion as a whole. Ororo said. He looked around and saw that none of them were against it and got ready. First of all, which world would you want the adventure to start in? First of all, thank you to all those who stayed till the end of this series, I truly appreciate your support. I know this story changed over the course of writing it, straying a large mile from what I initially planned on writing and losing its earlier quality and also letting most of you down. To be honest, I didn't even want to write the ending of this story and just drop it as a whole, but that would be very unfair to all of you who wanted to see the end of it despite its mediocrity. Thank you.